effortlessly beneath my deerskin. My eyes shot to his as the cool sting and hot stroke glided up, up, up. Ah! I shuddered as the shadow pressed possessively between my legs. Only for a moment. Just a single stroke. But it was enough to make my entire body glitter with stardust. He growled under his breath as the shadow dissolved.
It seems I can manipulate darkness to do anything I wish. But what you don't know is...
His nose nuzzled mine, his breathing shallow.
What I touch with my shadows, I feel as if it were my own flesh and blood.
He cupped my cheeks with trembling hands.
And what I feel when I touch you, Runa...
His mouth crushed mine, his tongue not asking for permission to sweep inside.
...is life.
I moaned as he tipped my head back.
You make my head swim.
He kissed me.
You shatter my self-control.
He bit my bottom lip.
You make my useless heart stop beating.
His tongue hunted mine. I opened and submitted. I gave myself entirely over to him as he stepped into me, dropped one hand from my cheek to my lower back, and pressed my belly against the rigid heat of his arousal. With recklessness born from fear of being torn apart, I placed my hands on his hips and tugged at the wolf pelt, keeping him hidden. If he took me, then Actor couldn't. I would already be claimed, already be mated, and happy. Happiness. I craved to live in that word. I tugged again, searching for a way to undo the pelt. Darrow froze. With another groan, he released me and clamped a hand over mine, stopping me from revealing him. His forehead pressed hotly to mine, his head bowed and spine slightly arched to lower his height to reach my mouth.
Runa.
His fingers flexed.
You have no idea how much I want to...
Take me, I whispered. Please don't let anything else come between us. If we're together, in that way, it might stop the bind. Nightmares filled my mind. The warning from the fire of a future filled with death. The troth to Actor, granting him permission to touch me, kiss me, undress me, mount me. I can't be his, Darrow. I can't. His eyebrows slashed into a furious line.
You'll never be his.
Prove to me that I'm yours. His teeth ground together.
Not here.
Yes, here. Now. Be with me. Then maybe everything will stop trying to keep us apart.
But I need to get you somewhere safe.
I stood on my tiptoes and kissed him. I'm safe in your arms. He tried one last time to cling to decency.
Runa.
Don't stop, I whispered into his mouth, searching for his tongue. The moment I licked him, he snapped. His arms whipped around me. Our kiss turned heathenish. His leg hooked around mine, tripping me backward, lowering me to the ground with effortless power. The moment the grass cradled my back, he fell on me with a savage grunt. His hands were everywhere, fisting my breast, kneading my hip, hitching up my deerskin until it bunched around my waist. With his knee, he spread my legs apart roughly. His hips sank between them, his wolf pelt soft on my exposed skin. Resting on one elbow, he kissed me hard, all while his hand fumbled at his coverings. A tangled growl escaped him as he fought to get free, his arousal pressing temptingly stiff against my throbbing center. I scratched at his shoulders as he yanked at his furs, loosening them, pushing them aside. We moaned together at the blistering sensation of his bare thighs between mine. My back arched as his lips trailed fire down my throat. Something cool and sharp landed on my belly, feeding the faintest life force of an omega wolf who'd stalked death and fallen gratefully into its mercy. Darrow paused, breathing hard. Pulling his mouth from mine, he looked down. I followed his stare and shivered. My deerskin was pushed up to my belly, leaving every feminine part of me on display. His furs were open at his hips, revealing the desperation of his desire, the glistening tip, the ropey veins, and the twitching hardness. With tender fingers, Darrow plucked the wolf fang that had fallen from his furs off my stomach. He held the wicked sharp tooth, his gaze locked on where our bodies were so close to joining. All it would take was a shift of his hips, an angle of mine, and we could finally be one. Fisting the fang, his sterling gaze met mine.
Do you trust me?
Nerves scattered down my spine. I trust you. Planting a fierce kiss on my lips, he shot to his knees and worked his way down my body. His mouth locked over my nipple, still encased in my wrap, his teeth closing with primal claiming. I bowed in his hold, but he didn't stop. Releasing me, he slid down and down, not pausing until his mouth hovered where his hardness had been, directly above my core, his breath hot and gusty on every sensitive, wet part of me.
They bound you with blood,
he murmured, his gaze bleeding to black as he drank me in.
But we're already pledged in that way.
I quaked as his fingers skated over my upper thigh, drifting over the dried blood from my sunshine mark. The mark came alive, burning and blazing, scratching with so many things I couldn't remember. With a hitched inhale, Darrow leaned forward, pressing a worshipping kiss on the sunburst. His hair tangled over his forehead. His sheer imposing presence overwhelmed me as a cloak of night bled from his back, and his mouth hovered exquisitely close to where I was desperate for him. My heart turned wild as his face twisted with violence.
They can carve their ash into you.
He pressed the wolf fang to my mark.
They can promise you to another and bind you as kin.
He pressed down, making me cry out.
But what they can't do is erase the tether we already share.
He cut me with the tooth. He looked up, his eyes blacker than I'd ever seen. No smoke, no silver, just dangerous, lethal midnight. Slowly, sensually, he followed the lines of the flickering sunburst, making me bleed. I struggled to catch a breath as my blood glistened ruby black in the moonlight. Raising his chin, he caught my gaze.
We bleed together. We belong together.
I opened my heart entirely to him. I held nothing back. My spirit tangled with his as the bridge between us flared bright and true. We belong together, I whispered through the heart link. He jerked on his knees. He cut me one last time, and then, with a heady, greedy groan, he lowered his head and pressed his mouth to my freshly bleeding mark. He drank. A bolt of heat and blazing light rocked through me. My hands landed on his head, my fingers tangling in his hair. Mouthful after mouthful, he pulled life force from my veins and into his belly, into his heart, his spirit, his ever after. My body came alive. My skin began to glow. The night sky was no longer sullen silver but falsely lit with sunshine. Sin and Zetas gleamed gold. The willows were gilded with pretty white light. I lost myself to him. I wanted him. All of him. I needed. I cried out as his teeth scraped sensitive cuts. His mouth remained locked on my upper thigh, all while his hands moved. Using the fane to slice open his palm, he hissed under his breath as his skin tore. Crashing to his belly between my legs, he raised his scarlet gleaming hand. Droplets of his blood trailed my stomach as he presented himself to me. With unsteady fingers, I claimed him. I held his wrist. I brought his blood to my lips. While I prepared to feast, his mouth kissed my upper thigh, my inner thigh, A sharp cry escaped me as his tongue found me. I writhed as he licked my center, hot and wet and devouring. I saw stars. I shone with sunlight. His shoulders kept my legs from snapping closed as he drowned me beneath exquisite torture.
Drink, Runa.
He spoke between my legs, his teeth nipping sharply, his voice humming against my core.
To hell with visions and omens, warnings and premonitions.
He dipped his tongue inside me.
Become mine.
I swam on a sea of lust. I quaked and spasmed with his every lick. I couldn't breathe as he raised his bleeding hand to my mouth again, all while his tongue dove deep, deep.
Stop.
A begging, frantic command.
Please stop.
His head shot up, yanking his hand from mine. With a snarl, he leapt to his feet, snatching at his wolf pelt, wrapping it tight around his unsatisfied arousal.
You.
Jackknifing upright, I shoved down my deerskin. My cheeks became twin flames as the wetness from Darrow's tongue mingled with the wetness that he'd drawn from me. Tingles and heat pulsed between my legs as I scurried upright. My glow winked out. My mark trickled with blood that Darrow had drunk. Solon, I hugged myself.
Please tell me you didn't drink from him, Runa.
Solon tripped forward, his arms wrapped around Natim.
You'll become ill.
Zetas roared from where she was still trapped by shadow. Shades whipped into a frenzy, slithering through the grasses toward the spirit master. With a flick of his wrist, Darrow released Sin and Zetas from their leashes and muzzles. Zetas glowered at him, moving loyally to his side, all while Sin trotted toward Solon with a whine.
I don't want to hurt you.
Darrow balled his night-laced hands.
But I will if you've come to stop us. We're leaving. There's nothing you can do to you leave and she dies.
Solon said blankly, sadly.
What?
Darrow snarled.
What do you mean she'll die?
Solon dropped his chin. His necklace of beads and 2 raven feathers seemed overdressed out here, away from the naming ceremony. It felt like an age had passed since I'd walked with him in the fire and woken with his vows of always caring for me, that he would keep me safe and teach me everything he knew. How could he promise such things, then smash that fledgling trust by binding me to Actor? My heart pinched as Solon caught my gaze.
Return with me back to camp, and I'll explain.
His dark eyes had black circles beneath them. His ebony chest rose and fell, the silver scar of his own Quellis brand over his heart noticeable. Now I knew where to look. My stomach turned over. I can't go back there.
I'm so sorry, Runa.
His voice was sticky with shame.
So sorry to betray your faith in me.
How could you? I asked with icy shards in my mouth.
I didn't have a choice. Actor deserves to rot for what he did to you. I condemn his actions and would give anything to make him pay, but this is bigger than him, bigger than all of us. It's the only way.
The flames way. He looked at the ground.
The fire knows things I do not. It guides me in what needs to happen. I did it to protect you.
Protect me? I fought tears. He hurt me, Solon. He hurt Darrow. Actor would have killed...
Undo it.
Darrow snarled, moving to my side, as fury poured through his shadows.
I do not have that power,
Solon admitted.
The fire granted me its magic to bind them. It will not grant me the same to revoke it.
Why did you obey it? I asked despairingly. The fire is lying to you.
It might withhold certain things, Runa, but it never lies.
Solon murmured, clutching Natim tighter. The fawn bleated, his glossy black eyes locked on mine.
You are my kin now. You are my blood, my heart. You speak of hearts, yet you force her into a mating with her enemy.
Darrow hissed.
You've condemned her, yet you still believe. I believe what the fire showed me.
Solon shuddered.
It showed me such terrible things, things that can never be allowed to come true.
His eyes met mine, clouded with pain.
I've seen you scream in horror, Runa. I've watched you bleed at the hands of enemies. I've seen your heart shatter into irreparable pieces, and the goodness inside your golden spirit turn black as the very knight who stands beside you.
Darrow stiffened. My voice remained cold as snow. I can't meet Actor Solon. I won't. Solon stepped forward, Natim's ears bouncing with his every footfall.
You don't have a choice, just like I didn't. I've seen a future where death rules. Every heart will stop. Every life will end. Runa, you have to believe me. I never wanted this to happen. The thought of betraying you and binding you to Actor makes me wish I could turn my back on the fire and all its doomsday whispers. I didn't ask for this gift. I didn't ask for the task of breaking not just one heart, but two.
His gaze landed on Darrow as he bowed his head in respect for the shades billowing behind him.
The fire struggles to see past your shadows, but they have shown what will happen if you continue down this path. It's a path with no end, a path of nothing but destruction. That was why the blood bind between Runa and Actor had to be invoked. We rarely use it anymore, not since Karf lost their chief to a scorpion sting, and his mate, healthy and heavy with their second youngling, died beside him. It's a curse to have life forces bridged into one, to always have to be near, always have to be aware of the other in case your actions end up killing them.
Darrow looked as deadly as a wolf.
Please tell me you're lying. Please tell me you didn't just condemn her to a lifetime, his lifetime, of misery. It was the only way to keep you from what? Falling for her? Remembering who we are? Learning how to control the powers we were born with?
Darrow bared his teeth.
It's too late for any of that. I've already fallen. I'm starting to remember. And as you can clearly see, I know how to use my powers.
A wall of blackness rose behind Darrow, rustling like black wind through the tall grass. Solon bent down and let Natim go. The fawn immediately bounded toward me. Ducking, I gathered the tiny creature, needing to touch him, hug him, use him as a bandage to stem my bleeding heart. Sin came to my side too, nudging my thigh with her nose. I couldn't speak. Words were as thick as the clouds Darrow had summoned.
You might know how to use some of your strength, Darrow, but that is just the beginning.
Solon clasped his hands together and inhaled a fortifying breath.
Just like Runa has only begun to dabble with her potential, your power is beyond imagining.
Straightening his spine, he raised his chin again.
Troll has offered to let you stay. Leka has opened his Lupik to you. If, in a moon's time, you wish to learn if you are Quellis, I will invoke the fire's trance to reveal which element you wield. If you are Quellis, you may stay and mate a willing female. I said no then, and I say no now. Runa is mine. She is my mate. No one else. Vision or no vision. Warnings or no warnings. Her, and only her. Nothing will change that. No binds, no threats, no... It's not a threat, but the truth.
Solon kept his tone cool, even as his eyes churned with pain.
If you take Runa farther than she already is from Actor, her heart will start to fail. If you try to kill Actor and succeed, she will die the moment he takes his last breath. If you try to bind yourselves together, like I saw when I first arrived, it will only make her sick. Her body will refuse the blood, your blood, because she is already bound to another. Her heart now beats with his. They burn with the same flame that needs each other to stay alive. Nothing you do will change that. You can.
Darrow hissed.
You cursed her. Uncurse her. I told you. I do not have that power.
He sighed and pinched his brow before lowering his hand.
If I could revoke the bloodbind, I would. If I could bless your union, I would do it without hesitation.
His eyes landed on mine, tight with honesty.
I only want you to be happy, Runa. I want you safe and... You want her to be you.
Darrow interrupted.
To carry your burden as spirit master. I want to protect her from suffering, and the suffering I have seen.
Solon's face blanched.
It gives me nightmares. I can't get the images out of my head. If you care for her the way you say you do, you will let her stay with the Nil. You will watch over her as a friend. You will love her as a sister and nothing more. Sister!
Darrow laughed with black dripping ice. He stalked forward with Zeta's glued to his hip. The wolf revealed her fangs, her back rippling with aggression. Standing to his full height, Darrow loomed over Solon. Shadows whipped around the two males, circling them like a night-frothed hurricane.
You will soon learn, Fire Reader, that I do not do well with commands. I won't accept what you say, and I will never settle for Runa as my sister. For you to even suggest that shows how much you don't understand. You don't see what's before your very eyes. No matter what binds and curses you place between us, I will break every single one. I will find a way to kill Actor if he lays a single finger on her. I will find a way to take Runa far from the Nell, where the only hearts that matter are our own. Do that, and you will be the one with her death on your hands, not me.
Solon stayed stiff and brave in the face of Darrow's wrath, but he couldn't hide his sorrow. In all the time I'd spent with the Nil, Solon had always been fair and wise, just and kind. He wasn't lying now, and he wasn't gloating about winning. He spoke the truth, no matter how much it hurt. "Darrow," I whispered, pressing my chin on Natim's knobbly head. Even so soft, my voice cut through his shades and whipped his head to see me. His eyes glowed with a ring of silver. He looked as ferocious as the Halcyon I'd seen all those years ago. "Enough." I trembled as tears ran down my cheeks. "Don't hurt him."
Yes, you savage. Don't hurt our spirit master, or I'll just have to hurt you back.
My heart sank into despair as Actor stepped from the darkness. He limped with his poultice-wrapped leg, but he didn't use a walking cane. Instead, he fisted his spear, the same spear he'd thrown into Darrow. Moonshine glinted on a stone knife strapped to his waist, the knife he'd used against my throat as he forced me to obey. Darrow went deathly still. The very night sky rippled with power, stinging with intensity as every star shone brighter and every shadow sharpened. My skin prickled with the electrical charge of a lightning storm about to shatter the earth and sky. I glanced at Darrow and sucked in a gasp. "Darrow." He didn't respond. His skin undulated with silver and black, shadows and moonlight, dappling and taunting to be used. His eyes were as dark as polished coal, narrowed and locked on his prey. Actor fisted his spear, partly for war and mostly for support for his bitten leg. He stupidly limped closer.
Give me back my mate, foreigner.
Darrow didn't reply. For an endless moment he didn't move or blink or breathe. But then he chuckled. Rich, black, and monstrous. The night gathered with bone-crushing potential. Solon sucked in a breath, sensing what I did. Darrow hadn't just enlisted the help of shadows, but every dark and despicable thing in the grasslands.
She will never be your mate.
Darrow hissed like black wind through willow leaves.
I should have done this the night you tried to take what wasn't yours to take.
Raising his bald hands, the sky ricocheted with a web of black.
Oh, no.
Solon's eyes flickered to mine before he half ran, half tripped toward Actor.
Leave, Actor. Now.
But it was too late. Darrow's eyes shot quicksilver. His shadow spun into a vortex that blotted out the stars.
I'm going to fucking kill you,
Darrow whispered, unleashing his shadows. With a vicious noose of night, he plucked Actor from the ground like a rotten autumn leaf and hurled him violently into the sky.
Chapter 38. Darrow. I lost myself to darkness, death and despair, fury and violence. I was barely aware of what I did, coursing with so much power. Too much power. So much addicting, intoxicating power. A swarm of moths appeared within the shade vortex I'd summoned, whipping in my frenzy as Actor screamed from the sky. I threw Actor from blackened gust to blackened gust. My shadows needed no commands from me, no conscious instruction. I wanted him to fall, so he fell. I wanted him jerked to the left, so he jerked. I wanted his arms and legs flailing, so he flailed. Something touched my hand, something warm and good and kind. Runa. She touched me. My heart brightened with the light she embodied, trying to cast day on the blackest cloud I dwelled in. I wanted to go to her, to snap out of the nightmare I'd willingly stepped into. But not yet. For us. With a savage grin, I let Actor go. He plummeted toward the ground. Solon yelled. Actor screamed. He landed with a sickening thud. The crunch of his bones against hard-packed earth made such a satisfying sound. So satisfying, I wanted to do it again and again. Over and over until his spirit snuffed out, and his body was nothing more than a meal for Zetas. Runa's touch came again, clinging to me as if she needed my support to stand.
Darrow, please.
The faintest whisper of her pure and wonderful voice was snatched away by the haunting howls of my swirling shadows. My heart swelled into something I couldn't contain. I loved her. No, that wasn't the right word. I was consumed by her, awakened by her, tortured with longing for her. What I felt for Runa was everlasting and utterly unbreakable. She was mine. I tasted it in her blood. I heard it in her heartbeat. I felt it every time our marks burned, and every time our skin hummed with heat. And when my lips had pressed against that very mark and licked at the ambrosia that was her life force, I'd known things I still couldn't remember. My heart knew, even while my mind didn't. And my heart would never let her go. I used a shadow to snatch Actor from the ground, hurling him high again. He screeched as he soared toward the stars. Up there was my home, somehow. Those stars were mine, the moon was mine, just like the sun belonged to Runa. I'd tasted it in her golden glowing blood. I'd sucked it deep. I'd felt it. Felt the sun's cosmic sear and endless white bright light. My mortal heart had split apart beneath the primordial recognition of her. I knew her. I'd always known her. We were more than this. So much more than this. I tossed Actor to the side, watching him fall before whipping him skyward again. With barely a thought, I commanded the shadow wrapped around Actor's leg to release him. The hunter fell again. Falling. But this time, I caught him just before he slammed against the earth. I caught him, pinned him on his back, and fashioned a shadow as sharp and as deadly as the knife he'd used against Runa's throat. I wrapped a shade around his neck and closed my fingers tight. Actor grunted as the night strangled him. His legs kicked and his fingers scratched at the blackness suffocating him. But it was no use. He couldn't get free. There was nothing he could do to stop me from taking his life and freeing Runa, so we could run as far away from these people as possible. Back to the sky, back to what we were. I was done with this. Tighter. The shadows obeyed, crunching Actor's windpipe. I closed my eyes in preparation for the rush, the thrill of his death, the silence of his end. I added another pulse of strength. The knife-shaped shadow against his throat drew first blood. I smelled the metallic spritz of fresh red. But then, screaming. Male screaming. Begging, pleading. I blinked back the suffocating smog. It was hard. Ever so difficult to see past the darkness and focus on a world I'd almost forgotten about. I glanced to my side. Everything ceased. Runa. Moths scattered from my shoulders, their moon-dusted wings leaving glittering wakes in the night. Solon kneeled in the grass. Sin and Zetas padded anxiously behind him while Natim bleated with terror. And there was Runa, on her back, cradled by Solon, gasping and clutching at her throat, dying. Her legs thrashed and the deerskin rose up her thighs, revealing the sunburst mark that I'd traced and sliced, licked and drunk from. Her eyes met mine, a dull ochre that held none of her usual life force. Fuck, what have I done? I lost control over the night. My shadows lost all form, tumbling into chaotic fog. Moths fluttered through my hair. soaring toward the moon above, leaving me in a funnel of wing beats. I ran to Runa and shoved Solon aside. The fire reader fell sideways, his dark face shining with worry.
"I told you."
He sat up, wringing his hands as I grabbed Runa from his lap and dragged her onto mine. She hardly noticed, her white hair strewn between Solon's knees and mine.
"I told you they were joined. I told you she would die if you tried to kill him."
Tears ran down her withered cheeks.
"I told you and you didn't listen. You did this."
"No, you did." I snarled as deep and as dangerous as Salak. "You did the bind."
"And I told you what it entailed."
He wiped away his grief with angry slashes.
"And now you've hurt her, just like the fire said you would."
My insides turned to ice. I hadn't just fulfilled the flame's premonitions, did I? I would never hurt Runa. I was trying to save her. Frost webbed over my pounding heart. Had the fire been right all along? Was this how I had hurt her? Through jealousy and fear? Her eyes drifted closed as her body went limp.
"Runa."
I tucked a few wayward white strands behind her ears. My hands trembled. "Please, Runa, wake up." I wanted to howl, curse, tear apart the universe. Solon stayed close, grabbing Natim in a huge hug as the little fawn nuzzled Runa's fingers. Sin threw herself onto her belly, a whine rising with the mournful tune. Solon didn't speak. He could have layered me in guilt or fought me to hold Runa, but he didn't. He merely clutched the deer and never took his eyes off his adoptive daughter. He didn't go to Actor, who stayed motionless on the ground, and he didn't run back to the clan and tell the hunters to kill me. We stayed sitting silently together, our attention locked on Runa as her lips parted and she sucked shallow sips of air, her body hovering on the precipice of life and death. Her legs had stopped thrashing. Her awful stillness was so much worse. My heart ceased beating as my eyes fell on her throat. No blood welled, no matching marks of strangulation. But she couldn't swallow and winced with every breath, in tandem and horrid synchronicity with Actor. She'd felt everything I'd done, every toss through the sky and fall to the earth, every suffocation and cut. The world roiled with bitter regret. "I'm sorry," I grunted. "So fucking sorry." Zetas came forward, slotting herself to my side, her shining yellow eyes hooded with matching grief. All my fury snuffed out. All my rage became despair. Actor choked and coughed, rousing awake. And I was grateful. Glad the Nil Hunter wasn't dead, because that would mean... I cut myself off, unable to even think of Runa that way.
"Help,"
Actor moaned. No one paid him any attention. Solon rocked back and forth, his eyes locked on Runa's closed eyes. My hands trembled as I brushed back her hair again and again, obsessively trying to heal what I'd hurt. I bent and nuzzled my nose to hers. "Forgive me. I wasn't thinking. I hope the bind wasn't real, that it was just a trick. I didn't mean..." Runa suddenly arched in my hold, a curt moan of pain slicing through the night. "Runa." I gathered her closer, pressing my forehead to her cheek, willing my energy, my spirit to feed hers with power, to fix what I'd broken. Actor coughed again, rolling onto his side, gulping down air. The faster he shed the shackles of death, the more my temper billowed. Why did he get to return to the land of living when Runa remained unreachable? Even with the bind, he failed her. I hated him. I loathed him for what he'd done. I despised him for making me lose control. I wanted to shred him into nothing. I wanted to tear him apart and let the vultures feast on him. I wanted him to suffer so fucking much. He didn't deserve to walk on the same ground as Runa, let alone share her heartbeat. Fury howled through me. Their hearts. Placing my hand over the swell of Runa's breast, I searched for the thud-thud of her life force.
"Don't touch her,"
Actor grunted, forcing his bruised body to sit up. Rage. Deep, black, savage rage. I couldn't control the smog that billowed from my back and arrowed straight for him.
"Don't!"
Solon shouted.
"Runa! You hurt him! You hurt her!"
Pain. Bone-deep pain as I yanked back the shadows and dripped with icy sweat. The darkness snarled and tangled, fighting against me. Grief poured through my mind. I could never protect Runa from him. I could never strike him for striking her. I could never lay another finger on him without that same finger touching Runa. Fuck! How could I live with that? How could I exist in a world where she wasn't mine? Runa shifted on my lap just as Actor groaned and struggled to all fours. His dark eyes landed on hers, and the flare of relief that she was still breathing absolutely gutted me. Crawling toward us, Actor coughed.
"Solon, is she—"
Another cough.
"Will she be okay?"
Solon threw me a look before shrugging sadly.
"You're recovering. Your hearts are synced, so eventually she should wake."
His tone thickened.
"As long as both of you are living, then neither can die."
I stayed frozen, barely able to breathe in case I struck again.
"Why won't she wake now I'm here?"
Actor grimaced. I couldn't tell if the concern in his voice was truly for her or for himself. If she died, he would follow. If he died, she would have no choice but to take her last breath. That sort of bind would scramble anyone's mind and make loyalty spring thick and fast. Shadows siphoned out of me, cocooning Runa in my arms, keeping her out of his reach as he crawled nearer.
"She's unconscious."
Actor swallowed hard, eyeing up the darkness swirling around me as if it was a plague.
"Because of you."
Stopping just out of reach, still wary of my shades, he patted Sin as the traitorous lynx padded toward him. She licked his cheek, revealing misplaced affection from living with him since cubhood. I bared my teeth at the lynx, cursing her for not seeing the evil inside him. Dropping his arm, Actor pushed himself into a sitting position. Breathing hard, he wedged his elbows on his knees as he touched his throat where bruises ringed and blood smeared his collarbone. He still wore the ash symbols on his chest, so similar to the symbols Runa had been dressed in when I'd found her in the middle of the grasslands just before the thunderstorm broke.
"No one wants you here,"
he growled, looking at his fingers where blood stained his skin.
"You don't belong with us. And you,"
he coughed again, swallowing away the pain I'd given,
"no longer have any claim on her."
He pointed at Runa as she remained unmoving in my shadow-laced arms.
"She belongs to me now, and there is nothing,"
he grimaced and swallowed around the bruises,
"you can do about it."
Balling his hands, he shoved off from the ground and swayed to his feet. Solon stood too. Two nil-mels towering over me while I remained kneeling with Runa still and silent on my lap. Zetas growled, her muzzle wrinkled and fangs glinting in the gloom. Solon shot the snarling wolf a look, all while his bare arms tightened around Natim. The fawn wouldn't stop looking at Runa with the occasional heart-tugging bleat.
"Actor, enough. I told you to give her time and not to follow us. What happened here tonight is your fault as much as anyone's. Let Darrow work through the consequences of this. Allow him and Runa time to say goodbye. He's not welcome in my clan, Fire Reader."
Actor swallowed with another wince but crossed his arms, portraying an arrogant young chief, high on his own inconsequential importance.
"Whatever invitation he might have had is revoked. He's the reason Kiva's dead. He's the reason I might always walk with the limp. He's the reason you're betrothed to my adoptive daughter. The reason you've finally been named as Thrall's heir. The reason you were marked with the Quellis leadership tattoo. And the very reason you will become one of the greatest leaders our clan has ever seen."
Solon marched angrily into him and stabbed a finger in his chest,
Not because of your own goodness or pure heart, Actor, but because of hers.
Solon looked down at Runa and shook his head with a sigh.
The fire might have made your match possible. It might have bound you to one of the most powerful mortals I've ever seen. But it does not give you any right to be unkind.
His voice turned to stone.
I meant what I said before the ceremony, Actor. Raise a single finger to her, and you will answer to me. Darrow might not be permitted to discipline you, but I can. The fire will give me leniency to ensure you are punished, and not her.
He cradled Natim close.
So don't test me, nephew. Not tonight. Not when I'm sick to my belly for my part in this.
His arm shot outward, pointing at the silvery plume of smoke in the distance.
Go home. Do not make me ask again.
Actor sniffed, the shaved sides of his skull shiny, while the single thick braid down his back swung as he lurched forward.
Not without my mate, I won't.
It happened in slow motion. I saw him coming, descending so sluggishly. I felt his hand cut through my shadows. I snarled as that hand latched onto Runa's lax wrist. I didn't think. Feral protectiveness snapped the leash on the darkness pulsating around me. All it took was a simple wish. A wish to see him fly. To die. A blast of blackness slammed into his chest. His body turned into nothing more than a piece of rancid meat as my shadows backhanded halfway to the river below.
Darrow, don't!
Solon charged forward, dropping Natim in his rush. The little fawn righted himself and galloped toward Runa, just as Actor landed with a bone-crunching smack. He rolled down the small embankment, his arms catching on two young willow trees. Rage fed through me, immediately becoming nauseous horror as Runa arched in my arms. She cried out, her head tipped back, and she coughed at the cloud-wreathed moon. A spray of blood escaped her lips, a crimson mist in the night. Horror. Absolute fucking horror. No. I didn't mean.
Runa, Darrow, give Runa to me.
Solon appeared, arms outstretched and his face full of panic.
I'll take her to a healer. She needs a healer. Quickly, please, let me have her.
I cradled her close, shaking my head as she choked on another mouthful of blood. Her skin grew cold, and her ever-present faint luminosity dulled, just like her eyes. I'd done that. I'd been the one to hurt her, not Actor. I'd hurt her. I couldn't take it anymore. All my fury, all my grief, it percolated and circulated, growing. My skin threatened to break apart. My heart ballooned until my ribs were the only thing keeping it from exploding. I quaked so hard the ground beneath me rumbled. Shadows bled faster, thicker, angrier. They hissed of death, blood, and endings, and I wanted that. I wanted it so badly my mouth watered, my body tightened, and I lost myself to the killing song. Runa moaned in my embrace, reminding me of what would happen if I let go, who I would hurt if I freed all the ferocity within me.
Darrow, let her go. You have to let her go.
Solon's touch landed on my arm.
Please, let her go, before it's too late.
Before I kill her. Spirit-slicing terror tore through me. Pressing my forehead to hers, I begged my shadows to help, to cut the bloodbind, to slaughter Actor, to rewind time so none of this ever happened. Please keep her safe from me. Please don't let me hurt her. I never wanted to hurt her. I couldn't stand it, couldn't survive it. My heart fissured.
Get me away from her?
You summon Moonmaster. We obey.
The voice that had appeared when I'd been tied with invisible ropes and gagged by unseen power tore through my fracturing mind. The world turned black. Absolutely, murderously black. Runa vanished from my arms. I was nothing, in nothing, surrounded by churning, chilling nothing. I opened my mouth to shout. I raised my arms to fight. The darkness vanished as quickly as it had smothered. I blinked as the world returned, painting a picture of a calm, quiet night. Of pretty trees swaying and luminous insects buzzing from one mountain-blooming flower to another. Frogs croaked from an endless lake that was so still and so perfect. The surface reflected the galaxy above as if there were two of them. 2 moons, 2 cosmos. 2 nights where I stood spliced between. Neither living nor dead, forsaken nor chosen. Looking down at the shadows swirling around my body, I jerked as they settled into a robe of darkness, dressing me with moonlight on the hem and cuffs, swirling like smoke around my feet. Fear clogged my lungs. Where is she? My arms were empty. I was alone. No Runa, no Solon, no Zeta, Sin, or Natim. I spun on the spot. Panic soared. Where is she? Where am I? What is this place?
You called. We answered.
A smug, slithery voice said.
You walk through air. You traveled in shadow. You are where you want to be.
My head pounded with pain. I don't understand.
You do understand.
The cool, crisp voice chuckled.
You just don't remember.
Where's Runa?
Where you left her.
Take me back.
You wanted to get away from her, to protect her from you. You summoned. We obeyed.
A fierce wind rustled in the forest surrounding me and the lake, dislodging a few orange leaves, hinting at the changing season.
We bowed to your command, Moonmaster.
Balling my hands, I growled. Why do you call me that?
Because that is what you are.
I shook my head as pain banded around my temples. I groaned as the pain in my head turned into a hammer, smashing at my skull. I grunted as the agony built and built. My knees buckled. I collapsed at the bottom of a towering tree. Its leaves glimmered blue in the moonlight, and the late summer blossoms attracted a cloud of hummingbirds. Some as small as bees and others as big as sparrows. They fluttered from flower to flower, their buzzing jeweled wings loud and obnoxious in my ears. Agony kept growing, kept pressurizing, kept burning. I cried out as I bent over my knees, pressing my forehead to the ground. What was happening? Why couldn't I stop the pain?
Awakening is pain, Moonmaster. Give in to it.
I fell into my sides as searing, crippling agony flowed down my spine and billowed through my bones. A wave of destructive cramps worked its way through my muscles. I cried out. I couldn't stop it, couldn't endure it. I trembled with cataclysmic torment. Another wave of bone-snapping pangs. The pressure in my skull became too much. I was nothing but death-born misery.
Let go,
the air element whispered.
Give in.
I groaned and curled into a tighter ball. Corroding nightmares tore through my bones and boiled my blood. I plummeted into darkness, spiraling, falling. I became the black. I was an eclipse. And when I reached the bottom of blackness, the pain wasn't just pain but slaughter. I screamed, I let go. A bolt of power ricocheted outward. It rippled like a droplet in a pond, cutting through air and night, silent and deadly. The moment it shot free from my shaking body, the pain ebbed. My bones transformed from pounding misery into lightest moonshine. Sitting upright, my vision returned, just in time to see the shockwave of my power I'd unwittingly released. It sliced like a scythe, tearing through the living, not picking favorites, not saving those deserving, offering no salvation or mercy. It snuffed out the life of every single innocent creature close by. The hummingbirds froze mid-flutter, their feathers gleaming with iridescent blues, purples, and greens as they tumbled to the earth. An owl dropped from the tree above me. The night music performed by crickets, cicadas, and frogs screeched into silence, leaving nothing but the sensual blow of air through the leaves, and the heavy, awful pounding of my heart. Dead. Everything that had been close to me was dead.
Now do you see?
Revosa licked around my ear, its cool breath as fresh as air blown from the heavens.
Now do you remember?
Grief clutched the back of my throat as I blinked at the death littering me in a morbid circle. Not a single pulse or aliveness. Blank eyes and still chest, dull scales and broken feathers. Tears stung my eyes. How? How had I done that? How did I prevent it from ever happening again?
It's time you dust off your memories, Moonmaster, before your power decides to rule you instead.
Gulping back stomach-churning sadness, I stumbled to my feet and scooped up a tiny hummingbird. Its neck lolled lifelessly as I stroked its plumage with my thumb. It was still warm. What a waste. What an awful, sickening waste. Fury roared through me. Sick fury directed at myself. What sort of monster could kill so many creatures in one swoop? What sort of demon had the power to stop every heart? Temper tore through my fury. I snarled at the empty night. I'm a killer.
You are death, not a killer.
I just ended countless lives.
And now you will see them again.
My eyes widened. What? How?
Just wait.
Air danced through my unruly black hair.
Just another breath and then...
My head fell back as the pain I'd pulsed outward into the world returned 100-fold. The quake of death I delivered snapped back into my blood, burning and crippling, throwing me back to my knees. I barely heard the air laughing as wake after wake of agony fed red-hot through me. A rush of silver lights, a crush of pulsing orbs. I jolted as they slipped through me, kissing my spirit, traveling through what I was. And I suddenly remembered a vital part of who that was, what I'd always been. Revosa was right. Quellis had been right. Every entity and creature that claimed I was death was telling the truth. Life diminished into dust because of me. The hummingbirds slid through my psyche first, their feathers shed and no longer needed. The owl flew on silent wings made of ether, and the hundreds of crickets, cicadas, and frogs that I'd silenced with just a ripple of power sprinkled through my spirit. Tiny flashes of silver and light, returning to the source from where they belonged. Tears blinded me as I slowly lifted my head. The final spirit licked through mine, saying goodbye, whispering hello, recognizing that this wasn't the end but the start of a new beginning. Their release and acceptance broke my mortal heart. Their wisdom and freedom shared a memory that I'd forgotten. I didn't need the air element to tell me what to do next. I opened my flesh and bone arms. I fell backward onto the bracken-littered forest floor. I followed the spirit of all the creatures I'd so callously killed, fading into the ever-after, descending into the darkness where so many were cradled and comforted. The web I'd seen in one of my visions unspooled beneath my feet, a cosmos-covering tapestry made up of strings of light and consequences, glittering with droplets of presence and sight. For a moment, I just stood in the center of that web and breathed. I flexed my hands and slipped back into the ancient role I'd forgotten. No other memories came to me, Every hidden part of who I was didn't suddenly unravel, but for once I was content. Content that I'd remembered this much, and I was finally home. With another flecks of darkness, I stepped onto the first thread and searched for the droplet that would show me what I needed to see.
Chapter 39. Runa.
Here, drink this.
I opened my eyes to sunlight and Olish. The healer's pale skin and vibrant blue eyes were so different to the smokiness of Darrow's.
How are you feeling this morning?
Olish smiled with white, slightly crooked teeth.
Do you know where you are? Remember your name? How about what happened last night?
Remember my name? Of course I did. I would never forget again thanks to Solon drawing an intricate ash bee onto my hand. Frowning a little, I went to raise my arm to show him that his worry about my faulty memory was misplaced, only for a hiss to escape clenched teeth as every muscle in my body smarted. I stiffened and moaned, sinking back into the soft furs that cradled me in the usual corner where I slept in Solon's lupic. Sunshine shone through the smoke hole in the roof, and the spirit master himself sat cross-legged beside a cool ash-filled fireplace. How did I end up here? How long have I been sleeping? Olish cupped strong, warm fingers beneath my head and helped guide me up a little. Placing a carved wooden cup against my lips, he repeated,
Drink this. It will ease the rest of your aches.
Aches. I definitely suffered those. But why? What did I do last night? His blue eyes narrowed with healer commands as he waited for me to obey. Opening my lips, I drank down what he poured into my mouth, wincing at the sharp, sour flavors. I recognized lemon balm and willow bark from the previous concoctions I'd drunk when the Nil first found me. My eyes widened as my throat throbbed with bruises, just like it had the night after Actor had strangled me. Swallowing the last tart mouthful, Olish gave me a cheery smile and sat back on his haunches, taking the empty cup with him.
There, you'll feel better in a bit.
Holding up his hand, he speared 3 fingers upright while curling the rest into a fist.
How many fingers?
He kept his stare on mine, assessing me carefully. I scowled. 3. Bracing myself, I eased upright, groaning a little, but refusing to lie there like an invalid. Bits and pieces of last night slowly returned. Darrow's blistering blackness, Actor's scream as the shadow threw him into the clouds, the shock of Actor tumbling from the sky and smashing against the ground, followed by... I gasped and looked down at my body. Outwardly, I had no injuries, no nicks on my neck from a shadow that had drawn Actor's blood, and no ligatures from the shades that strangled him. But I'd felt them. I cried out with mirroring pain that slammed into me the moment Actor had crunched against the ground. The bloom of agony on my shoulder and hip, the throb of my knee as it hit something hard, the crack of my skull as if Darrow had tossed me into the galaxies, not Actor.
Take it easy today,
Olish murmured, interrupting my rapid recollections. He folded away packets of medicine and dried herbs before stuffing them into a rabbit skin bag with tassels made of bison mane.
I've already given you a restorative drink when Solon first summoned me. That will have brought down any swelling internally that you might have received. Actor has been treated too, and apart from a few cuts and lesions, he'll be fine.
He licked his lips with a wince.
His heartbeat is strong, just like yours, and your skin is flushed with life instead of illness. Apart from the sore throat, and perhaps some tenderness here and there, you and Actor will be perfectly recovered in a few days. Neither of you will suffer any adverse effects, or need to fear that one of you will die from... Thank you, Olish.
Solon raked a hand through his long black hair. His tone made the young healer shut up, hanging his head in contrition.
Sorry, Solon. It's new for all of us. None of us have lived with a flame-bound pairing before. I don't know how much she'll feel from Actor's pain or him from hers. I've done my best to treat both exactly the same, so there will be no complications in the future.
My heart rate climbed as Solon caught my gaze. The rest of the night came back in full color, noise, and horror. The mating promise, the bloodbind, the grief I'd choked on as I ran, and Darrow's heart-sick kiss as he chased after me. With a small shake of his head, Solon stemmed my questions. Glancing at Olish, he raised an eyebrow.
If you've done all you can for now, I need some time alone with my acolyte.
Olish beamed.
Of course. I can't tell you how excited we are, Runa.
His blue eyes met mine.
For Solon to finally claim a successor. He mentioned that you were interested in learning our craft, and it would be an absolute honor to... Later, Olish.
Solon smiled gently.
Give Runa a few days to come to terms with her new standing, and then she can request whatever learning she wishes.
His shoulders remained slouched, and for the first time since I'd shared Solon's lupic, he wore no braids, no beads, or feathers. His glossy strands were tangled and chaotic down his back, as if he'd not stopped tugging it in worry all night.
Happy to help.
Olish grinned as he stood.
Teaching your acolyte in any gift she wishes to know would be an honor.
Tying the medicine pouch around his waist, he smoothed it along his bison fur-clad hip. His slight build and light skin made the ash tattoo of a spider squatting on his shoulder all the more glaring. His tussock-pale hair swung around his jawline as he chuckled, catching me looking at it.
Spiders are revered by healers. Did you know that? When Solon told me that the spider had chosen to be my spirit guardian, I couldn't sleep for a week. I was so filled with joy.
Solon crossed his arms, his patience thin, but he didn't kick out the young healer. I wanted to talk to the fire reader in private. I needed answers to what had happened last night, and to find out where Darrow was. But I smiled at Olish's eagerness and rubbed at an ache on my elbow. Swallowing past the lingering pain in my neck, I asked, "Why are spiders revered?"
Because their web has proven to be one of the best dressings for bad wounds. Before, a feverish cut or injury would often spell death. But thanks to learning how to stitch flesh together and then binding the wound in spider silk, the likelihood of survival is much, much higher.
His eyes lit up with knowledge and passion for his calling.
The body accepts the web as part of its own. It provides strength to the blood to fight off fevers and dissolves as the wound heals so you don't have to damage new tissue to remove it. Palin has been sampling the use of spider silk for decades, using it in topical uses and tonics, dried and fresh. She has a basket in her lupic where she keeps a family of spiders that have been paramount in evolving our level of care and progress in healing.
I smiled, infected by his eagerness, drawn along with the promise of learning those secrets for myself. I didn't know how I felt about spiders living in the medicine woman's lupic, but to know what he did about such creatures and their gifts almost overshadowed the pain I felt. The pain that I'd earned from Darrow. My heart seized. Darrow was the reason I'd woken with no knowledge of how last night ended. He was the reason I had a healer once again nursing me back to health. But it wasn't his fault. He'd been trying to protect me from Actor.
You have my gratitude at soothing Runa's discomfort, Olish. But I must insist you allow us to speak privately now.
Solon smiled away the sting of his command, but never took his eyes off him. A pink blush colored his cheeks as Olish nodded and strode toward the exit.
Come find me when you're well, Runa, and I'll give you whatever knowledge you request.
He winked and added,
Plus, there's something you can do for me in return. I haven't forgotten about your promise to give me whatever I desired after nursing you back from the dead when we first found you. I finally know what I want in return.
I stiffened. What do you want? He flicked a look at Solon.
We'll speak later. For now, rest, heal, get strong.
Without another word, he slipped through the unthreaded exit of the lupic and disappeared into the sunlight. For a few tense moments, Solon didn't speak. Our eyes met from the two sides of his home, the air dancing with motes of dust and ash as the sun beamed on the lifeless fireplace. Finally, he uncrossed his arms, raked another hand through his tangled hair, and sighed.
What happened last night?
Where's Darrow? His entire body tightened.
I don't know. He vanished into the shadows after he...
Rubbing his mouth, he shook his head.
He started to remember, Runa. The fire warned me what would happen when he did. And you're no longer safe. None of us are.
It was my turn to cross my arms, hiding my wince at the discomfort in my bones. He would never hurt any of us. His eyes darkened.
He hurt you last night.
He hurt Actor, not me.
I told him what the bloodbind entailed. I told him that to hurt Actor would be to hurt you. To kill him would be to kill you.
How could you do it, Solon? I snapped, hugging myself to keep my temper in check. If the bind means my life is now forever tied to a male who went out of his way to belittle and abuse me, how could you do it? You know how I feel about him, about what he did. He won't treat me better just because you say so.
He will.
Solon's jaw clenched.
He has no choice. Just like I had no choice to bind you.
I laughed blackly. So I've been bound into a life of living with a male who won't lay another finger on me in pain, not because he cares for me, but because he'd feel that pain himself? I shook my head. That isn't a life, Solon. If I would have known that that was the price of becoming your successor, the price of staying with the Nil, I looked away, unable to stare into his kind eyes as I threw all his gifts back in his face.
You wouldn't have stayed,
he whispered with a wince. My heart pinched, but I nodded. I wouldn't have stayed. I would have left with Darrow when he asked me. My chin snapped up. I chose him, Solon. Him. Not Actor. I always will, and I always have if my memory is right.
But you lost each other for a reason,
Solon murmured, accepting my anger.
You deliberately forgot each other to prevent you from finding each other, from being with each other. If you cannot trust the fire's way of protecting you, or trust that I won't let Actor hurt you ever again, then trust in your own commands to the elements and beasts to keep you two apart.
I don't want to talk about this again, I moaned, rubbing my temples as a fresh headache struck. It's the same over and over. Nothing changes the fact that you've trapped me.
I agree.
Solon shifted and climbed to his feet.
And it will haunt me for the rest of my days.
Padding barefoot toward me, he sat back down beside me. Careful not to touch, but his very closeness offered understanding and an aching apology.
I know I might not earn your forgiveness, and I know you might never see I did it to protect you. But you have my word that I'm doing my utmost to keep you safe and prevent a future that is nothing but suffering and heartache.
Reaching out with a slightly shaky hand, he tucked wayward hair behind my ear. His touch was gentle and kind, but filled me with none of the magic that Darrow's did. He sighed.
Once we step out of this looping, life will unfold on its own new journey, and the past will not be mentioned again. You are firebound and betrothed to Actor, heir to the chiefdom. On the night after the Ayum festival, you will be mated, consummated, and move into a lupic that will be built for the two of you as the next leaders of our clan. Tomorrow, 2 runners will be sent to Karf and Lagol to announce yours and Actor's succession and matehood. Clans will travel from all over Quellis to visit and watch your matrimonial.
Dropping his hand, he added quietly,
Be aware, Runa. The fire now lives within you. Even I wasn't aware how much of its power you wield. The heat and light you burned with...
He shook his head.
It's more than I've ever seen. You became that light. Such a white, hot light. And I'm beginning to fear that it's not just Darrow who is embarking on an awakening.
He gave me a quick, tight smile.
All I ask is that you are careful. You no longer need ash symbols or rituals in order to speak to the fire. Unlike Actor, who had to be drawn with the ashes of the flames in order for the fire to be able to see him and tether the blood bind to you last night, you need no such markings. The fire has felt you, touched you, lives within you. It will speak to you when you least expect it, and it will answer questions you don't intend to be answered.
He inhaled and plucked at the bison fur around his thighs.
You must be careful to be respectful of the flames, Runa. Do what they ask, because it is you they're ultimately trying to protect. They have guided our clan and our ancestors' clans for generations, and don't do things without purpose. They will protect you, like they have protected me, but they will demand fealty and obedience for doing so.
His eyes met mine, deep and dark.
One of their requests is that you no longer speak the forbidden language.
I opened my mouth to argue, but he spoke over me.
I've heard you speaking Zanasha to Darrow. You are both fluent. How that is and why you know a tongue that no one has used since the dawn of time is a mystery I haven't been worthy to know. But you must both speak in Firenese from now on.
He smiled and sat up straighter.
The fact that Darrow speaks Firenese hints at Quellis origins, just like you. In a few moons, if he returns to our clan and wishes to stay with us, and if he has the strength to see you made it to Actor and decides to choose a nil mate of his own, then I will request the fire to name him Quellis and grant him its gifts. But
he took my hand, curling his dry, strong fingers around mine.
You cannot be together, Runa. You can't leave. Do you understand? It might seem like a curse, but really it's a blessing. You're safe as long as you stay with the Nil. To leave is to die. I have seen it.
Letting my hand go, he leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on my cheek.
I cannot control your actions, Runa, nor will I try to prevent you from living the life you wish. All I ask is that you believe me when I say I love you. I love you as my own flesh and blood, and I will do what any loving father would do to protect his gifted daughter.
The flaps of the lupic suddenly swung wide, and the one male I never wanted to see again, but was now bound to for eternity, limped uninvited inside. His leg had been bound in a fresh poultice. Despite the wound, he suffered no fevers like Darrow had from Sin's bite. Solon reared away from me, his face settling into stoic annoyance.
Actor, I see you're well healed.
Actor swiped a hand along his thick single braid before tossing it over his shoulder. The ash tattoo of a snake coiled around his dark shoulders, as his skin gleamed in the sunlight, casting him from behind.
I've been better, but at least you are not worse.
Solon smiled a thin smile and stood. Actor might be Solon's nephew and true flesh and blood, but I believed him when he said I was now the daughter of his heart. He'd chosen me over everyone, and he would fight anything and everything to honor his promise to keep me safe. I still couldn't forgive him for imprisoning me to Actor's heartbeat and lifespan, but at least I can trust him that he wouldn't let the chief's son ever make me bleed again.
I want to speak to Runa.
Actor puffed up his chest, revealing a few scars from historical hunts and whatever injuries he'd earned as a youngling. Muscles ran thick and tight down his stomach, his manhood hidden by his wrapped bison fur. The shaved sides of his skull shone, and he wore the same beads and bison horn around his neck from last night. If he was any other male, I would say he was attractive. But I saw the monster beneath the pleasant facade. My skin prickled and my heart skipped, wishing Darrow was here. Where is he? I gasped as a lancing pain shot through my heart. The thought of never seeing him again. I couldn't breathe.
You may speak to her, if Runa wishes to speak to you in return.
Solon muttered, moving to his side of the lupic while gathering his hair into a messy braid, his fingers working quickly, securing the end with a small string of sinew. Actor glowered in my direction. His teeth worked, and his eyes flashed with frustration. Slowly, with a sharp inhale, he loosened his fists, relaxed his shoulders, and spoke in a tone I'd never heard before. A soft, pleasing baritone.
Runa, I would very much like to talk to you.
He flashed his palms with a small shrug.
To clear the air. To wash away our past and discuss our future.
He limped toward me, his legs strong with sprigs of black curls.
I also would like to...
He swallowed as if he tasted something tart.
Apologize.
I flashed a look at Solon, who brushed his teeth with a frayed twig from the miswak tree.
Only if you want to, Runa.
Solon spat out a mouthful of water before cupping more liquid from the watertight bowl and rinsing his face. I didn't answer. I didn't take my eyes off Actor as he stood, stiff, temper flashing in his eyes to be kept waiting. Slowly, the nil air stretched his lips into a smile at the spirit master.
Solon, I respectfully ask for some privacy. What I wish to say to Runa is... important.
Solon spun to face him, his hands balled and dripping with water.
You know what I'll do to you, Actor, if you step out of line. What Darrow did last night is a mere trifle to what I'll do if you hurt her. Only difference is, the fire will let me discipline you and not transfer that pain to my daughter.
My heart squeezed at the way he used that term so easily, as if I'd always been his to cherish and care for. It hurt to have part of me burn with such affection for him, only to turn cold with despair at what he'd done. It's okay, Solon. I gave him a strained smile as I stood for my furs and brushed down my deerskin. The tingle of life force no longer occurred, but my stomach clenched with the memories of Darrow giving me the hide, of his unskilled hands scraping and curing the underside, of his primitive eagerness after living with a pack of wolves, finally finding a girl he wanted to share his life with. A girl who'd been too skittish and stubborn to admit she wanted that too. A girl who'd known him for so much longer than she realized. My heart didn't just hurt this time. It plummeted from my chest and bled out all over the floor. Where are you, Darrow? Tears stung my eyes, but I crossed my arms and glowered at Actor. You can go, Solon. I won't be long. The fire reader glanced from Actor to me and back again before exhaling heavily and nodding.
I'll be outside. Come find me when you're through. We can begin your lessons if you feel strong enough, or just grab some food if you wish to rest.
With a lingering look, Solon marched to the exit and disappeared into the bright yellow morning. Actor didn't move from his spot by the fireplace. I didn't leave my sleeping furs. We watched each other like two wolves about to fight for scraps. Keeping my chin high, I refused to be the first to speak. He'd come here. He suffered the same aches and bruises I did because Darrow had done what he thought was right to protect me. I hated that we had that pain in common, that we shared things. Complicated and entangled things like heartbeats and longevity. Finally, Actor smirked.
I see your savage wolf boy has left and not come back.
My nostrils flared. I would never discuss Darrow with him. Never. Anger etched his jawline as he festered in my silence.
If he steps back into our camp, he'll be beaten and thrown out.
Do you honestly think he'd let you strike him again? I laughed coldly. You can't touch him. No one can. Not now he has his shadows. Actor grinned.
But how is he to stop me from doing whatever I want? He's learned the hard way that to hurt me only makes you suffer. He can't lay a finger on me.
I would gladly take the pain if it means you are reminded of how a decent mortal should be. I sniffed. And whatever flame bind exists between us, I won't stop looking for a way to break it.
Break it?
He cocked his head, his braids swinging.
You agreed to it. You said the words last night, no one else. You didn't run when Solon put your hand in mine.
Temper flowed down my legs. Dropping my arms, I shot forward. His eyes widened as I slammed to a stop only a few feet away, his gaze dropping to my chest as I panted hard with ire. My skin crawled at having his attention on me, but I kept my head high and bravery bold. I didn't agree. I would never have agreed if I'd known. The fire kept me hostage. It stopped me from running and held me trapped. I smiled icily. So don't think I accepted you, Actor. Don't think I agreed to be yours willingly. I didn't, and I won't, and I will never accept you. I will never let you touch me or bed me or make any claim on me whatsoever. I will never be your mate, and that is a blood-given promise.
Accept me or not, you will be mine at the end of autumn. You are bound to me for life, and life is a very long time to make promises you can't keep.
A promise I intend to keep until my final breath. He stepped toward me, his tall height imposing. I didn't back down or look away from his intense ebony stare.
Our bind is absolute and indestructible.
He smiled.
But by all means, if it will make you happy, then try. Try to break it. Speak to the fire. Beg for it to release you. Run away and try to find your savage.
He reached out and grabbed my wrist.
But when you felt your heart fail from being too far away from me, and your dreams become full of images of us sharing pleasures, then you will understand that our union is your only path forward.
My wrist burned from where he held me, but I didn't try to pull away. I didn't give him that satisfaction. Instead of fighting to get free, I stepped into him and summoned the Quellis' children. My arm erupted into white-hot light, fire crawling up to my shoulder. Actor flinched but didn't let me go. His fingers locked tighter as my fire and silvery smoke licked over his hand, making his dark skin glow but not hurting him.
We are both fire chosen, Runa. We are one spirit now, thanks to the bind. Whatever power you use on me won't hurt, because it recognizes me as a part of you.
Sickening despair filled me. Letting me go, he bowed elegantly, bending in half before me.
You've made me a promise, so allow me to make you one.
His eyes flashed with dark conviction.
One day, perhaps not soon, but one day, you will welcome me into your furs. You will beg me to kiss you. You will willingly spread your legs and bear my airs, because no matter where you go or what you do, I will always be there. I didn't want this. Neither of us wanted this. I don't trust you. I don't like you. But I do trust my fire reader. And if he says this is what the flames decree, then I will obey. You have my absolute word I will not hurt you again. But I will demand proof that you are not a danger to my family.
For the first time, a flicker of regret filled his eyes. Rubbing the back of his neck, his fingers tangled in the string of his bison horn necklace. It jingled with beads against his chest.
What I did to you, it was a mistake. I took it too far, and my apology is sincere. Kiva and I grew up together. His parents joined our clan when he was a babe, traveling from Karf to settle with us. His parents never really fit in with the clan, and Kiva was outcasted because of it. When his parents died from fevers, leaving him with no one, we grew close. Very close.
Why are you telling me this? I cut in. I don't care about Kiva. He would have killed Darrow twice over if Darrow didn't have a swift gift of healing. You are nothing like your father, Actor. He would never do what you did. His jaw worked as his familiar temper flared, but he swallowed it down and said stiffly,
I'm telling you this so you understand that Kiva was my brother. He was my friend, and I trusted him.
Looking at the cold fireplace, he added,
When you were found by the river, he muttered about your origins. Despite his own place in our clan being adopted, he tolerated very few outsiders. He didn't like you. He talked about you a lot, and His concerns began to taint how I saw you, too.
I held up my hand, laughing incredulously. You're blaming your actions on Kiva? You expect me to absolve you of holding a dagger to my throat and forcing your body into mine just because he told you to?
No.
He scowled.
I'm saying I took my role as protector of my people too far. I used violence against you when I shouldn't have, and I...
His eyes tightened. His throat worked as he swallowed. With great reluctance, he forced himself to look up and catch my furious stare.
I'm sorry, Runa. I'm sorry that I let him encourage me to do that.
His cheeks heated, revealing the truth of his confession.
I was raised better than that, and now I have a lifetime to make it up to you.
He grimaced.
You're my mate.
Not yet, I'm not, and never will be if I can find a way free. It was you who held me down, not Kiva. You who threw that spear into Darrow, not Kiva. Kiva is dead and...
Dead thanks to your savage as wolves.
His eyes blazed with loathing. Dead because he let hate into his heart instead of kindness.
Dead because a wolf tore out his throat right in front of me.
His hands fisted by his sides.
Just as you can't forgive me, I can't ever forgive the foreigner for that.
His name is Darrow, and I don't care if you'll never forgive him. You have no power to say he isn't welcome here. He has the word of the chief and the fire reader. He can stay.
Until I become chief.
He snapped with a cruel smirk.
If he decides to stay, if he thinks he's keeping you safe by lurking over our matehood, one day he will learn that his existence here is unstable. The day I become chief, he will be banished. It's as inevitable as us becoming mates.
Nothing is set in stone, I hissed. The future is nothing more than hopes and worries.
The fire has read the future. It gave you to me so I can be the one to protect you from suffering and death. It gave you to me, Runa, not him. Think on that for a while, and perhaps you'll finally see that I am the better male for you. The only male.
Holding up his hand, he bared the ash mark that mirrored mine on his left palm. The mark of Quellis leadership with its sun, fire, and bison horns.
I carry the chief's seal, same as you carry the spirit master brand over your heart.
His gaze went to the swell of my breasts beneath my deerskin, as if he could see through my pelt, and the triangle, with its trapped fire within, burned into my flesh and still freshly sore.
You aren't just bound by our blood bind, Runa, but by every bind there is. By fire, by clan, and by succession. There's no way free, and because of that, I will wait. I will wait until the day you realize that you belong to us, to me, to the fire's decree, and maybe then you will do your duty as my mate.
Stepping into me with a slight shuffle and wince from his wounded leg, he reached for my cheek. I went to parry backward, but he was too fast. His large, strong hand slid around my nape, pulling me into him. I crashed against his chest, my palm slapping against his bare skin, my fingers right over his ash snake fangs. I shoved him, but it made no difference. His other hand came up and captured my jaw. His mouth closed over mine. I froze. Memories of his unwanted touch and terror as he held me down at blade point crested through me. My stomach roiled. Icy sweat broke out over my skin. I fought. His lips parted. I fought harder. The tip of his tongue tried to breach the sanctity of my mouth. I went to bite.
Darrow, don't. Don't go in there.
Solon's command ripped through the day, just before the sides of the Lupic exploded wide, and Darrow appeared etched in sunlight. He stood tall and imposing, bare feet spread, wolf pelt bearing his body, his muscular stomach pulsing with power and rage. His gaze swept the shadowy world of Solon's home, landing on me in Actor's arms. Our eyes locked, his jaw clenched into stone. For a moment the world paused. The sunshine brightened, the tension heightened, and then a detonation of jet-black shadows tore through the Lupic, wrapped 100 tendrils over every inch of Actor from his throat, wrist, waist, and ankles, and snatched him violently away from me. Actor cried out as he soared through the air and landed against the bison hide protecting Solon's home, stretching the skin and making the sapling framework groan beneath the structural suffering. I gasped as I felt the crush of my arm against the hide, even though it wasn't my arm that felt it. I felt the burn as Actor slid down the wall and collapsed into a pile of body parts, destroying a shelf full of wooden bowls, woven boxes, and stoppered jars. I tried to prepare myself for the echoes of Actor's pain, to brace against the agony that he would feel, but I wasn't ready. I bent forward, slapping a hand on my hip and knee as pain flared. My elbow screamed with yet another bruise, and I struggled to suck in a breath, winded from the fall. Darrow didn't look at me. Too full of rage and struggling with the urge to kill, he glowered at Actor on the ground. Grunting, Actor shifted to where he'd fallen. Solon's prized possessions went scattering as he scrambled and cursed something fierce Firenese, glaring at Darrow. I sucked in a breath as my lungs remembered how to work, wrenching Darrow's attention to me. I stiffened as my tear-filled eyes met his, just like last night in the grasslands when he'd kissed me. His eyes were molten silver. No black, no smoke, just a sterling silvery gleam.
You did it again, you savage.
Actor growled from the other side of the Lupic as he tried to right himself while protecting his bandaged leg.
How does it feel to keep hurting the very female you're trying to protect?
He laughed.
You still don't get it, you ignorant beast.
Actor choked as a shadow wrapped around his mouth, shutting him up mid-threat. Another coil of shades lashed out, binding around his wrists and yanking his hands together as if they were a rope strapping him tight. But that was all the shadows did. They didn't deliver pain. They merely restrained and gagged. Actor fought against them. I felt the pressure of his imprisonment, the icy teeth of blackened shadows refusing to let him go. I shivered beneath the unyielding mastery of the one wielding them. Dismissing Actor with a curt snarl, Darrow marched to me and cupped my cheek. His cool hand replaced Actor's touch with his own, and, unlike when Actor had touched me and my flesh crawled with repulsion, now my body purred. My blood instantly warmed as if the sun shone directly onto my bones, gracing my mortal coloring with light. Stepping into me, Darrow's forehead kissed mine. My golden gleam dappled his wolf pelt and bare chest, etching his muscles, stress, and pain.
I'm so sorry, Rona. I'm sorry for hurting you, for leaving, for not running away with you when we had the chance.
In his hold, I no longer felt the discomfort Actor did. All my other wounds and maladies faded beneath the homecoming and the righteousness of being with him again. I trembled as he gathered me close, enveloping me in his arms with such a tender, possessive embrace. Tears trickled down my cheeks as I buried my face in his chest and inhaled the night sky and starshine that always seemed to infuse his scent. I was home. Life made sense again. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Solon suddenly tripped into the Lupic, his eyes wide and braids swinging.
Darrow, let her go.
Darrow didn't turn to look at the fire reader. Whispering in our shared forbidden language, his voice sounded as dark as his shadows.
I'm so sorry for everything.
You have nothing to apologize for, I whispered back.
Darrow, I really must insist.
Solon cleared his throat.
Release her.
With the quietest, menacing growl, Darrow loosened his arms and pulled away slowly. His palms landed on my hips as his mouth captured mine, delivering the sweetest kiss, eradicating Actor's lips, reclaiming me as his own. I moaned and opened for him. Solon made a disapproving noise. Actor grunted behind his shadow gag, but I didn't care. I wanted to turn the innocent kiss into something far more salacious, right there, with Solon and Actor watching. I wanted Darrow to prove to them that nothing but true love could bind me. Adding a burst of worshipping pressure to my lips, Darrow ended the kiss and dropped his hands from my hips. Capturing my fingers, he held me carefully, so attentive and aware of the still healing bee scribed into my palm. Turning to face Solon, he bowed his head. Smoke-dark strands of hair danced over his forehead.
We're leaving, with or without your permission.
Solon sighed heavily, his eyes weighted with worry.
I told you last night, and you saw for yourself. Runa can't leave. I'm aware of what will happen.
Darrow bit out.
I won't take her far, and I won't keep her long. I accept the bloodbind cannot be undone.
Solon frowned.
If you accept it, then why? Runa will always be mine, regardless that you've taken her away from me.
His fingers clenched around mine, causing a quick wash of pain.
You destroyed any chance of happiness we might have found together, Fire Reader. The least you can do is give us the chance to say goodbye.
My stomach flipped. My heart squeezed. We're not saying goodbye, I breathed. Never. I don't care what's happened. I choose you, Darrow.
Not here,
he muttered, not looking at me but squeezing my fingers again in warning. I pressed my lips together, studying Solon as he watched us warily. My skin no longer glowed, and Darrow's eyes had returned to their usual smoky depths, but his power crackled in the small space. His effortless strength stoked the darkness until it skulked in the corners and hovered in the sunlight, just waiting for his command to manifest, gather, and strike. Solon clasped his hands together, throwing a look at Actor.
Release him. I'm not hurting him,
Darrow murmured coolly.
Am I, Runa?
I shook my head. Actor isn't in pain, Solon. Or at least, no new pain. Solon groaned and shook his head.
Runa, you know you can't do this. I told you why.
And I told you I won't obey such laws and restrictions.
If you go with him, if you share pleasures...
Darrow bared his teeth.
Is that how low you think of me? That I'm taking her away to bed her? Aren't you?
Solon crossed his arms, raising his chin.
You're doing a pretty blatant job of staking your claim on her. Kissing her in front of her betrothed. Binding him while you hold her. He isn't her betrothed by choice. No, he isn't. But that doesn't change the fact that she isn't yours to touch. She isn't mine to love either, yet that won't stop me.
Stepping into Solon, Darrow pulled me beside him.
We're leaving. We need to talk. You will not try to stop us, Spirit Master. I don't want to hurt you or any of your clan, but I will.
Zetas stalked into the Lupic as if she sensed Darrow was near. Shaking her silvery bulk and yipping with relief at finding him, she slotted to his side and raised her horned head with pride. Solon eyed the wolf warily. Actor squirmed in his shadow shackles, and Darrow just waited. Patient and powerful, serene and silent, whatever he felt or suffered was unhidden beneath a mask of unreadability. Finally, Solon's shoulders sagged, and he stepped to the side, leaving a path to outside free.
Don't go far.
Darrow didn't reply. With shadowy stealth, he pulled me forward. Zetas padded on his other side, and the sunshine welcomed us, just as Actor's shout chased us as the shade ropes and gag dissolved from around him. Solon snapped command to let us go, leashed Actor from following us, leaving us to walk unmolested through the Nil camp. Troll and Tiptu watched us. Naya and Hyath looked up from playing with Sin and Natim, and so many different colored eyes from so many clan members tracked our progress as Darrow led me to the outskirts of the grasslands. Our blatant hand-holding shouted to anyone who bothered to understand that we belonged to each other. Actor might hold a curse over my heart, but Darrow had earned that heart in a different lifetime, a lifetime that superseded this one. Turning my back on the Nil, I didn't look back as Darrow pulled me into the tall, summer-ripe grass, and the stalk swayed close behind us.
Chapter 40. Darrow. I took her to the river where she'd rinsed out my arm from Sin's infected bite, where I'd grown hard for the first time around her, and fallen into feelings that only magnified and consumed me ever since. It wasn't far enough, and the top of the embankment held history where Actor had hurt her. Rust-crimson stains still marked the dusty ground from where my blood had spilled as I tried to save her. A giant pool had congealed and soaked into the soil, painting the crushed grass stalks with dull red, hinting that whoever had lost so much life force ought to have died that night. The river babbled and danced in the sunlight as we skidded down the small hill and crunched over dried willow leaves on the ground. Her footsteps seemed strong, her breathing even and normal. Whatever curse bound her to Actor was accepting of this distance from the camp. She didn't suffer, at least not yet. I kept careful watch for signs of discomfort, noticing the healthy color of her skin and brightness of her eyes. If her heart started failing, I wouldn't have to run far with her to ensure the dreadful bind left her alone. Rage filtered through me, an anger I could barely control. I let Runa go, afraid of myself, afraid of what I was capable of after last night. She gave me a fleeting smile before drifting ahead and dipping her toes into the water's flowing edge. We were alone. No other clan members had come to the river, and no blue glow appeared. No liquid song filled my head either, but that didn't mean the water element, Vitak, wasn't watching. After the air's insidious whispers and its obedience in helping me travel in my shadows, I'd become highly aware of the energies that always surrounded us. Quellis had turned its back on me, but Revosa had become a strange kind of friend. If an element that didn't care if you lived or died could become a friend, of course. Zetas padded toward a grassy spot beneath a weeping willow, keeping her yellow eyes locked on me as if worried I would vanish and leave her like I had last night. She lay down and rested her muzzle on her legs. She yawned but didn't relax, ready to leap after me if I made any signs of disappearing. I smiled at the she-wolf. I was grateful she hadn't been there with me in that forest-ringed lake last night. If she had, would my power have stopped her heart like it stopped so many other creatures? Would her spirit have passed through mine to sink into the afterlife? I shuddered as I balled my hands. What I'd done last night, the death I'd so easily delivered, it petrified me, horrified me. I feared myself. I guarded my mind against hidden memories and more unfurling power. I didn't want the power to snuff out a life without a single thought. I didn't want the tragedy of making a mistake and killing those I loved. Zetas yawned again, her eyes burrowing into mine. Ever since I'd found myself in the grasslands this morning, with the scent of smoke from the Nil's ever-burning fire, and the tips of lupics spearing into the gold-gilded horizon, I tried to remember how I got here. The last thing I recalled was sinking into darkness and treading silently and weightlessly over a delicate, vast tapestry, a web that promised all the secrets of the universe, glittering with droplets of every life currently in existence.
Darrow?
Runa's soft voice interrupted my headache and raging thoughts. I blinked and brought her into focus.
Where did you go? Last night? Solon told me you disappeared in your shadows.
Swallowing hard and preparing myself for honesty, I stepped toward her. Just like when we first met, and my heart forced me to tell her nothing but the truth. I would do the same now, even though I had so many things I wanted to hide. I went home.
Home?
Her eyebrows rose. I shrugged. To a place I've seen in my memories. A place of silver webs and all-seeing stars.
Was it far away?
She backed deeper into the river, shivering as water swirled around her knees. Leaving the shore for the shallows, I sucked in a breath as the coolness of the water ran over my bare toes. Liquid licked at my ankles as I took another step toward her, teasing me to swim. I wanted to be cleansed, rinsed clean, to wash away my monstrosities. It was far away. I did my best to keep my voice calm and not turn gravelly with despair. I studied her. Outwardly, she held no marks or signs of the pains I'd given her thanks to the link she now shared with Actor. But she moved stiffly, gingerly. "Are you hurt?" I asked through clenched teeth, bracing arms that wanted to embrace her and locking legs that wanted to run to her. Her fingers went to her throat before she shook her head.
Olish gave me a tonic. It's taken away most of the aches.
Her amber eyes met mine.
I'm okay, Darrow. Truly.
I'm so sorry.
You don't have to keep saying that. It wasn't your fault.
I scoffed as my heart twisted in my chest. It was entirely my fault. Not just for hurting Actor when Solon told me what would happen if I did, but for all of it. The fact that the air hid me and stopped me from snatching you away before the fire could bind you. The fact that I didn't try harder to make you choose me instead of them when it was just us with the wolves. Her shoulders swooped back.
It's not too late. I know I've been slow to understand our connection and possibly naive about what my staying with the Nil would entail. But I'm not his, Darrow. I will never be.
She stepped deeper into the river, her hands straying to the braided cord around her waist that kept her deerskin wrapped. Every part of me froze. What are you doing? Her fingers fumbled at the cord, undoing it and throwing it toward the shore.
I haven't bathed today.
You shouldn't. Not while I'm...
With me?
Slowly, ever so slowly, torturously slowly. She pulled the deerskin open, graining glimpses of her hip and thigh where her sunburst mark had scabbed over where I'd cut her with the wolf fang. My tongue tingled with the memory of her taste, of the sugary nectar of her blood and the bone-quaking power that flowed in her veins. Runa, don't. Her eyes hooded as she slipped the wrap away from her stunning body. With a quick throw, she whipped it toward the shore. Zetas leapt to her feet to investigate the deerskin, checking to see if it was something tasty to snack on. Sin hadn't followed us, and Natim had been content with the girls who'd taken charge of his care. I missed the fawn, but I was grateful the lynx hadn't come to snarl at me, because she would, I had no doubt. She would sense my fraying self-control and scent fresh lust thickening between my legs. I couldn't take my eyes off Runa, off the swell of her breasts, the reddened fire mark above her heart, the ridges of muscle down her belly, and the dark curls between her legs. Her long white hair crowned her gold earthen skin, and her amber gaze seared into me with challenge. She'd never been so forward. Neither of us had. It made me suffocate beneath what could have been. Choke on desperation of what was totally forbidden. I swallowed a groan as my body hardened into pain. Zeta sniffed the air, her eyes locking onto me. I didn't want to have to muzzle and leash her like I did last night when I kissed Runa, but I would. Not that I'd give the wolf any reason to try to stop me from touching Runa. She wasn't mine to touch anymore. I couldn't run away with her. I couldn't break the bloodbind. My hands balled, and a flush of black fury worked through me. My head ached warningly, and I gritted my teeth.
Come swim with me, Darrow.
Her voice was breathy with invitation and soft with longing.
Please.
We need to talk. I stood trembling in the shallows.
We can talk and swim.
I don't want to do either of those things. I raked a hand over my face, rubbing my jaw with shaky fingers. If I step into that river with you, Runa, words will flee, and I won't be able to stop myself from taking what I truly want. She sucked in her breath, her eyes ringing with gold.
I'll never get used to you speaking so honestly.
I choked on a sad laugh. I'm not being truthful at all.
You aren't?
No. I lowered my jaw, watching her beneath hooded eyes. I'm not.
Then tell me.
She drifted deeper into the river, water lapping between her legs and over her belly. Her nipples pebbled into tight rosebuds, and her skin flushed with prickles. I groaned. Drop below the surface. Hide what I'm not allowed to see. She glanced down at her chest before her heated eyes met mine again.
You've carried me while I wore nothing. You've run through a forest with me looking for a fawn while I wore nothing. While you wore nothing. We've slept side by side. I've touched you as you released.
And each time I wanted you, but now...
Now?
Her voice was barely a whisper. Now it's fucking unbearable. Her breath caught.
I'm yours, Darrow. Not his. Always yours.
Tears glistened on her lower lashes. I snarled, unable to restrain my anger. We both know that's not true.
It's the only thing that is true.
Her arms fanned out as she sank below the water's surface, distorting her perfect breasts and hissing as the river lapped at the burn above her heart. Her hair danced with the current, and she blinked, sending a tear rolling down her cheek and splashing into the stream. A faint blue glow appeared around her just as a melodic lullaby echoed wetly around the willow glade.
We taste your grief to be bound to achieve, a future of belief now stolen by a thief. So here and now we offer relief, a time of goodbyes, but do so in brief.
Runa froze, her gaze locking with mine. The watery song rippled around us, repeating itself until it faded into a single haunting note. It seemed Vitak had been watching after all. I didn't trust the water element, just like I didn't trust the others. But to finally be given permission to touch, even briefly? My feet shifted without my command. Zetas padded back to her spot beneath the tree, and Runa, she stood upright, brave and beautiful. Water sluiced over her skin as she held out a wet hand to me. I couldn't do it anymore. The wanting, the longing, the pain. Shaking hands went to my wolf belt. Runa dropped her eyes to my hips, a sudden flush appearing on her cheeks. I fumbled with the tucked furs, catching the fang as it fell out of its imprisonment. With a jerk, I yanked it away and threw it onto the shore with her deerskin. The fang glinted in the sunlight as it landed softly atop it. We were both as naked as we'd been when we'd walked a forgotten, lonely world. The sorrow and hollowness of that time returned, twisting my insides. My heart wept for finally finding what I'd been missing, only to lose her all over again. We didn't speak as I waded toward her. The river continued to glow, and a faint song serenaded us. But Zetas didn't try to stop me. No wind gust or fire blaze prevented me from snatching Runa in my arms and pressing her bare flesh tight against mine. We groaned. We shuddered. Her face nuzzled in the crook of my neck as I hoisted her buoyant weight into a suffocating embrace. Had I ever hugged her before? I couldn't remember, and I desperately needed to remember. I wanted to remember the past when we'd loved each other before we'd lost each other. I wanted to know why'd we gone our separate ways, and why'd we commanded the very universe to keep us apart. I pressed my face into her sweet-smelling hair, gasping beneath the rapidly building hum, burn, and spark. Our bodies came alive, our blood racing, hearts thundering. Something clawed inside me, something black, something ancient, and the raw truth that Runa still found so shocking torrented from my tongue. It's taking everything I have not to slice open a vein and have you drink from me at this very moment, to have you swallow my blood like I swallowed yours last night, desperate to bind you to me, all while your fire eater says it'll only make you sick. My voice thickened as shadows curled out from my shoulder blades. I want to tell you about last night, how I traveled through air and darkness to a forest far from here, how I collapsed in pain, only for power I didn't know I had to escape and steal so many innocent lives. I want to tell you how the air element, Revosa, keeps calling me Moon Master. And I'm beginning to recall why that is. I want to tell you about the web in the stars, and how I can walk every strand and see worlds and wars, clans and cities that I didn't even know existed. I groaned as our bodies slipped and teased. More shadows spilled out of my skin, wrapping around us in a smoke velvet shroud. I embraced her harder, choking on emotion. I want to tell you that I'll never leave, that I will never be far from you, regardless of whether you're mine or not. I don't care what others might say or what they'll do to me. I will never leave the Nil as long as you are there. I won't hide how I feel about you. I won't stop wanting you or doing whatever it takes to make you mine. Her hips wedged together as I unwound my arms and cupped her cheeks. Her lips parted with rapid inhales. I shuddered as my hardness pressed against the softness between her legs. Her eyes were aflame as I bowed my head and grazed her mouth with mine. I want to tell you that one day we will be together. That one day, somehow, some way, we will be free and not haunted by things we can't recall and curses we cannot win. And I want to tell you, I love you. That I loved you before I remembered you, and I'll love you through every life after this one. I ran my fingers through her hair, keeping her trapped in my hold. My forehead kissed hers as the world dissolved into shadow, private and hidden. I will never stop fighting for you, Runa. Do you hear me? I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe and make you happy. That is my never-ending vow. No matter what happens, no matter if we succeed or fail, no matter what I have to do to finally call you mine, I will do it. I will kill, lie, cheat, and steal. I will embrace parts of me that I'm afraid of if it will mean I'll finally have the power to free you. I sucked in a haggard breath as my heart galloped with furious promises. I kissed her again, swift and hard, feeding my truth onto her tongue. I love you. She moaned and wrapped her arms around my head, holding me prisoner as she deepened the kiss. Her tongue entered my mouth. I kissed her back, viciously, violently. Water waked around us as my hands roamed her body, squeezing, cupping, caressing. Her hands followed mine, grazing down my chest, my belly, wedging between us where our hips collided. I grunted as her fingers circled my length. I lost my mind as she kissed me and touched me, driving me into mindless savagery. My mouth opened wide, and our kiss turned frantic, wild. My hips drove into her hand, thrusting into her palm, not caring if it was the smaller fire and bison horn mark or the large bee scribed into her flesh that stroked me. It wasn't enough. I would never get enough when it came to her. Kissing her with every pent-up fury inside me, I snatched her wrist and yanked her fingers from my pounding flesh. She moaned in frustration, but then cried out as I grabbed her hips, hoisted her higher, and searched for that part of her that I hungered for ever since I'd watched Salak mount his females. I was nothing more than a beast as the tip of me found her wet, silky heat. Her head fell back. Her nails pierced my shoulders. Shadows poured out of me as I snarled and went to thrust. Gone. In a single heartbeat, Runa was downstream, and I jerked with agonizing irritation. She tried to swim back to me, but the water gleamed blue. Not just a gentle shimmer this time. but a blinding light that made us wince and shield our faces from the glare.
We said brief goodbyes, not forbidden pleasures,
the watery melody sang.
Be gone.
I punched the water's surface, my head throbbing and shadows blotting out the sun. A cloud of moths hovered just above my head, as if they descended from the hidden moon and fluttered with whispered messages. The white one with its black-banded legs and silvery wake flew close.
You want to know why you compelled every spirited thing to keep you apart? I'll tell you with no riddles or mystery. She will die, and you will be the cause. You will feel her spirit pass through you and go where you cannot follow.
Every heated, frantic part of me froze. Was that true?
Darrow?
Runa fought against the water's current, suddenly keeping us apart.
Let's go. We can talk elsewhere.
Her eyes still burned with the same need that had infected me, but a wariness also existed. She glanced at the billow of moths above my head.
Did you summon them?
Almost as if the moths didn't want to be seen by any other, they broke out of their tight formation and drifted back into the sky, seeming to dissolve into the sunlight. My shadows faded too, flowing downstream as I forced myself to let go of the passion from before. The water stopped glowing blue. The melody ceased into tense silence. Zetas barked from the shoreline, prickling my back with worries. Runa reached for me as she fought against the river, acting as strict chaperone, but I parried backward. My need for her and the many promises I'd just uttered set like rocks in my belly. I loved her. That much was true. But I couldn't stop the echoes of what the moth had said.
She will die, and you will be the cause. You will feel her spirit pass through you and go where you cannot follow.
Nausea tangled with my headache. I needed to be alone, to think, to remember, before it was too late. We need to leave. I turned my back on her and swam with curt, cutting strokes toward the shore. We walked side by side, but didn't touch as we returned to the Nil camp. We hadn't said a word as we swiped away as much water as we could, avoided each other's stares as we dressed, and walked stiffly through the grasslands with Zetas escorting us. Runa's wet hair dripped down her back, darkening her deerskin as we broke through the tall grass and slammed to a stop on the edge of the central clearing.
Are we going to talk about what happened?
She asked finally, quietly. Smoke stung my eyes as the flames in the stone-ringed fireplace burned hotter and hungrier than I'd ever seen. Something blazed in the center, sending up black swaths of rancid clouds. Not here. Not now. I gritted my teeth. I didn't trust myself not to ignore yet another warning keeping me away from her. It could all be lies. It could all be nothing more than some maddening hallucination feeding off my fears about my own killing power. I shuddered. I flushed with icy sweat.
Darrow, we have to...
I need more time, I snapped, catching her gaze. My heart fisted as she dropped her head with a flinch. I wanted to gather her in another embrace, summon my shadows, and take her into the sky where nothing and no one could reach us. My head pounded with nightmares as I kept my voice cool and clipped, swallowing back my misery. I meant every word I said, Runa. I'm not going anywhere. I will always be near, and I'll always look out for you. I'll never stop looking for a way to free you from the bloodbind, but... I choked and couldn't continue. She went deathly still.
But?
Bracing every muscle, I glowered at the fire and its acrid black smoke. Until I know what happened to me last night, and I trust that I'm not a danger to you, I think... I dared meet her tear-swimming gaze. I think it's best if we keep our distance.
What?
Her eyebrows shot upward.
You're going to obey the commands now, after everything?
Don't you think we should? I growled. Isn't it time we stop being selfish and—
Selfish?
She sniffed.
Is it selfish that I want out of this forced mating? Is it selfish that I want you because I love you in return? I want what you promised. I want a life.
So do I. I turned to face her, my heart suffocating. I want a life, Runa. Your life.
What does that mean?
It means I'm a threat to that life. I'm not who I thought I was. And each time I remember something, I become more and more afraid of what I'm capable of. She grabbed my hand, wincing a little with her ash-covered palms.
You would never hurt me.
I already have, I whispered.
Out of loyalty to me, you did nothing wrong.
And if I kill you out of love, will you still say I did nothing wrong?
You know what I mean.
I know that I don't trust myself around you. Not anymore. Her eyes glimmered.
But I love you.
I hunched as fresh despair burned through me. It hurt to breathe as I pulled my hand from hers. Anger tinted her eyes.
What's happened to you between now and the river?
I told you. I did something last night that makes me fear—
Last night you protected me, Darrow.
Her voice wavered with emotion.
Don't pull away from me after fighting so hard to remind me. You say you're starting to remember. Well, so am I. I remember that you've loved me since—
Her eyes cast away as her voice lowered.
I want to say the beginning of time because that's what it felt like. I saw a barren world where nothing grew. There was nothing but us. Just us. And you loved me so fiercely.
And each time we touched, we were torn apart. I snapped, recalling the way the sky would churn and lightning crackled with warning.
We didn't let that stop us then, so we shouldn't let it stop us now.
How do you know we didn't let it stop us? I dropped my chin with a heavy sigh. We forgot each other, Runa. We went from being together to being all alone. How? Why? What happened to break us apart, and who did it? My voice darkened. I'm beginning to wonder if the elements are right.
Right about what?
She asked, her voice thick with so many things. Every part of me screamed not to do this, that everything about this conversation was wrong, that the very idea of pausing our connection would be worse than death. But it seemed I was death. And if the elements were right about that, then one day I could be the cause of hers, and I wouldn't survive that. Right that it was us who commanded them to keep us apart. I swallowed daggers in my throat. I think we did it because it was the only way we could—
No.
Runa crossed her arms, shielding herself.
I don't believe it. I won't.
Her arms spread wide a moment later, reaching for me.
We're the same, Darrow.
I parried out of her reach with a tattered groan. If she touched me, I wouldn't have the strength to do this. No, Runa. We're opposites. We've always known that. And now I'm beginning to understand what that means.
It means we need each other.
It means we can't survive each other, I murmured, quiet to her shout. I'm not leaving, so don't be afraid of that. I gave you my word that I will always protect you, guard you. Actor will never hurt you again. I will do whatever it takes to ensure you remain happy and safe and loved, but— Gritting my teeth, I stepped into her and touched her cheek. She swallowed a small moan. My heart felt like it would leap out of my chest. I refuse to put you in danger just because I can't imagine existing without you, Runa. She shivered, tears glimmering.
Then don't.
I can't control my awakening.
Oh, there you are.
Naya and Hyath, Runa's friends who'd commandeered Natim, marched toward us. Runa stiffened. I dropped my hand. We both backed away a little as if we'd been caught doing something wrong. The light-skinned girl, Hyath, carried the fawn, and Naya, the ebony beauty, rested her hand on Sin's shoulders as the lynx prowled beside them. Zetas gave a quiet growl,
We've been looking for you. Where did you go?
Our argument, if it was an argument, hovered brittle and bright. With a sharp inhale, Runa visibly shook off the sorrow I'd caused her and forced a smile.
We went to bathe.
Naya glanced at both of us, not quite believing the strained innocence in Runa's tone. For a heartbeat, she looked as if she'd asked what we'd been discussing. But then she nodded and changed the subject.
You missed the last rites for Kiva, but his pyre will burn until the morning.
She turned to face the black smoking fire. I stiffened, peering at the blazing fuel in the center of the flames. No wonder it blazed so brightly. It chewed a corpse.
Lita was disciplined too,
Hyath murmured, cuddling Natim.
Troll told everyone that she was the first to strike you, Darrow.
My gaze snapped to hers. She added,
Lita confessed that she used her stone hurler to hit you in the head. She apologized, and she said she let fear overcome her senses. The wolves made her nervous, and she acted without cause.
Runa kept her stare on the fire-burning Kiva's remains.
What did Troll do to punish her?
Naya stroked Sin's head, the lynx preening under her attention while Zetas watched closely.
He gave her 3 lashings. She took them bravely, and then Wei took her to the healer's lupik to be tended.
Her gaze narrowed on Kiva's pyre.
What happened out there anyway? Troll only told us that the wolves killed Kiva, and he's accepted their justice.
I stayed silent, studying the women. Both Naya and Hyath didn't seem distraught that Kiva was dead. Runa shook her head slightly.
Kiva let hate cloud his vision. Salak, the alpha who gave Darrow a home, only did what any loved one would do.
I would have liked to witness Salak delivering justice. A wave of homesickness came over me. I missed the alpha. Had he known what I was when he'd saved me? Did he sense what monstrous magic lived within me? My stomach clenched. I glanced around the camp beyond. Most of the Nil paid homage to Kiva. Some sat cross-legged as close as they could to the raging flames, while others stood in small groups, toasting the dense smoke with cups full of purple drink. The fire did its best to outshine the sun, its crackle and snap gruesome with greed. The chief and fire reader stood at the head of the camp by the leader's lupik. The chiefess held her youngling while a female cried beside her. An actor stood tense close by. His hand latched around the stick he used to bear weight on his bitten leg. His face twisted into grief, making him look mortal, contrite, and young. With loss wringing his mouth and sadness pooling in his eyes, he didn't look like the monster he hid inside. He looked exactly as he was, a chief's son who watched his childhood friend burn. As if he felt my eyes on him, he looked up. Shadows seeped out of me, making Naya and Hyath suck in a worried breath.
Darrow?
Runa touched my forearm with a gentle caress. The sting of her touch and the solemn sadness that had settled between us made my shadows retreat, vanishing back into my flesh. A few other Nil watched me warily, reminding me all over that I was the outsider here. I was the unwelcome one, not Actor, not Kiva. Me. And for the first time since the beasts and elements tried to keep Runa and me apart, I saw myself as they did. Not as a male who loved Runa with every inch of his shadow-blackened spirit, but as a demon that had brought death and despair into their clan. The pain in my head increased, feeding down my nape and tangling around my spine. Solon suddenly glanced up from talking with Troll, his dark eyes cutting through the pyre and milling members of his clan. He looked at me, then at Runa. He said something to Troll and broke away from the 2 leaders and their offspring. I didn't move as Solon made his way toward us, his bare feet kicking up dust as he came to a stop a few feet away. His bison fur wrapped low on his hips, his staff with its lynx skull and feathers fluttering in his grasp. Ash handprints were stenciled onto his chest as if someone had shoved their hands into the fire, then stamped their coal-suited fingers onto his skin.
I'm glad you're back.
Giving Runa a compassionate smile, he said quietly,
I hope you two were able to clear the air, and life can be smoother from now on.
Not waiting for us to tell him exactly how uncomfortable life would be, he added,
You need to eat, Runa. You're still healing and need sustenance.
Holding out his free hand, he smiled.
Come. The feast in Kiva's name is almost prepared. Let's get something before the platters are passed around.
She shook her head.
I'm not hungry.
You should go with him, I said. Her gaze snapped to me.
You need to eat too. When was the last time you had anything?
I ignored her question and backed away from the two Nil girls and the female I would always love, always want, always protect. Go with him, Runa. Her face darkened with pain, and Solon looked surprised at my coldness. But the moth's warning echoed in my ears.
She will die, and you will be the cause. You will feel her spirit pass through you and go where you cannot follow.
Catching Runa's pained stare once more, I opened my mouth to apologize, to beg for forgiveness, to tell her I couldn't breathe with the distance forming between us. But I swallowed everything down, sank my fingers into Zetas's ruff, and turned my back on her. I stalked into the grasslands with a horned wolf at my side, leaving the stench of Kiva's pyre and the agony of my self-inflicted heartbreak behind.
Chapter 41. Runa. 4 days passed. 4 nights of sleepless tossing and 4 mornings of forcing myself to eat while my stomach remained knotted with thorns. And Darrow didn't return. Kiva's pyre burned until only ashes remained. Those ashes were gathered, blessed, and scattered over the grasslands as a herd of bison wandered on the horizon. Lita sought me out to apologize for hurling a stone at Darrow's temple, and I went through the motions of smiling, mingling, and doing my best to be part of the Nil, now that I'd officially been adopted. Naya and Hyeth stayed close by, cuddling Natim and keeping Sin out of mischief, but they didn't speak much. They allowed me to find silence when I wasn't approached by the clan, accepting their kind words and welcome as Solon's successor. I heard my name being murmured around the camp as everyone spoke about the bloodbind with Actor, and studied my bee spirit guardian scribed into my palm. Everywhere I went, I drew attention, and it chafed me. I couldn't tell them that I hadn't wanted this, that the price for their respect and welcome had come at too high a cost.
Palin is waiting for you,
Solon said as he swept into the Lupik. His long black hair draped down his back, still wet from bathing in the river. He'd asked if I wanted to go with him this morning, but I'd chosen to stay and feed Natim. The thought of returning to the river where the water had sung its permission for us to touch and speak, only to yank me out of Darrow's embrace the moment we'd grown close, stifled my chest with frustration. What had we done to be at the mercy of so many mercurial elements? Why had we captured their attention and become forever stuck with their whims of keeping us apart? Was Darrow right that it was us who'd decreed such a thing? Natim stopped grazing on the bowl of soaked grain I'd prepared for him, shaking out his coat and prancing over my leg where I sat by the fire on my sleeping furs. Naya had taught me what they'd been feeding him, and his growth was impressive. Already he was losing his youngling spots. His coat had become more cream than dapple, and the knobs on his head had sprouted with the first hint of antlers. I didn't know how long a fawn usually took to grow, but his height and weight seemed accelerated somehow.
Did you hear me, Runa?
Solon asked gently, moving toward his shelves and the carefully stacked rows of boxes full of spirit master things.
Palin and her apprentices have agreed to begin your lessons today.
Shaking away the melancholy that settled over me, thanks to Darrow's continued absence, I stood and forced a smile. Where should I go?
To the small glade by the river, farther downstream than where your ritual for the trance was held.
Grabbing a stack of boxes, he headed for the exit.
I have a few trances to perform on behalf of my clan.
He grinned as if everything was right in his world, which it was. The other hunters who'd been bitten by the wolves the night Thrall came for me had healed enough to no longer be in danger of passing. The finality of Kiva's farewell had left a strange kind of renewal in the camp.
In a week or so, I'll share the tasks of what you'll be expected to do as Spirit Master on day-to-day tasks.
Solon stepped into the sunlight streaming into the Lupic.
The trances you must summon to answer worried clan members. The divination of where the next hunt should take place. The forecasting of weather and foreseeing of any future visitors.
He glanced at the woven boxes in his arms.
You will commune with the fire often, so I suggest you work through your anger toward it, so you may...
I'm not angry, Solon. I brushed down my deerskin wrap. I'm just worried.
About where Darrow is?
I gritted my teeth and nodded. Solon paused for a moment before murmuring.
He's safe. Wherever he is, he's all right. You'd sense if he was not.
Sense? I frowned. How?
You share a bond, Runa. One that couldn't be broken with the bloodbind with Actor. Trust that you'll know if he needs you.
He gave me a fatherly grimace.
He'll return, I have no doubt. The flames don't like it, but they know he'll never leave you, even when you're mated to another.
I balled my hands as Natim skipped to Solon and reared up to place his little hooves on Solon's thigh. When did he get big enough to reach the fire reader's hip? Transferring his boxes into one arm, Solon scratched Natim with an affectionate smile. Natim's white tail wagged before the fawn grew bored and bounded into the sunshine.
Palin awaits.
Solon grabbed a handful of the Lupic's flap.
Go to her. Her teachings will soothe the churning of your mind.
No, child. By the fire, are you not listening? Palin's patience toward me grew thin as she showed me how to separate a damic leaf from its central stem, careful not to tear the fragile veins spiderwebbing outward. Like this, see? You must not make the leaf bleed. Otherwise, the toxicity will fade and offer no strength for cooling fevers. I slouched where I sat cross-legged before her on a worn, patchy bison fur. I'm sorry, Palin. Don't apologize. Just do it right. The weathered medicine woman sniffed. Her apprentices, Miko and Gila, didn't look over. Their dark russet and fire-red heads blended together as they slowly transformed humble herbs into potent medicines. I envied how effortlessly their hands moved, and the way they could tell what a flower was by its petals and a leaf by its smell. I wanted to reach that level of mastery, but somehow, whatever Palin taught me ended up twisted and tangled in my head. The river ran quietly beside the small glade, and the willows had begun to restrict life to its fading leaves. Already, the ground was littered with shriveled remains, hinting that even though the sun still shone and the air remained warm, life was starting to slip into slumber that winter always brought. And once autumn is over, I gulped. I would be forced to mate Actor, to consummate, to trade my life for his. Again, Palin commanded, placing a new damic leaf into my hands. Just like the last time, and the time before that, my fingers tingled as I held the leaf. I could sense its force, feel its subtle existence. I worried that the toxic sap would seep into my skin and poison me just like the damic root had robbed me of breath during my first trance with Solon. The longer I held the leaf, the less aware I was of my fingers, the tips turning numb. What are you waiting for? Palin huffed. Tear the leaf. I swallowed and twisted the fragile leaf in my numb and fumbling fingers. A shimmer of green light haloed around the plucked plant, an aura that felt as real to me as the sunshine on my back. Stop being afraid, Runa. My head wrenched up. Enlist the aid of your spirit guardian. Palin pointed at the ash bee on my palm. Whatever salve Solon had rubbed into my marks had worked, and all 3 wounds were healed and no longer uncomfortable. My body had become a story of belongings and secrets, scribed with my new obligations to the Nil, the fire, and a sunburst rune on my thigh that stubbornly remained a mystery. The mark hadn't stung or itched since Darrow left. Is his crescent moon silent too? You are guided by a creature that has its own kind of venom. The leaf is nothing compared to the sting of a bee. So stop being afraid and do what I showed you. Palin grabbed another leaf from the basket beside her, tearing it with skill and speed. Once the thick central vein was removed, she milked the sticky, cloudy substance into a shallow bowl and set the rest aside. It has to be simmered over the flames. The leaf's life force, unlike the root, is not strong enough to combat immortals at this early stage. It needs the fire's help to become fierce. Yet a bee sting can stop the heart of those susceptible to its venom. Respectfully, medicine woman, my fingers are numb. That's why I can't seem to tear it cleanly. I feel the toxin working. You're imagining things. Tapping my knuckles, she ordered, Tear. Sucking in a breath, I tried to obey. Pinching the large, thick leaf with insensitive, bumbling fingers, I tore the tip from the central vein. Another flood of numbness worked up my hands, encircling my wrists as I worked slowly. The leaf seemed to hum. Its green aura flickered with warning as I continued to rip. My fingertips glistened with sap. I swore my head pounded harder. I'd had a headache for the past 2 days. Ever since Darrow had disappeared, a pressure had banded over my temples and eyes, refusing to cure, even when Wei had visited me last night at Solon's request. Her calm and graceful bedside manner never failed to soothe me, and the immense knowledge in her almond cat-like eyes granted confidence that I would be well tended under her attentive care. Yet the willow bark, devil's claw, and wild ginger tea she'd brewed did nothing to shift my discomfort. Concentrate, Runa, Palin snapped as I blinked past sickness and kept tearing as carefully as I could. The leaf parted reluctantly, glowing a brighter green. My trembling grew worse. The pain in my head slipped down to throb in the base of my skull. A flush of sweat rolled between my breasts, and I longed to unwrap my deerskin and let my skin breathe. Palin's ancient stare left my hands and traveled to my face. She studied me for a while. Beneath her scrutiny, my pain became worse. So much worse. The ache traveled down my spine, crashing through every bone, scratching around my ribs, before settling agonizingly sharp in my stomach. A vicious lance ripped through my middle. I groaned and bent forward, forgetting about the leaf and wedging both fists into my lower belly. Palin didn't move. She watched me as I sweated and gasped as another wave of agony coursed through me. It grew and grew, banding and clenching, seeping between my legs. Unlike the passions that Darrow awakened in my blood, this pain wasn't brought on by desire. It couldn't be soothed with a sensual touch or a wicked kiss. Another clench around my middle, and then a gush of wet heat between my thighs. I flushed with horror. Looking down at my lap, I couldn't see what had just happened, and I dared not raise my deerskin in front of Palin. I cried out as another wave of punishment worked through me, followed swiftly by nausea and a skull-cracking headache. Palin reached forward and touched my forehead, smearing my sweat between her fingers before raising her voice to her apprentices working by the willows. Mika, Gila, you may go. Take what you're working on with you. They nodded immediately, full of respect and obedience. As you command, Palin. Quickly, they gathered up carved bowls and hip bone platters that held all the ingredients they'd been working with. Tucking them safely into their arms, they left without another word. Only once they were gone did Palin lean closer and touch my forehead again.
"Tell me, child, what ails you?"
I couldn't speak past another rush of misery. It centered in my lower belly, furious and cruel. I moaned and wrapped both arms around myself, my eyes unfocused as the very air around me shimmered. Blinking, I shook my head, trying to shed the ribbons of light and glittery threads of colors, but they wouldn't disperse. They only grew brighter. Green auras danced around every willow frond. The river babbled with turquoise and sapphire. The sun beamed hazy gold. The ground spangled with every shade of bracken and bronze. And birds flittered past in wakes of purples, pinks, and silvers, their chirps and twills visible with musical colors, drifting like twinkling yellow snowflakes. The world was alive with vibrancy, growing brighter and sharper with every lash of excruciating pain. I moaned as another flush of wetness flowed between my legs. My entire body turned into a furnace. The very air that I'd never noticed nor thought to notice became everything. It consumed me. Its colossal power contained every life force. It kept every spirit, those animating plants, wings, and water, safe within its invisibility. It blanketed all of us, purifying our home, cocooning our existence, flowing through lungs and blood so silently, so selflessly, granting immortal beings a mortal life.
"You're beginning to see."
A cool, pure voice whispered in my head.
"To see what we are. To see what you are. To see we are all connected."
"Runa."
Palin's worried tone sounded far away.
"Give in.
The airy, sparkly voice hissed.
Let us show you what you have forgotten."
Another crash of pain split me in two. I screamed as I tumbled forward, pressing my forehead to the golden browns and warm cinnamons of the earth. A dull rumble echoed. The river waked over its shore. Pain centered directly between my legs until I couldn't endure it, couldn't survive it. Tears streamed down my face, salt water plopping from my cheeks and soaking into the leaf-littered earth. Palin's gasp and choked prayer to the fire was drowned out by the rushing, gushing, crashing, sprouting magic that exploded out of me. I fell to my side. I struggled to stay coherent beneath the bleeding, blinding colors. Plants I'd never seen before suddenly burst forth from the dirt all around me. Bushes full of ripe berries shook off soil as they speared skyward. The grasslands shivered as the uniform golden seed heads were suddenly interspersed with trees groaning with fruit. More trees sprouted close by, surrounding me in a circle as their branches unfurled with newborn bark. They stretched and shivered, their roots fanning out, and burgeoning leaves soaring proudly from their stems. Blossoms released fragrant spices while flowers of every color soaked in the sun. The rumble in the soil grew louder as my pain reached a singular height of madness. I went to scream, but then the pain vanished. The world went quiet. The colors and auras returned to their usual bland camouflage. Breathing hard, I slowly moved my head, brushing away the petals that had stuck to my sweaty cheek. Palin sat steadfast, with lips thinned, her lined eyes wide as they could go. She didn't glance around us at the multitude of new plant life. She didn't look away as bees appeared in a thick black and yellow cloud, spinning around my head, hovering in a crown of translucent wings before darting off to pollinate the candied feast that had suddenly appeared. Her stiff silence unnerved me, and I dug my hands into the earth, intending to push myself upright. Only I gasped as the silence that I'd been so used to now hummed with so many heartbeats. Every inch of dirt and decay sparkled with vibrancy and vitality. It crackled in fresh buds and dying leaves, energy arching from plant to plant, communicating by root, stem, and pollen. I could hear them, could see them, see their aura, their purpose, their life force.
I knew.
Palin cleared her throat and spoke again.
I knew you could sense life, but I didn't know you could create it.
Removing my hand from the humming ground, I sat cross-legged and shook out the forgotten damick leaves from my hair. Palin's gaze dropped to my legs.
You're bleeding.
I tensed and looked at where she focused, to the earth that shimmered red. Scrambling away, I stood and swallowed hard. The insides of my legs and the tops of my feet were splashed with rivers of crimson. Palin stood too, watching me closely.
You haven't bled before?
I hugged myself, feeling dirty and ashamed. I haven't cut myself. I'm uninjured. I don't understand. Her shoulders tensed as she climbed to her creaky feet and reached up to cup my cheeks.
Ah, child, your past has hidden yet another thing from you, it seems.
Smiling kindly, she patted me softly.
You have been with us long enough for your body to grow strong, Runa. You have put on weight from the skinny thing you were when we first found you. Your body is no longer struggling to survive, but ready to thrive.
Glancing down at the puddle of blood I'd left on the ground, she added,
You carry the power of life within you, Runa.
She chuckled under her breath.
Somehow, I think that is more true for you than any mortal girl. Your womb has shed, and your life force is ready to mingle with another, to create a new spirit, to bear a youngling.
She dropped her hands from my face.
Your matehood with Actor will be blessed.
I tripped backward, cringing at the mess down my legs. This means I can become like Tiptu when I first arrived? Swollen? With child? She nodded.
It seems whatever gifts you carry, whatever powers you have forgotten are ready to be known.
Taking my hand, she pulled me toward the river.
Come now, bathe away your blood, and I'll request new clothing from Hyath. I believe she's been busy creating a new method of dress since becoming inspired by your rap.
I let her tug me toward the water, dazed and trembling. She undressed me like a mother would, gentle and sweet, allowing me to sink inside myself and drown in panic of what I'd done. I flinched as my eyes fell on the grove of new trees and shrubbery that had seemingly appeared from nothing but my blood. Once I was naked, she took my hand and pulled me into the water.
Hello again, Lifebringer.
The water sang in my head.
We are honored to cradle and cleanse you.
I bit my lip as Palin pushed me softly into the stream. Returning to the shore, she murmured,
I'll be back soon. Rest.
As her footsteps faded up the embankment, another voice filled my head, one I'd never heard before, but it coated my tongue with woodsy earth and a decaying loam.
You have begun to remember, Lifebringer. You bless us with your power.
I didn't need to ask what element it was, or look back at the crimson puddle of my drying blood as it transformed into a blanket of tiny wildflowers, shining their pretty petals toward the sun. Lokarth had finally appeared. The earth element that had been so silent while Quellis claimed me for its own. Vitax sang its watery melodies, and Ravosa played its airy games. All four elements. I could hear all 4, when I should only be blessed with 1.
Oh no, not you.
The air pulsed with mirth.
You are blessed with all, with more, same as him.
Pain swelled in my head again. I had no more strength to think. With a soft gasp, I sank beneath the water and let it float me downstream, away from everything.
Chapter 42. Darrow. The sun had set and risen 7 times since I'd witnessed Runa conjuring life with her blood. I'd sat on my haunches in the grasslands, hidden by golden stalks and wrapped in the air's unique cloak of invisibility. I was still learning how to use its power for my own. Revosa didn't like it. It often hissed in my head to stop meddling with its gifts. But it owed me. Ever since it had gagged, bound, and kept me hidden from sight while Runa was forced into a bloodbind with Actor, I'd recognized its taste. The taste of its energy, its force. The first time I'd traveled within its speed was at its mercy, taking me to the forest where my awakening pain had slaughtered so many who didn't deserve to die. I'd run from that part of my power. I'd swallowed it deep and bottled it shut, unwilling to seek into memories that came with such dangerous nightmares. Instead of learning things I didn't want to learn, I focused on controlling the motes of air that always seemed to mock me. The first time I'd gathered my will to twist the air into a shield had taken everything I had. I was only able to hold the dense wall of air for a few heartbeats. I trembled and sweated, clutching onto something that wasn't touchable, burning with the effort to manipulate nothingness. It wasn't like summoning my shadows, where just a simple thought was enough to conjure and control. Using Revosa took concentration and finesse that would take time to master. But I had time. While Runa underwent lessons with the Nils medicine woman, I practiced in the grassland to keep myself unseen. By the 4th day of our separation, when I tracked Runa from Solon's Lupik to the glade by the river, I sunk to my haunches and watched her tearing leaves, doing my best to shimmer the air in such a way to keep me disguised. Runa had faced away from me, and the strain of her shoulder squeezed my heart with guilt. I didn't want to cause her pain. I would give anything to snatch her in my arms and run far, far away. But what the moth had said continued to haunt me. Every minute of every day, and I couldn't trust myself. I would never forgive myself if I did to her what I'd done to all those unfortunate hummingbirds. She was safe. For now. And I would keep her safe by staying away. At least a part of my spirit was always with her. Just like I could taste the flavor of the air's power, I tasted her. Her flavor was like licking the surface of the sun. The pulse of magic that ricocheted from her as she toppled to the ground whipped right through me. Luminous and searing, sharp and bright. The medicine woman had schooled her face to hide the absolute awe that had hung her mouth wide, carefully guiding Runa to the river to bathe before returning to the clan for a clean wrap. The deerskin I'd cured for her was left blood-soaked and discarded in the sun. Runa had sunk into the river and floated with the traitorous water's current. I'd moved to leave my position of secrecy, ready to leap in after her. But she broke the surface a little downstream and seemed to speak with whatever element had slipped within her mind. She'd argued for a time, but then fell quiet as the medicine woman arrived with a much finer skin than I'd made. She'd helped Runa dress, smoothing down the sewn-together pieces, tying knotted leather cords around her neck and around her waist, stepping back to admire her handiwork. I'd felt the wince of Runa's spirit as she tingled with the life force of whatever creature had been hunted and killed to create the new garment. I couldn't see or feel what she did, but I knew it caused her great discomfort. She did her best to hide her reaction, bowing her head and thanking the medicine woman for the new dress. I'd watched in silence as they returned to the clan, staring at the patch of Runa's blood that had transformed into a thicket of wildflowers. Just like my awakening in the forest where I'd killed without understanding, Runa had created life without knowing. Our journeys of remembrance continued to mirror one another, even if our gifts stayed opposite. But that was 7 days ago, 7 crueling days of keeping away, and it was getting harder and harder to keep my distance. Some days, Runa returned to the medicine woman and sat with her apprentices, sharing different roots, plants, and flowers as she listened attentively as they taught her each property and power. On other days, she was Solon's pupil. I disliked those days as I couldn't see her. The fire reader either taught her in the privacy of their shared lupic, or he dragged her around the camp to visit other Nil, doing whatever a spirit master did for his people. Whenever she disappeared into someone's lupic with Solon, I relied more and more on the thread glowing faintly from her spirit to mine. I was grateful for the connection, even if I couldn't pinpoint when the connection had formed. Was it when we'd sunk into the fire together to learn my name? Or perhaps when she'd walked in my thoughts as the bloodbind with Actor was forced? Whatever the reason, I nursed it carefully. The more days that bled together, and the more lessons she had with the medicine woman and Solon, the more she was accepted within the Nil's way of life as one of them. She was no longer an outsider, while I wore the label loudly. Even the misplaced trees that suddenly sprouted throughout the grasslands hadn't shaken their faith in her. Whatever the medicine woman had said happened by the river that day had hushed all rumors and only seemed to deepen the Nil's affection for her. A lot of the older members watched Runa with deep reverence, believing in the fire reader and his prophecies that Runa was sent to him to lead their clan into richer prosperity. The younger members, not so enamored with the flame's religion, spoke about her as she passed by and whispered about what she was when she set out of hearing distance. I was glad she had Naya, Hyath, Sin, and Natim because, regardless of her wholehearted welcome into this hard-working clan, she seemed unhappy. Zetas nudged my knee, ripping me out of my thoughts and dropping me back into the cool night. Wet dew glittered on the wilting grass around us, doing its best to dampen the small clearing I'd made not far from the Nil. I missed Salak's cave. I missed the comfort of sleeping in a nest of warm wolves. Lekka had offered me a roof, but sleeping beneath the stars was a far better sight than sharing a lupic with a male I didn't trust. Zetas growled, showing me her latest catch. A black-footed ferret squirmed violently in her jaws, twisting its long body, squeaking with terror and rage. My shoulders tensed as I sat upright. We hunted together often. We fed ourselves instead of eating the Nil's fire-touched food. But the first night we'd stalked a badger together, the black part of me that had siphoned out and killed so many creatures in one swoop scratched hotly against my skin. It purred to be used, to strike in deadly silence and suffocate a heart before it could take another beat. I'd frozen mid-stalk. I'd shied away from the calling. I'd gritted my teeth and balled my hands, and when I'd opened my eyes again, Zetas had the badger in her teeth. She bit down, and I collapsed to my knees as the badger's spirit shot through me. I didn't feel its essence like Runa did. She seemed to see its life, regrets, and dreams. I merely saw it as silver light, his energy reverting back to its most basic beginning, slipping through me into the afterlife that somehow operated within my power. I braced myself as Zetas tore into its flesh, waited for another gush of sensitivity like what Runa felt when she touched the furs, fangs, and skins of those that had perished. But nothing. It was just meat. No longer alive now its spirit had gone. Ever since then I'd let Zetas do the hunting. I didn't trust that I could control the black death percolating inside me to be used. Zetas growled again, her yellow eyes locking onto mine as if waiting for me to brace. Glancing at the snarling ferret, I sat taller, fisted my hands and nodded. The wolf snapped her strong jaws. The ferret went instantly still. I almost retched as the slippery sensation of its spirit slithered out of its dead body and passed through me to become something more. Ice coated my insides. I wanted to follow it, to ensure it was safe amongst so many others who had died. But a shadowy wall kept me from seeing, kept me from knowing why I had this horrifying gift. Tearing off the ferret's head, Zetas took what she wanted of the slinky corpse before leaving me the hind end. The wolf patted away before settling down and wedging the bleeding meal between her front legs. The crunch of her teeth on bone sent another shiver through me. But it didn't stop my stomach from rumbling, or my hands from reaching out for the still warm morsel. Bringing the raw flesh to my lips, I tore a wet mouthful with my teeth. Blood dripped down my chin. I closed my eyes as fresh metallic gushed down my throat. I lost myself to the meal, returning to simpler times when I was nothing more than a man rescued by wolves. A man who was nothing more than a beast.
Chapter 43. Runa.
Runa, wait up.
I stopped and turned, a smile spreading my lips as Olish jogged to reach me. My smile felt a little fake, plastered over the constant ache in my heart. A full moon had passed. A full moon where Darrow had only whispered a few words to me. I knew he slept out in the grasslands with Zetas. I knew he hunted for his own meals. And I knew he watched me, even though I couldn't see him most of the time. I didn't know how he stayed so unseen, but ever since the day when I'd bled for the first time and my skin had prickled with someone's avid attention when I'd climbed out of the river, I'd known. How I knew, I couldn't explain. Deep inside me, weaved around my heart and knotted around my ribs, a silvery cord hummed with the same current and heat that flowed through me whenever Darrow touched me. It stroked my spirit with heightened awareness, growing hot whenever I thought of him, silently wishing to feel what he felt and know what he kept hidden. I knew if he was close by. I knew if he'd gone off with Zetas farther afield. And I knew when he missed me, because the ache of his loneliness and the grief of our distance fed directly into my equally lonely chest. I'd tried to get him to stay with the Nil. I'd seen Lekka approach him on the rare nights he stood on the outskirts of the camp, offering him a place to stay. I'd watched Hyeth offer new clothes to replace the wolf pelt he wore, her skills with sewing improving day by day. I'd watched Naya carry Natim over to him, showing him how quickly the leggy fawn had grown. He allowed them to talk to him briefly. He didn't leave if Solon went to whisper a few words, or vanish if one of the other hunters was brave enough to pat Zetas. But me? He never stayed. He stiffened if I dared to speak to him, and his answers were curt and cold, almost as if he didn't trust himself around me anymore. It hurt. So much. It distracted me from my lessons with Solon, and added to my misery that my hopes of being an accomplished medicine woman like Palin failed by the day. It didn't matter that I'd somehow conjured trees and flowers with my first moon blood, and it didn't matter that Palin spent hours sitting with me, pressing seeds of different herbs and plants into my palm, willing me to make them sprout by thought alone. With each task, I failed. Every time she taught me the properties of a particular root or stem, it never seemed to stay in my head. I constantly mixed up toxic parts of a plant with the medicinal parts. My affinity with life and the faint glow of auras that constantly throbbed in my vision these days, granting a faint, never-ending headache, did nothing to aid me in remembering valuable skills and recipes. I wanted to tell Solon I'd been wrong about being a healer. I wanted to confess that the more I studied with Palin, the more my mind scrambled until I knew nothing. But pride forbid me from telling him. He seemed so happy, so content. Before we retired for bed each night, Solon would ask me what I'd learned. He'd nod and praise me, showing me his own ashes, oils, and dried herbs that reacted differently to the fire and was used for different occasions, before slipping into his furs and sleeping soundly. I'd lie awake in the dark, listening to the crackle of the banked fire and the soothing rhythm of his breathing, all while every inch of me burned to leave. The blood bind was still a sore wound between us. No matter how much time passed, or how full my head was of lessons, I never stopped wishing that I could run into the grasslands and find Darrow, to sleep beside him beneath the vast star-spritzed sky, to touch and kiss and...
Are you okay?
Ehrlich waved a hand in front of my face with a chuckle.
You just swayed.
His healer training kicked in as he gently touched my brow.
I did warn Solon that he might be expecting too much of you too soon. I've seen what your days consist of, Runa. You're never still, always learning, always attempting to answer the questions of our people, willingly stepping into the fire to give the flames their many requests.
I smiled and stepped away from his hand. He was right. I'd grown used to conversing with the fire. It was easier if I spoke on behalf of someone else, focusing on their woes, not mine, acting as the go-between and not the one judged and found lacking. I looked at Ehrlich again, and this time my smile was genuine, even if a little heartsick. It keeps me busy. I don't mind.
Keeps you from thinking about a certain male who refuses to speak to you, or your impending matehood to another who refuses to leave you alone.
I stiffened. In the moon that had passed, Actor had steadily grown more and more arduous. With every morning that grew cooler, and each evening that chilled the clan, forcing us to gather tighter around the fire for its warmth and not just its light, Actor grew more and more sure of our future. For the first few days after Darrow's threats, Actor had avoided me. He'd mourned Kiva and rested his bitten leg, granting me a reprieve and granting false belief that I was free of his attentions. But then his leg had improved, and his grief over Kiva's death had faded. He now sought me out far, far too often. He'd walk me from my lessons with Palin to Solon, favoring the slightest limp from Salik's teeth. He'd befriended Natim, so the fawn was as much a traitor as Sin. He always brought the platter of food to me first after Troll and Tiptu had taken their leader's share, not knowing about my aversion to meat. He didn't care that I didn't speak to him willingly or that I always refused his offers of food. He never grew angry or short and would be beside me the next day, walking me to my next lesson, as if my refusal to like him could be cured by time and dedication. But what hurt the most was, on the days when Actor escorted me from Lupik to Lupik, his presence carefully unthreatening and his company eerily gallant, I never saw Darrow. And that hurt more than anything. The fact that Darrow didn't seem to want me anymore. I sucked in a breath, rubbing at my smarting heart.
Runa, what's ailing you?
Ehrlich asked softly, his kind blue eyes wide with worry. Dropping my hand, I shook my head. I'm fine, just tired, that's all. Bending closer, he looked at the two hunters who walked past, arguing about which feathers made their spears fly faster, and asked,
Has your moonblood started again?
What? My cheeks blushed bright red. Why would you ask that? He smiled reproachfully.
I'm a healer. Dealing with female discomfort is part of my duties. Wei isn't the only one they turn to for pain remedies.
I couldn't keep his stare. It felt too personal. Very personal. I wasn't aware it would,
Happen again?
He laughed softly.
Every moon cycle, Runa. New moon or full moon, your body wanes to its power. Palin told me what happened when you first bled. Or your first since you can remember, of course. And we can all see the new trees scattered in the grasslands like they've always been there. If you're about to bleed again, then precautions should be...
I know how to harvest the absorbent cattail down that Wei showed me. I still have the rabbit skin strip to wear as well. I swallowed hard, unable to believe I was discussing such things. I'm fine, Ehrlich.
Good. In that case, are you free? Or do you belong to Palin or Solon for the rest of the afternoon? What are you doing with my maid, Ehrlich?
I stiffened as Actor's lengthening shadow oozed across the ground before he appeared beside me. The sun hung lower in the sky now, thanks to the quickening seasons. Olish crossed his arms, his pouch holding medicine swinging at his waist. The ash spider tattooed on his shoulder glinted silver against his bare chest.
I have unfinished business.
What unfinished business?
Actor asked, looking at me sharply.
Have you seen how much she's been working? If it's another lesson, let her have an afternoon of rest.
Turning to face me, his tone softened in a way that made me shy away from his intentions.
Runa, you're exhausted. You never rest.
Holding out his hand, he whispered,
Let's go for a walk. Just you and me. I know where we can go for peace and quiet.
I backed up. No, thank you. His eyebrows hooded his black stare.
You know you can't avoid me forever. The Ayum festival is fast approaching.
I did my best to hide my shudder. And who knows if the bloodbind will be broken by then?
Broken?
He chuckled.
By who? You? Him? It's foretold in the flames, Runa.
Temper etched his cooling words.
I've been patient. I've gone out of my way to show you I'm not bad. If you think a few strolls from her lessons and meat that she doesn't eat can undo what you did, Actor, you are stupider than I thought.
Olish reached for me and captured my wrist.
Now, if you don't mind, I'm borrowing your not yet mate.
Yanking me away, he launched into a fast stalk across the central clearing, heading toward the healer's lupik where he and Wei worked during the day. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a smoky shadow curling through the grass. I sucked in a breath as Darrow appeared, his bare chest tense with temper and his hands balled with rage. He acted as if he'd heard what Actor said. His eyes locked on where Olish held me. Most of me wanted to race to his side and fling my arms around him. But the hurting, hollow part of me chose not to endure any more pain of rejection. Looking away from Darrow's wild black hair and wilder, agony-brimming eyes, I asked Olish, "How do you know I don't eat meat?" He laughed and let me go, but he didn't slow down, assuming I would follow.
You keep forgetting my vocation, Runa. What sort of healer would I be if I didn't watch my clan closely? I know what foods cause cramps to some, and what illnesses strike others if they do certain things. Healing doesn't begin when you start suffering. It begins before you ever show symptoms. And if we can prevent those symptoms by advising them not to eat certain things or avoid certain activities, then it saves both parties a lot of time.
I wasn't aware. He grinned, ducking into the lupik where I'd first been treated after being found by the river. I'd been moved the next day, still mostly incoherent and sick, to Solon's. The saplings holding the roof groaned under the weight of so many drying plants. Some shriveled and crinkled with time and ready to be used, while others were fresh and green. Their fireplace was larger than most other lupiks, with plenty of space for cauldrons carved from bison skulls to bubble and simmer with medicines. Bowls and jars littered the place, and shelves sagged with the weight of folded skins and sinew. Cups holding bone needles and water bowls, keeping animal tendons wet and flexible, waited by the area where the wounds were stitched and blood was staunched. The scent of pungent herbs and astringent methods tickled my nose, quickening my heart with desire to know this world, to be proficient in this world, to be as good a healer as Olish, to be so attentive that he knew what caused sickness for certain clan members before even they did. Wei looked up from where she pounded a thick stick, rolling the dull end in a shallow bowl, crushing a small orange flower until it became a paste. Her almond eyes met mine with a smile. "Runa, have you come to learn?"
Actually, she's come as a favor for me.
Olish muttered.
I thought you were treating Oaken's infection.
Wei laughed in her calm, soothing manner. Just as the colors of the air, sun, earth, and river danced in my gaze these days, the auras of mortals did too. Olish carried a bronzy haze that gleamed with good intentions and selfless service. Solon burned yellow with the fire that never left him alone. Wei hummed with a subtle pink light that filled me with relief and relaxation. And Darrow? I stilled. He was exactly like his shadows, a constant fog of darkness coating him from wild head to bare toe. Just making up his treatment now, Wei said with a final pound of her stick.
Will you be much longer?
Olish asked, unsuccessfully hiding his frustration that we weren't alone. Wei looked between us, her eyebrow quirked teasingly. Why? Are you up to secretive things with our future spirit master? She looked at me. Do you need me to save you from Olish's secretive intentions? She leaned forward, winking. Because I can. Just say the word, Runa, and I can slip something into his morning tea and give him all manner of upsets. A chuckle fell from me, granting a sudden bright spot in the sadness that seemed to cloud me these days. Regardless of my impending mating and the strain between Darrow and I was immensely lucky to live with such incredible people. I appreciate your offer, Wei, but I'm okay. I can handle him. Just command the fire to singe his hair if he bothers you, Wei grinned. He's rather fond of his yellow hair. Olish rolled his eyes.
Why Hyatt puts up with you, I'll never know.
It's because I'm the best.
Debatable.
I chuckled again as Wei laughed and tucked glossy black hair behind her ears, leaving a smear of orange on her cheek from the crushed flour. Fine. I know when I'm being asked to leave. Impolitely, I may add. Using a flattened stick to scrape the paste into a smaller jar, she gathered up her medicine pouch and climbed to her feet. She touched my shoulder on the way past. Come find me if your moon blood returns soon. I've made a stronger brew of my usual tonic. Hopefully, it will ease you better. I tensed against the awful thought of reliving what I'd gone through last month. The pain hadn't lasted that long, just a couple days, but the ache between my legs and lower belly had made even Solon fear for my existence. Thank you, I murmured. Wei squeezed my shoulder and left us, taking her pretty pink light and her sense of jovial calm with her. Olish drifted toward the groaning shelves and ran his fingertips over certain bottles, stoppered with wooden plugs. Each one held an ash mark depicting what waited inside. Finding the one he wanted, he plucked it from the shelf, palmed it, then turned to face me.
Sit, please.
Waving his arm at the strewn bison furs on the floor, he folded cross-legged onto one and waited until I copied him. Smoothing down the supple calf skin that Hyatt had given me after I'd soiled my deerskin wrap, I no longer felt the spirit within. The dress fit better than my other, cut to form around my body, and didn't gape around my chest when I bent forward. I'd noticed more and more females adopting Hyatt's new clothing creations, leaving behind the easy-to-wear bison strips across their hips and breasts. Hyatt had even started designing cloaks for winter, staying busy with requests from clan members preparing for the colder season.
Here.
Olish passed me the stopper jar. The wood was smooth and well-oiled. I shook it and listened to the liquid sloshing inside. What is it? Leaning back, he planted his hands on the bison furs and cocked his head.
I'll tell you, if you promise to honor your vow to pay me whatever I want for keeping you alive when you first arrived.
I stilled. Tip 2 told you to choose something fair. I didn't know at the time what that vow entailed.
It is fair. At least I think so.
I eyed him warily. What did you have in mind? He grinned.
Nothing like what Actor has in mind, I assure you.
I laughed under my breath, feigning amusement, all while hiding the fearful twinge that always affected me when I thought about Actor touching me. I'm immensely relieved. Kicking out his legs, his feet almost ended up in my lap.
In that jar is magic.
Oh? I squinted at the well-worked wood. What sort of magic?
The sort you'll want being forced into a matehood with a male you can't stand.
Leaning forward again, his aura darkened from bronze to brown.
I'm not saying that you won't grow to love him eventually. Arranged matrimonials usually work out in the end,
But while you're adjusting to being Solon's acolyte, and the many, many years of learning you have before you, I thought it might be best if you...
He looked away. Laughing a little, he rubbed his nape and shook his head.
It's unusual for me to get tongue-tied about this sort of thing, and I hope you don't get the wrong idea, especially if my intuition is wrong, but I'm aware of how much you have to learn. Not just Solon's teachings, but Palin's, and the very heart of Nil culture. You've been adopted, Runa, but that doesn't automatically grant you our histories and futures.
You can tell me, Olish. I'll always be so grateful to you for healing me. It's an honor to repay you for that. Not that I'm repaying you, seeing as you're giving me yet another gift. Taking the jar from me, he held it to the light spearing down from the smoke hole in the center of the roof. Nothing could be seen in the opaque bottle, but his voice made my hair stand on end.
If I'm to believe my medicine woman, then I must trust what she sees. She says that, just like most females, you carry the kernel of life within you. Unlike most females, you are not restricted to just youngling life. Flowers and trees sprang from your moon blood. They manifested from whatever power resides within you.
He cleared his throat.
With that sort of power of creation, Runa,
He shuddered.
when you mate with Actor and share his furs, you will most likely find yourself with child very quickly.
I blanched. Horror chilled my blood as a vision unfurled of me swollen with Actor's offspring, of his body inside mine, of his touch. With a quick snatch, I stole the jar back. This will stop that from happening? He turned solemn.
For a time. Eventually it will stop working as your body adjusts to the tincture and supersedes its strength. But it will give you reprieve from the marriage bed. You can continue to study and become everything that you're destined to become, without having to worry about motherhood too early.
I met his eyes. Aren't you tampering with nature by giving me such a thing?
Yes, but just like we advise certain people of what to eat and drink, we prevent pregnancy for others to avoid matters of life and death. And for you,
He shrugged.
if you can create an entire grove of trees and a thicket of wildflowers from a single moonblood,
He whistled under his breath.
I think it's best to protect yourself from a male seed for now.
His voice lowered to a whisper.
Especially a male you have no affection for.
Clutching the jar, I asked, "How do I take it?
Drink the smallest sip each day you don't bleed.
And what would you like in return?"
What I've wanted since I overheard you speaking to your friend and his wolf.
I frowned. "What's that?" He grinned conspiratorially.
I want you to teach me the dead language, the forbidden tongue. The words you and Darrow speak so effortlessly, so fluently. You both slip from fire knees whenever you speak to one another. It doesn't matter if you're surrounded by Nil. It's automatic.
Regret clogged my lungs as I looked longingly at the jar in my hands. I hadn't thought about my future. I didn't have the strength to imagine the day when I would no longer be betrothed to Actor, but firmly mated and bedded. But to have been given a cure against carrying his younglings, to retain a sense of freedom for a little longer was suddenly incredibly important. But what Olish asked for in return wasn't givable. Reluctantly, I placed the jar on the bison furs. I can't. He reared back.
Why not?
Because both Solon and the fire have scolded me for using it. Most of the time, like you say, I'm unaware of speaking it. It's just the language of my heart, of Darrow's heart. Why we know it and where we've come from, I still don't know. But I do know the fire has forbidden it, and Quellis rules this kingdom.
Solon called it Zanasha, the night of your bloodbind ceremony.
I didn't reply. Olish tapped his chin in thought.
If it's not fire knees, and the flames forbid it, it must come from some other mighty power.
I shrugged. I don't know.
Tell me.
He urged.
If you refuse to teach me all the words, just give me one.
I studied him, recognizing his eagerness as it mirrored mine to know Palin's secrets. The only problem was, I had no aptitude toward her skills. Perhaps Olish would have no memory to recall the language Darrow and I shared. You already know one word, Zanasha.
Zanasha.
Olish rolled the letters on his tongue.
Yes, but what does that mean? It tastes ancient.
Does it? I smoothed my dress. I wouldn't know, and I don't know what it means either.
Teach me another.
He reached forward and grabbed my hands. I froze but didn't pull away. I can't. He smirked.
Just a few more.
His eyes danced around the Lupic as if searching for a word to learn. Finally, he cocked his chin at the spider on his shoulder.
Spiders are my favorite creature, as you know. Their webs are magic, and their venom can be used in healing. Tell me that. Tell me the word for spider.
I sucked in a breath. What would Solon do if he knew? What would Darrow say if I shared our tongue with another? Letting my hands go, Olish pressed the jar back into my palm.
Please?
I made the mistake of catching his gaze. My stomach churned. Unlike Actor, this nil male was good, right to his core. The flickering bronze of his aura was loyal and true. Whatever I taught him would be our little secret. Lahasi, I murmured.
Lahasi?
He repeated.
That's the Zanasha word for spider.
I nodded. In my tongue, in Zanasha, I would call you Lahasi. He leaned back, his eyes alight with wonder.
I like it.
I laughed quietly. I prefer Olish. It suits you.
Teach me another.
His face seemed younger. His aura glowed so bright it glimmered like a burnished sun. And somehow I found myself obeying, all while clutching the jar to protect me from Actor's seed that he'd never put anywhere near me if I had any choice in the matter. I slipped into an afternoon of friendship with a male who'd saved my life, giving me a reprieve from the one who'd captured my heart and ran away with it. Fire knees fled my mind as I welcomed the forbidden tongue, sinking deeply into what I was, preparing to teach a Nil healer words he shouldn't know.
Chapter 44. Darrow. Another awful week of waiting, wishing and wanting. I despise not having the right kind of magic to break the bloodbind between Runa and Actor, just as much as I hated having the wrong kind of magic that only brought death.
Be aware you don't lose yourself to self-pity, Moonmaster, because when you do, that is the beginning of the end.
I growled in frustration and rolled over, punching the rolled-up bundle of grass I used as my pillow. Begone. I've had enough of your riddles tonight. The moth danced by my nose, its bushy black feelers catching starlight.
You are far more than what you fear. You just have to remember.
I have remembered. I'm death.
You are wrong. That is a mere trifle to what you truly are.
It's enough to destroy what I want. I swatted at the moth, only for it to vanish and reappear above Zetas's head. It flew around her horns in a lazy loop.
You're afraid.
I closed my eyes, trying to ignore it.
You're afraid of truly remembering, of walking the web, of claiming your rightful seat in the sky, of abandoning this foolhardy incarnation of mortality.
If you know so much, just tell me. I glowered at the fluttering moth. What am I?
You are one half of a whole.
The words tickled a long-lost memory of a time when there had been nothing but dirt and emptiness. I groaned as fathomless power swelled inside me, answering the memory, scratching at my mind with images of Runa crying rivers and my rage tearing valleys through the earth. The fleeting vision was too vast, too colossal to hold on to. As quickly as I'd surged with unmeasurable potential, it was gone, leaving me as hollow as I had been when walking alone, searching for Runa. I sighed heavily and tried to get comfortable. Just leave me alone. I didn't want to speak to an annoying moth anymore. I wanted to focus on the only thing that mattered: how to break the bloodbind before it was too late. Every night I chewed on this problem, and every night I ended up with the same answers. Take her away. She dies. Kill Actor. She dies. Prevent them from mating. But how? I curled up tighter, shivering as the air temperature lowered as summer lost its battle with autumn. Zeta sensed my anger and chill, snapping at the moth before lumbering to her large paws and coming to lie down beside me. Her thick, warm pelt pressed against my icy back, and I tried to relax. Sleep never came easy, knowing Runa slept in Solon's Lupic. Surrounded by mortals I refused to befriend, counting down the dawns as each one led her closer and closer to an end that would break us both. I gritted my teeth as another wash of fury crashed through me, followed by bone-cracking grief. If I can't figure out how to free her before the mating ceremony... Shadows lashed from my skin, slashing and snapping, thick with my pain. A grasshopper with turquoise feathers stupidly hopped onto my lower leg. A pulse of power, a ripple of horror as it seized, stiffened, and died. Zetus whined. No. Please, no. Rolling over to face her, I pressed a trembling hand to her chest, searching for the thud of her alive and not dead heart. Zetus! Thud, thud. She licked my cheek with a snuffle. Oh, thank every element and star. You're okay, I gasped. You're okay. She yawned and licked her lips, utterly unaffected by my lapse of control over the death that lurked in my veins. Was the lapse too small to kill something as big as her? Was the grasshopper my only victim tonight, or were there more? I waited for the wash of silvery spirits to pass through me, but only the pinprick of light from the poor grasshopper came. I hung my head and drowned in regret. Yet another life taken because I didn't know how to control myself. Another week. Another week of watching Runa from my cape of shimmering air, eating meals that Zetus provided, and doing everything I could to learn how to control the lash of death that could strike at any moment. I returned to the Nil camp most evenings, hanging on the fringes where flames couldn't reach, watching in silence as more and more Nil wrapped themselves in warmer clothing. Hyeth had her own apprentices now, just like the medicine woman who taught Runa, and the 2 females and 1 male who'd requested to learn her trade, all sat around her, studying how to poke holes into scraped furs with sharp awls and thread sinews so 2 pieces joined into one. Her latest invention had been a skirt that split around the legs, encasing each limb with a row of neat knots down the thighs and calves. She'd called them trousers, and almost every clan member had requested their own pair for winter. On the nights when I'd watched but didn't interact, Runa would seek me out and stand at my side. I tested my self-control by allowing her to discuss her lessons with Solon with me. Her eyes would warm, and she'd sound more and more like the fire reader as she told me how bark from a certain tree could color the flames, so they'd glow blue and green instead of orange and yellow. How a certain moss from a certain river would make smoke dance with images for those not gifted by the fire's visions. She seemed to be settling into her vocation, and it killed me to hide my pain beneath pride of her achievements. The more she learned thanks to Solon, the further away she felt. And regardless of her wariness of the flames, she walked in them often on behalf of her clan and their requests. I'd even caught her teaching the very small younglings how to nurse a tiny ember in her palm. They'd beamed and laughed as the fire enveloped her entire arm. The parents had gathered, taking turns to summon flames, frowning with effort to glow their skin like Runa did. Everywhere she went, Nil gravitated toward her. And last night, when Solon announced that she would divine the next bountiful hunt, she'd stood at the front of the camp with her eyes dancing with fire, communing with an element that hated me, showing me just how far out of my grasp she had risen. She'd announced the fire's decree, speaking clearly about a successful bison hunt toward the northwest. Chills scattered down my spine as she listed how many cows and calves traveled with a big prideful bull, and only I saw the pain in her gaze as she relayed the flame's messages, knowing that by passing on such things, she'd condemn some of that herd to die. When she'd finished, the Nil had toasted her with wine, drums had been played, and she was showered with tokens from hunters. Beads, spearheads, a polished bone bowl, and even a stone knife. According to Leica, when he came to stand beside me as he sometimes did, silently offering his company even though I hadn't asked for it, he told me that giving Runa such tokens blessed the hunt and honored the fire and its guidance. I'd grunted something in response, consumed by Runa and how she no longer seemed apart from these people. She belonged, and I only had myself to blame. The morning after she divined the hunt, the clan woke with festive excitement as the first frost of the season crisped dried grass and glittered on icy lupics. A band of males strode toward the willows growing along the river's edge. Led by Actor, half the male population followed and didn't return till dusk, carrying between them log after log, depositing them into a large pile in a freshly cleared area a short distance away from the chief and chiefess's large home. Runa met my eyes across the clearing where she'd appeared from the healer's lupic, her hands stained green from whatever medicine she'd been working with. Trall's voice boomed over the camp, reaching the ears of many as he clapped his chore-dirty son on the shoulder with a smile, raising a cup of purple wine.
It's official. Actor has begun the rite of passage of providing a hearth for his mate.
My nape prickled as everyone whooped and celebrated in the fading sunshine. Runa froze, and Zetas licked my wrist as the faintest coil of shadows bled out of me.
It's a full moon tonight.
Trall pointed at the still-light sky.
And you know what that means?
Tiptu went to his side, smiling happily at Actor as Bon squirmed in her arms, reaching for his older brother. My gut clenched as the male who dared hurt Runa reached for his tiny sibling, his eyes alight with affection, his embrace solid and protective.
It means we have one more moon cycle until the Ayum festival, Trall said. One more month before Runa and Actor become one.
I struggled to catch my breath. It's too soon. I was no further along in learning how to break the bloodbind.
It's too soon. And that isn't the only good news. Trall beamed. Solon informed me this afternoon that the fire had hinted a visitor is on his way. A wanderer who heard from the runners we sent to Karf and Lagul to tell them of the matehood of our successors. He will no doubt bring news from far and wide.
My ears rang as excitement broke out amongst the clan. Even the stoic elders grinned. Who was this wanderer, and why was he coming? Bouncing his brother in his arms, Actor scanned the happy clan, not stopping until he spotted Runa on the threshold of the healer's lupic. Another gush of shadows unfurled from my back as he marched toward her, carrying his sibling as if Bon was his own youngling, daring to stop before Runa and... I growled. He dared press a kiss on her cheek. Runa flinched and stepped away, wiping her face where his lips had touched. But the clan didn't seem to care that she'd rejected Actor's claim. They all whooped and hugged their loved ones as if they stood in the presence of a good match. My stomach roiled. I wanted to be sick. Runa met my stare again, both of us stiff while the rest of the clan danced. For an eternal moment we stared and stared. And when I couldn't stomach her despair any longer, I turned and walked into the grasslands. The moment I was out of eyesight, I broke into a run, leaving Zetas behind. She howled as I summoned Dravosa's airborne power, wrapped myself up in shadows, and vanished to a different nightmare, far away from mortals and wolves. And there, hidden from those I loved, I fell to my knees, drove my fists into the earth, and let loose the torrenting, whipping, lethal pain inside me. My head cracked, my bones broke. Death ricocheted out of me. Squawks of parrots, chirps of finches, a snarl from an unseen predator. Their hearts stopped. Their spirits snapped free. And I fell into darkness as their stolen life forces sliced agonizingly through me.
Chapter 45. Runa.
Do you think you could make what he's wearing, Hyatt?
Naya leaned over me, whispering to Hyatt, who sat on my left. I reclined a little, allowing the two girls to chat in front of me while we sat on our familiar log by the fire. Hyatt bit her bottom lip. I wouldn't know where to start. I agreed with her. Where would you start? What was he wearing? What was it made of? I couldn't tear my eyes off the colorful, glittery visitor who'd appeared at twilight, stepping from the grasslands with a bundle on his back, an instrument I'd never seen in his hands, and a wave of hello to the startled Nil. He'd immediately been whisked into Tiptu and Trall's Lupik to be welcomed. Solon had cut our lesson of Quella's history short, leaving me on an unfinished story about what animals were naturally born into the fire's embrace and how I could harness them if I needed. Just like the elements chose mortals to be gifted, they chose beasts and birds too. Solon had used the flames to conjure images of creatures I'd never seen before. From scaly monsters that lived in the heart of a volcano in Fulkan, right to the smallest glowing grubs in the glaciers of Kuamuse. But now he sat with the chief and chiefess at the head of the fire, eating the feast that had been prepared in honor of the wanderer's arrival, and laughing at whatever the stranger said. "Do you think he'd tell me if I asked him?" Naya asked, entirely fascinated by the visitor's clothing. "I'll ask him tomorrow, once he's not so swarmed by everyone." Hyatt smiled. "It seems too thin to be skin and too strong to be plant. And I have no idea what those things are that keep blinding us when he moves or how they're secured." "What do you think, Runa?" Naya asked, tossing my uneaten roasted cattail to Natim, where he curled up his long fawny legs and warmed himself by the fire. Sin was elsewhere, stalking the younglings for feast scraps, filling her belly until she burst. "Me?" I blinked, dragging my attention from the stranger. My nape prickled as I thought of another stranger who'd once fascinated me. A stranger who now had a name, yet seemed determined to stay as far away from me as possible. Glancing at the outskirts of the clearing, my gaze found Darrow, where he sat cross-legged with Zeta sleeping beside him. He hadn't eaten any of the feast, and the faint ruby tinge around Zetas's muzzle hinted that they'd shared their own dinner before joining the celebrations. "Yes, do you recall any more of your past? Maybe seeing his clothing triggered something," Naya prompted. "A memory of—"
"It's called a Fari,"
Actor muttered over my shoulder. By the fire, can't he leave me alone? I stiffened, cursing that he'd sought me out yet again. I'd hoped with the excitement of a new guest, he'd be busy with his parents, playing the part of heir. Naya and Hyatt turned to face him, their smiles genuine and no longer suspicious. I couldn't blame them for buying into his suave act. He'd played his part of a doting betrothed to perfection, and had somehow erased my friend's memory of what he and Kiva had done to me and Darrow. "A Fari?" Hyatt asked, nibbling on her last mouthful of roasted pigeon.
"I asked him myself."
Actor crossed his arms with a boastful grin, his ash snake seeming to hiss in the firelight.
"His name is Raka, and he's originally from the Vita kingdom. His village grow worms that create something called silk. The glittery bits are chips of sapphire they trade their silk for, and they glue them on somehow, so they don't come off. You should ask to feel it. The silk is even softer than rabbit fur."
"Did he bring any of those worms with him?" Naya asked. "Or more, what word did you use? Sapphires?"
"You'll have to ask him. I doubt it. He's traveled from the very north to the very south. He said it took him many years to explore from Ravi to Wai and everywhere in between.
Actor's ebony gaze landed on me, burning into the back of my head because I refused to turn around and face him. But I felt his stare, felt it far too keenly.
He speaks multiple languages and has many tales. He's ready to tell some of those tales. That's why I'm here.
His fingers tapped my shoulder, sending a shudder through me.
Solon requested I retrieve you, Runa. You're wanted beside the Fire Reader and in your rightful place as his successor.
Beside you mean? I snipped, glancing to where Darrow sat. He no longer relaxed, but vibrated with violence. His legs had come up and his arms were wrapped tight around his knees, as if restraining himself. His hands balled into weapons, his face chiseled into furious stone. Zetas no longer napped beside him either. Her yellow gaze locked onto her packmate, as if fearing he'd explode at any moment. The haze of his shadows danced in the night, blanketing his shoulders with black wings. Two emotions hit me. One, an overwhelming crest of longing made it hard to breathe. I wanted to be sitting beside him, whispering with him, sharing the night with him. I couldn't deny he still wanted me when he acted like this. Like he'd happily rip off Actor's fingers and then his arms for daring to touch me. But then, anger doused my longing. Darrow could have chosen to sit beside me. He could have stayed close and staked his claim, and slipped into the nil way of life same as me. We were running out of time to figure out how to break the bloodbind, and it made me furious that he was wasting it by staying away from me, all because of some misplaced idea that he would hurt me. He would never hurt me. Actor glanced at Darrow before ducking closer and whispering in my ear.
He can look all he wants, but he can't touch. He can't hurt me without hurting you. He's only torturing himself by saying, now you're mine.
I'm not yours yet. I swayed away, only for him to go with me, his lips tickling my cheek.
If you don't want to cause a scene, Runa, I suggest you get up, take my hand, and come with me. Otherwise, I might just yank you up right here and kiss you. Dive my tongue past those tempting lips of yours and show him just what I plan on doing to you once you wear my bone bangle and are officially my mate.
I leaned farther away, almost tumbling into Naya's lap. His voice lowered to a hiss only I could hear.
I've given you time, Runa. Plenty of it. We'll be mated in a month. It's about time you crack that ice around your heart and stop being so frigid. I expect you to open your legs on our matrimonial night.
Leaping to my feet, I shocked Natim awake and made Hayath and Naya gasp. Ignoring the fawn and my friends, I spun and snarled at my betrothed. If you think I'll let you touch me on that night or any night, Actor, you're deranged. Perhaps the knock to your head when Darrow threw you into the sky with his shadows rattled your intelligence. Anger poured out of me. I stabbed him in the chest with a finger that I set on fire, pouring all my heartache and frustration into the flame so it glowed brighter than the sun, absolutely blinding in the dense darkness of the night. My fire couldn't hurt him. He'd proven that Quellis had bound us into one spirit, and what I conjured, he felt no pain. But it still gave me a tiny bit of joy as his face slipped from shock into rage. Rage he couldn't hide beneath the mask of doting, committed mate. Runa! Naya stood and cupped my elbow. She glanced around at the clan as all eyes ended up on us. Perhaps this isn't the best time. My heart crushed. I threw her a dismayed look just as Actor snatched my burning finger and yanked me into him. I fell over the log and into his arms. Wrapping me tight in his unwanted embrace, a wolf snarl sounded as Actor whispered hotly into my ear.
The night of our matrimonial, I'll finish what I started that night by the river. You will welcome me into your furs as your mate. I won't hurt you or be a bad husband, but I will expect obedience.
He jerked and groaned. His arms loosened as he tripped backward. A moment later, I felt what he did, a spear of agony in my side. I clamped a hand over the non-existent wound, and I knew. I knew who'd delivered the pain, and why it was in the exact same spot as the spear that Actor had thrown into Darrow the night he tried to save me. The agony faded as swiftly as it had appeared. I looked up. Darrow stood with his arms bunched and face distraught. He shook his head as if unable to believe that he'd struck Actor and in doing so struck me. I didn't know how he'd used one of his shadows as a weapon that caused pain but no wound. I didn't know when he'd learned the finesse required to wield such a perfect arrow of torture. But I didn't care. I was glad. Grateful. So happy that he'd finally decided to fight for me. I stepped toward him with my first genuine smile in so long. Self-hate clouded his eyes for hurting me, and he shifted on the spot to leave. He couldn't go. Not now. Not ever. "Don't!" I shouted, just as an idea came to mind that made me curse myself for not thinking of it sooner. I'd been so busy with lessons and learning the Nils customs and gifts that I'd completely forgotten to study my own. I hadn't opened my heart to another creature since the night Thrall had come for me. I hadn't dared nurse a magic that had the power to turn creatures and mortals into my obedient puppets with a single command. But now I opened my heart. I sank deep inside myself and found that stillness, that presence where everything else faded. I no longer listened to the noise of the world, but the silence beneath the noise. The silence that cushioned every heartbeat, breath, and smile. The fire's crackle hushed. The many energies of the clan disappeared. The emotions within me and the fear of the future all quietened until I was nothing more than aliveness in a fog of emptiness. "Thank you," I whispered in my mind, blowing the words to Darrow on a breeze full of silence. I shuddered as a different kind of heart link to the one we'd felt during the bloodbind unfurled. This was heavy and woodsy, soft and hidden. The heart link before was sharp with silver threads cutting into our spirits with fear and tragedy. Now, that silver thread warmed and glowed a rich golden gleam pouring out of my heart, spilling through my bones and shimmering over my skin. He jolted as my silent gratefulness slipped through his mind. His eyes widened, pouring to the brim with relief, regret, and love. It was just him and me as we stood in an oasis that no one could breach. For the longest heartbeat, we just stared. The awareness of Zetas' spirit tickled my heart, wanting to join the joy of conversing. Natim's presence nuzzled against me, and Sin's playful wildness tangled with my pulse. I opened my heart wider. Gathering up the creatures who meant so much to me, I hugged them close, then shivered with pure joy as Darrow's husky, smoky voice filled my mind.
"I'm so sorry, Runa."
He continued to stare at me across the clearing, his dark gray stare burning with so many things.
"I didn't mean to hurt him.
He shrugged, and it broke my heart.
I can't control it when he touches you."
"I know." I stepped toward him, but he took a step back toward the grasslands.
"Don't. I'm still struggling. I don't know if I can keep a hold on it. It's taking everything I have not to let loose what's inside me."
"What's inside you?" I asked silently, smiling at Zetas as she trotted toward me and licked my hand. Her spirit slinked around mine, full of hellos and happiness and vows to bite Actor if I commanded it. Natim headbutted my other hand, so much taller than a month ago. His baby antlers now almost at chest height. The young stag vowed the same, making me laugh with images of him double-barreling Actor to the ground and relieving his bladder all over him.
"Death."
Darrow's reply was quick and black.
"Death is inside me." "Runa?"
I blinked as a hand looped around my wrist. The silence shattered. Sound rushed back in. I winced as the overwhelming noise of everything rang painfully in my ears. I lost touch with Natim, Sin, and Zetas. The pathway between me and Darrow slammed closed. My heart hurt at the sudden emptiness, and I flinched as I glanced at the fingers holding my wrist. Solon. I looked up to my adoptive guardian's worried stare. What?
Are you well, child?
He bowed close.
You're just standing there, as if you've been stung by a paralyzing yittle beetle.
He peered into my gaze.
Do you need to lie down?
She's fine, Spirit Master.
Actor grunted, still rubbing his side and throwing a withering look in Darrow's direction.
Just a small misunderstanding. Let's return to the Wanderer. I want to hear his tales.
Solon paused, waiting for my assurance. Slowly I nodded. I'm fine, Solon. He exhaled a huge gust of relief, and then uncharacteristically pulled me into a hug. I stiffened, but only for a moment. I might harbor a few betrayals where Solon was concerned for trapping me with Actor, but I also loved this elderly Nil. With another exhale, Solon took my hand and guided me toward the top of the clan. He squeezed my finger, saying quietly,
If Actor stepped out of line, tell me. I'll ensure he's disciplined.
I shook my head, throwing a look at Darrow behind me. We were no longer linked by hearts and silence, but for now, we didn't need it. I raised my voice enough so he could hear, or at least read my lips. He's been dealt with.
Dealt with?
Solon's eyebrows rose. I just nodded and smiled at Darrow. Dealt with. Darrow flinched and bowed his chin. The faintest flutter of his affection stroked my psyche, trying to open the pathway again but failing. I held his smoky stare. I vowed to find a way to open our hearts and keep them open so we could talk whenever we wanted. But for now, I permitted Solon to walk me toward the chief and chiefess, with Actor keeping pace slightly behind me. I smiled at the Wanderer as we weaved our way around the seething boulders. The new stranger stood in a flourish of silk and sapphires. His shaved head held swirls and dots of closely cropped black hair, precise and sharp, making me wonder how he'd done such designs on his lonely travels. His eyes held the same exotic almond shape as Way's, and his hands were elegant and uncalloused, unlike the Nil hunters and gatherers.
Finally we meet.
He strode forward with swaths of blue bruised silk wafting around his legs and billowing around his arms. A wide belt wrapped around most of his torso, holding a jewel-handed blade stabbed through some of the folds, along with a small dangling jar, a well-used water skin, and a few other items I didn't recognize. He jangled as he captured my shoulders, drawing me close to kiss both of my cheeks. I startled at his welcome.
Runa the Forgetful.
He grinned, his voice tinged with an accent that sounded eerily like the water's melody when it spoke to me in the river.
The girl of sunshine and dreams. I have heard much of you.
I frowned as Solon smiled and resumed his seat beside Tiptu and her daughter, Nabin. Troll stepped forward, dressed in his well-groomed ceremonial fur and bead necklaces.
What Raka means, Runa, is he's heard tall tales, colorful sonnets, and the odd rowdy song or two about certain prophecies.
Prophecies? I frowned. Who is singing prophecies about me? Raka let me go with a chuckle.
Those who listen to the whispers, mostly. The nudges of elements and warnings from spirits.
And you listen to such things? I crossed my arms over my calfskin dress, my hair strewn over my shoulders and tumbling down to my waist.
I am the architect of such things.
He ran a hand over his short black beard with another grin. I didn't know that word, but I kept my face from showing my ignorance as he lowered his voice and spoke in a totally different tongue. A tongue I'd heard more often than I should. A language that belonged to Vitak, the water element.
You can understand me, no?
His eyes narrowed as he flicked our company a shrewd glance.
You speak Firenese as fluently as these fire worshippers, but I have my doubts that you are Quellis born.
Troll and Tiptu shared a confused look, wondering why the wanderer had switched tongues, but Solon kept a careful eye on me, watching my reaction. It took effort not to reply. It felt wrong to shrug and smile with a blank expression. "Sorry," I asked in Firenese. "I'm not sure
You can speak Laquin. I see it in your eyes. The water gods have shared much about you and your own travels. News of you is whispered in every kingdom."
His gaze flickered to Darrow, who stood stoic and silent on the outskirts, with Zita's proud and silver-furred by his side.
"There's a prophecy about a moth and a bee."
My eyes whipped to his.
"Ah, so you do understand."
He smirked. I stiffened. I'd made a mistake. I almost asked him in the language of the river, the tongue of Liquin, before I caught Solon's wide-eyed stare and swallowed back the words I shouldn't know. With a short laugh and a dumb shake of my head, I drifted to Solon's side and sat on the spare boulder, only to freeze as Actor sat beside me, his thigh pressing hotly against mine. I went to leave. I tensed to stand, but his hand clamped on my knee, and his whisper was as imprisoning as a rope.
"Don't move. This is your place. It's time you accepted it."
Solon sighed heavily, but he didn't intervene. Raka's eyebrows came down over shrewd brown eyes as he smiled a tight smile.
"A match made in flames, I see."
His tone mocked, but at least it was in Firenese.
"A match that will burn into ash."
A shiver ran down my spine as Raka suddenly spun on the spot in a flurry of silk and gemstones, raising his glittering arms at the gathered and eager Nil crowd.
"Are you ready for a tale?"
Younglings and elders all yelled their agreement, settling down with wine and furs, getting comfortable for the evening's entertainment.
"I have many rich with mystery and wanting, tragedy and sacrifice, stories of old, stories of new, and stories of lovers true."
Tell us.
"The darker the better."
The Nil laughed and jostled each other, passing around the sweet smoking pipe. Raka looked at me over his shoulder. He held my stare. He winked. And my shiver morphed into a tremble. What kind of stories would he tell? My eyes flickered to Darrow as Actor dug his fingers into my knee. He kept me trapped as Raka launched into numerous tales. The first stories were tame, full of his adventures, his days with other tribes, villages, and cities. He shared information of culture, food, and ceremonies that other people far from here indulged in. The Nil listened with rapt attention while I stayed frozen beside Actor, and Darrow stood stiffly with his hand on Zetas' head. Time stretched on as the moon danced between wispy clouds, younglings dozed on parents' laps, and by the time babes were gathered in gentle parental arms and carried into Lupix to sleep, I was exhausted. Parents slowly returned from tucking in their tiny kin, settling back down and thinning the crowd so only older faces watched the wanderer. I tried to stand. I went to murmur about retiring myself, but Actor just glowered at me. Solon shook his head slightly.
"We must stay until the end, Runa, out of respect for our guest."
I hid my discomfort and nodded just as Raka beamed at the remaining Nil.
"Now that innocent ears are abed, it is time for not-so-innocent words to be spoken."
He grinned at the reclining, anticipative crowd.
"Any requests?"
Something wild.
"Something crude. Something that me and my mate can do in our furs tonight."
Most Nil chuckled at that, elbowing friends and drinking cups of wine.
"I have just the tale,"
Raka announced, placing his fingers on the 4 tight strings of his instrument. The bass that sat on his thigh looked almost like the skin-covered drums the Nil played, but the long flat stick with the strings running along it made no sense. Tapping the bass, the wanderer began with an earthy beat, drawing silence from every corner of the camp. Then he added the strings, threading a higher-pitched note with a rhythmic thud, casting the night with music. Tiptu rested her head on Troll's shoulder, and Solon stretched out his long legs. Raka threw me a coy smile, his eyes lingering on where Actor held my thigh before licking his lips and launching into song.
This is a tale of the Y and their eggs, who couple underwater with fins and not legs. They swim as they breathe, through gills made of weed. But what's most exciting is when lust starts arising. The Y are the ones to watch. Oh, oh, oh.
He threw his head back, tapping his instrument before launching into the next verse.
Fucking on land is boring. Fucking with tails is better. Rutting like beasts is tragic. But thrusting on cocks atop great ocean rocks is just how the Y prefer it. Oh, oh, oh.
He waggled his eyebrows, laughing as Nil blushed at such crude words.
The Y and their lusts are legends, with reputations of being great lovers. But the part where they shudder and shiver and quiver is definitely a skill to master. Oh, oh, oh.
He blew a kiss to Naya, who sat stiffly with Hyath, both their cheeks blazing. My own were just as hot, my heart pounding with such blatant descriptions.
So go ahead and try it. Leap into the sea and wish. Experience the joy of fucking a fish. And see why they're masters of kisses. But remember this song if you catch one. Mount it quick and hold your breath. For down and down they'll take you, to fuck you right to your death.
Raka looked at the wide-eyed crowd, his fingers halting on his strings. My mouth hung open. I caught Darrow's dark gaze. For a moment, no one moved. But then someone snickered, followed by a guffaw, and suddenly the entire clan was in hysterics. Darrow never took his eyes off me. My skin prickled with so many things. I wanted him. I wanted him as much as the Y wanted each other. And it made me so angry and frustrated and mad at everyone and everything. Even him. I was mad at him for staying away, for not touching me, for not kissing me. His lips quirked into a smirk, and the preposterousness of our situation suddenly snapped. The painful barrier that had been between us ever since he'd walked away after the kiss in the river broke with a gush of shaky desperation. All the stress and sadness from the past few weeks dissolved. I laughed. I laughed while holding the mirthful, smoldering gaze of the male I wanted more than anything, standing with shadows pooling at his feet. A male with skin that gleamed silver and eyes that glowed sterling. A male who suddenly seemed so much more than what he was and had somehow become all the more real. He wasn't just some stranger I didn't know. Love punched me in the chest, and nothing else mattered. Our separation and struggles, our wonderings and worries, they were nothing compared to how lucky we were that we had each other, that we'd found each other against all odds, that we were still together even if it wasn't in the way we wanted. One day we would be. I knew that in the core of my spirit. It was fate, destiny, and that was worth celebrating. I sank into the weighted heat of thankfulness. I welcomed sunlight to glow around my bones and shuddered with bliss as the cloak of silence and honey-sticking nothingness surrounded me. I didn't have to summon it this time, and it didn't take as much effort as I reached for him, found him waiting for me, and our hearts snapped painfully into one. Now I know where you heard the word fuck from, I smiled. His eyebrows soared before hooding over his gaze. When he replied, his inner voice was as gravelly as I imagined his true tone to be.
I don't recall any fish folks in my travels, Runa, but I think we should visit them.
I laughed again. Why? So you can learn more dirty words? His eyes burned into mine.
So I can do dirty things to you, every night and every day of our existence.
My breath hitched as heat flooded through me. He shifted on the spot, his hands pressing against the front of his wolf pelt as if preventing the fur from tenting.
I want you, Runa. So fucking badly.
I swallowed a moan. Actor threw me a suspicious look, but his fingers loosened on my knee, stroking my thigh as if he believed the lewd song had made me more receptive to him.
Fuck, Runa.
Darrow's voice slipped through my thoughts.
It's killing me see him touch you.
He snarled, and it slunk around my thoughts like a stalking wolf.
I want to rip him apart.
Thanks to the bind with Darrow, Actor's touch meant nothing. It was just a bug crawling over my skin, inconsequential and utterly ignorable. I'm yours, Darrow. Darrow's chest strained in the moonlight.
I will find a way to free you, before it's too late. I vow it on my life.
That was all I needed, all I'd hoped for. The knowledge that he still fought for me, even while keeping his distance, patched up the holes in my heart and made me smile. We'll find a way together. He nodded, placing a fist over his chest.
Together.
Zetas looked between us, sensing our silent communication before sitting on her fluffy rump, throwing her head to the moon and letting loose a piercing, poignant howl. I didn't look at Solon, Tip-Two, Troll, Actor, or the Wanderer. I only had eyes for Darrow. And as everyone retired for the night, I nursed the link between us, keeping that glowing bridge alight, falling asleep with Darrow's murmured whispers chasing me into my dreams, where bees danced with moths, and the sun and moon finally became one.
Chapter 46. Darrow. The day of the hunt. The camp buzzed with excitement. Dawn had only just broken, and already feet dashed from one lupic to another. Visiting Leica and collecting fresh spears he'd no doubt carved in preparation. Runa stood beside Solon, her face drawn and eyes sad. I didn't need to use the bridge between us to know today would be hard for her. As part of the leader's entourage, and the fire reader's successor, she was obligated to go and bless the kills. The kills had already been designated a purpose, to finish the frame of her and Actor's lupic, wrapping it in skin so it became a home. My hands balled as familiar anger fed through me. It didn't matter that the past few days had been some of the better ones, that being able to talk to Runa had eased some of the despair suffocating my heart. The link between us wasn't constant. It took effort to maintain, especially when Runa was summoned by a Nil member to help with a certain task, or she was buried with facts at her lessons with Palin. Every day, she mastered the flames far more easily than flowers and leaves, which confused me because she'd birthed some of those flowers and leaves. Every evening I wanted to take her hand and pull her into the grasslands. I needed to touch her, kiss her, be with her. But each time I found myself marching to where she sat by the fire, I'd shudder with memories of how easily I'd killed those hummingbirds, frogs, and grasshopper. But now the hunt was here, and I still hadn't found a way to break the blood bind or how to control the power I didn't want. Zetas yipped as the last of the Nil hunters slipped into the grasslands, their faces painted with ash for camouflage, their hands carrying their weapon of choice. No one wore clacking beads or clanging decorations, trading prestige for silence as they headed where Runa had said the bison herd would be. Runa had left at the head of the hunt, dragged unwillingly by Solon, who slipped into his place behind Troll. Tip-Two had stayed behind with her babe and daughter, providing leadership while their hunters were away. I stood there for a moment, watching the autumn-dying grass sway from the mortals who slink through their stems. Should I follow? Could I keep my power in check? If I saw them hunting, would I be able to control my shadows so they didn't join in the slaughter? Zetas yipped again, dancing on the spot, her tail wagging with impatience. Sin had gone with Runa, trotting beside her with pride. Natim was with Hyath, safe in the clothing maker's lupic, while Naya hunted with the others, falling into position beside Leica with a soft smile. Almost everyone I knew had left. I hated Runa being out of my sight, especially as the heart link between us was silent. If she gets hurt... The thought was sudden but sharp, and my bare feet slipped instantly into a walk. I didn't worry that she was farther ahead. All it would take was a simple command to Revosa, and I could harness its wind to travel far swifter than mortal feet could march. Zetas leaped into a run, her tongue lolling over her fangs, happy I'd finally realized there was no choice. Not where Runa was concerned. She'd gone. I would follow. I always would.
Chapter 47. Runa.
What's the word for bison?
Olish asked quietly, treading carefully beside me as the hunters fanned out up ahead. I scowled. I'm not teaching you Zanesha with so many ears about. He grinned, his hand planted firmly on his medicine pouch, as if afraid he would lose it. Wei had stayed behind at the camp with Palin and her apprentices, but Olish had come to tend to any injuries caused by the hunt. He'd successfully terrified me of what would happen today, gleefully telling me tales of horn gorging and hoof trampling from other hunts gone wrong. For the past 5 hours, I tried to get him to keep his horror-telling to himself, but he'd accepted me fully as a fellow healer, even if I showed no aptitude, and took it upon himself to prepare me for whatever malady might arise. Unfortunately, the long journey had given him plenty of time to paint my thoughts in gore.
No one is listening to us,
Olish murmured, waving his hand at Solon, Thrall, and Actor, who stood off to the side, consulting crushed grass and estimating how many bison had traveled through. We were getting close. The fire kept hissing directions in my ear, growing all the more eager for bloodshed.
More to the east, now to the west. Hurry, the day is waning.
I was grateful the fire now spoke to me in cordial tones, and we'd reached an amicable relationship. But I still found it intrusive having it appear in my mind at its whims. If I was honest, I was jealous too. I wanted that power, to slip into Darrow's mind whenever I wanted without having to find the silence, sink within, and concentrate on staying connected to my inner spirit instead of being swept up by the outside world. It took effort and discipline, and I'd hoped it would get easier with time, but it was still just as hard as it had been the night the Wanderer sang his salacious stories. At least Raka had left. After staying with the Nil for 2 days, he packed his bag, accepted a cute bison carving from Leica, some handmade beads from Miko, and a perfectly cured rabbit skin from Hyath. Then visited Solon and I for a quick fire blessing for his travels before striking off to the north, journeying to visit the deserts of Pasir.
Come on, Runa. Bison. Tell me.
Olish narrowed his eyes, but his usual jovial self shone through. A flicker of his bronze aura appeared, reminding me that just because I'd grown used to seeing in colors and no longer gasped at the strangeness, it didn't mean the gift had stopped.
Arg. You're so frustrating when you sink into your thoughts. Do you know that?
Olish huffed, his eyes going to the sky and squinting at the early afternoon sunshine. I'd been warned by Solon that we might end up camping under the stars tonight. A few hunters took turns dragging the travois that carried saplings and sinew to make more transports, to cart back the weight of the meat we would gather, along with dense furs to sleep in when the frosts found us tonight. Olish looked younger with the sun pouring gold over his features, and my heart warmed under its rays. I sensed Darrow trailing after us. I felt him close. I was content as long as he was close by, so the least I could do was help my friend with the one thing he'd asked of me. Gauli, I said quietly. His blue gaze whipped to mine.
Golly.
I nodded. That's the word in my tongue.
Finally.
He reached out and tugged my braid.
Thanks.
Up ahead, the hunters tensed, sending a ripple of awareness through the air. My skin prickled.
They found them.
The fire cackled with its smugness.
Let the killing commence.
Throwing Olish a look, I replied to Quellis silently. You're bloodthirsty. Anyone ever tell you that?
We are fire. It is what we do.
It burned with a smoky laugh.
It is what you are.
I didn't reply. I'd stopped arguing with it 5 days ago, when I dared ask it why I could understand the language Raka had called Liquin, only for it to say what I already knew, that I belonged to all 4 elements, but I belonged to Quellis first. But if that was true, why did I have such an awareness of water? Why could I sense how much liquid existed in a petal or a seed just by touching it? I had no business knowing such things, nor why I could understand the earth element, Lokarth, or why I sometimes had dreams of sitting in a woodland of my own making, conjuring sycamore trees and palms, weaving willows with pine, and pears with lavender. I'd always wake with the names of so many plants and flowers on my tongue, instinctually knowing that pine sap was good for swelling and infection, that pear leaves could aid bladder maladies, and sycamore bark could clot blood that wouldn't stop flowing. Yet, whenever I tried to share this knowledge with Palin, it seemed to trickle out of my head like a river, leaving me tongue-tied and finger-fumbling, once again reducing me to her ill-equipped, dreadfully failing pupil.
Tell me the word for success, Runa.
Olish said quickly, clutching his medicine bag as the hunters fanned out, using hand signals to get into position. Actor broke away from where Solon and Thrall continued talking, making his way toward me. My heart sank. I straightened my shoulders. Jaskiel. And the word for successful is Jaskelian.
Jaskiel.
He stiffened as Actor came closer.
In that case, I pray for a Jaskelian hunt.
I gave him a quick smile. I couldn't wish for that, because that would mean innocent beasts had died. As if he knew how hard today would be for me, Olish planted a quick kiss on my cheek.
I'll see you later. I'm guessing you're being summoned, and as a healer, I need to stay out of the danger zone so I'm able to tend to those who might need it. Just don't watch, okay?
My pulse quickened. I struggled to swallow. I felt woozy and jittery and suddenly very, very cold. I'll see you after. He looked at me carefully.
Are you feeling okay? You've gone as white as the moon.
I gulped. I didn't want to be a part of this. I'd tried to convince Solon to leave me behind multiple times. I honestly didn't know what would happen if I witnessed a beast I could sense and speak to suddenly keel over with a nil spear in its chest. I already felt sick, feverish and wrong. My head ached, and nausea swirled in my stomach. I'd kept my sensitivity trapped tight within me all day, but now it fought against my control, sensing the crush of so many spirits just over the horizon, the musky warmth of family units, the shaggy protection of so many uncles, aunts, and cousins. The bison were just like us. They had a hierarchy and affections, and I was about to become a fundamental piece in their death. Tears stung my eyes, but I swallowed them back as Actor stopped beside me, grabbing my hand as if it was his to grab, throwing a scathing look at Olish.
Leave, healer. You know your place is at the rear.
Olish scowled.
Your manners need an adjustment, Actor. I'd hoped with Kiva gone, you'd have learned to be nicer, but you're still dreadfully uncouth.
Uncouth?
Actor laughed.
Did you not listen to any of those new words the Wanderer used?
He squeezed my hand to stop me from squirming free.
If you want to insult me, Olish, you might as well call me a bastard. Or at least, I think that's what he said in the song about Vihar.
He also said the word for a male's manhood could be used as a slur. I snapped. And you're living up to that word quite well. Actor's eyes lit up, enjoying my rebellion far too much.
Oh, and what word was that, my sweet mate-to-be?
Cock. I raised my chin. You're a cock, Actor. He grinned with a vicious glint.
If you've been thinking about my cock, Runa, I can give it to you before our matehood. You only have to ask.
With a burst of anger, I ripped my hand out of his. Let go of me!
Never.
He snatched my other hand, making me grateful my ash tattoos were well and truly healed, turning silvery with age instead of a freshly scribed rusty gray.
Come along, mate of mine. The bloodshed is about to begin.
Dragging me from Olish without giving me time to say goodbye, I tripped into speed with him. Did it ever occur to you that if you were decent and lived up to your apologies of what you did to me, that I might actually tolerate you?
Is that the word in your primitive language that you share with your dirty wolf boy for love?
He yanked my hand to his mouth and kissed my knuckles.
Are you trying to say you love me, Runa?
I didn't try to jerk free. He'd liked it too much when I failed. Actor was lacking in so many things, but he was strong, and I'd learned to pick my battles wisely. You're not worthy of the word for love.
Yet you teach Olish words he shouldn't know.
He bent closer as we drew nearer to Solon and Troll.
Don't think I haven't noticed. What do you think your doting spirit master would say if he knew you were teaching his beloved people the tongues of savages?
I dug my heels in, yanking him to a stop. What do you want, Actor? Truly. Why are you like this? I sighed, overwhelmed by what was about to happen and drowning beneath more and more waves of crippling sickness. It takes so much effort to be angry. You're only poisoning yourself by being so cruel and cold all the time. For a moment, true shock sharpened his gaze. He paused as if he honestly deliberated my question and found himself tasting the truth of how exhausting it was to be mean when forgiveness and peace were there to claim. But then his walls went back up, his eyes narrowed, and he pressed his lips to my ear.
You're not the only one listening to the rumors of what you are and what you and him could cause. I take my task very seriously, Runa. And my task is to wed you, bed you, and get you with child, so that whatever misguided belief you still harbor of running off with that wolf boy is killed, once and for all. I'll do it because that's my duty, and because my people are my utmost responsibility. Did I have hopes of finding a mate I actually liked? Of course. Did I want a happy hearth with someone I could grow old with instead of fear? Definitely. But I will spend my entire lifetime keeping you in line, because if I don't, then they all die. And I won't let anyone, most of all you, hurt my clan. Do you understand?
He's afraid of me? Slipping back into a fast march, he didn't care I had to jog to keep up. My mind raced at what he'd said, cursing him for sharing a piece of himself that actually made me stop and see it from his point of view. See how his life had been consumed by this entanglement, same as mine. See how his future had been stolen, same as mine. I didn't want to feel any sort of commiseration for Actor. I wanted to keep hating him, loathing him, plotting how to end him so I could be free. But some small dark part of myself understood him, and I didn't like that. Not at all. He threw his shoulders back, his marching legs encased in furs and reeds, just like the other hunters to protect their souls from running over sharp stalks. His spear waited for him in Troll's hand, and he stormed straight toward it, giving me an icy smile.
You guided us here. It's time you look upon the condemned and see death flare in their eyes. Then maybe you won't be so eager to run into death's arms, no matter how tempting it may be.
Chapter 48. Darrow. I weaved my way through the hunters on the east side, treading silently, using my shadows and the air motes to keep me unseen amongst the nil. My mastery over the air element had increased enough to no longer need complete concentration. With silent feet, I crested the short rise and looked upon the shallow valley writhing with brown-bodied bison. They huddled together as a family, a massive family that would grieve each and every one of them who died by a nil hand. Zetas and I were used to the flash of sorrow and terror in our prey's eyes. But Runa? It would break her. Her sensitivity would crush her. She'd feel the killing blow. She'd suffer as the bison passed on, just as she had when she saw Natim's dead mother. She can't see those. Whatever was about to happen would be carnage. Glancing back at the Nil hunters who'd camouflaged themselves amongst the brittle grasses, I counted over 20. 20 males and females, all bristling with weapons. Some hunters carried bows and arrows, others with their trusty spears, and some brazen enough to clutch simple daggers, intending to leap onto a beast and use their own brawn against a creature 1,000 times their size. The bison themselves were shaggy for winter and well fed from an abundant summer. Their horns caught speals of sunlight, and the calves from this season were no longer small and vulnerable, but sprightly with adolescent vigor. I drifted closer, my scent and body hidden by swirling air. No one saw me. Not Nell, not Bison. Even Runa couldn't see me. Yet she sometimes looked in my direction as if she sensed me near. When Actor had dragged her away from the healer, whispering violently into her ear, I'd so very nearly struck him. My shadows had lashed out, closing the distance between us with just a simple thought. But then Runa had fought back. They'd argued. Her eyes had widened, and the disgusted rage flowing off her whenever Actor went near her hiccuped with concern. Why did she feel concern for him? I halted my attack. I remember who I'd end up hurting if I gave in to the urge to punish, and added another layer of restraint on the agonizing pain in my belly. Pain that had only grown worse the past few days. Pain that cracked my bones and tainted my blood, whispering of murder and mayhem. Whoever I was and whatever power I had, fought against my desire not to remember. It was getting harder and harder to ignore the urges to recall. Breathing hard, I wrapped another cape of air around myself, trying to create the same bubble Revosa had trapped me in when Solon completed the bloodbind, hoping that if I lost control of my shadows, that the air barrier would trap them, so I didn't kill every hunter and bison in sight. Trembling a little, I looked toward Runa where she argued with Solon. She pointed toward the rear where the healer had gone, trying to follow Olish instead of being guided toward the heart of the hunt. Troll interrupted and shook his head, motioning at his son and no doubt reiterating her responsibilities as part of the leader's circle. I tried to unfurl the golden bridge that turned our separate hearts into one, just as Runa gave up and unwillingly followed the men. They didn't speak as they crested the small rise and looked at the giant herd below. I willed the connection between us to snap into awareness. I needed to speak to her, to tell her to run so the misery of these poor creatures wouldn't break her gentle, life-giving heart. But no matter my control over air, shadow, and death, I couldn't shred within her mind without her invitation. I moved closer to them, keeping the air obedient, using it to distort my solidness. Zetas whipped her head toward me from where she stood a few paces away from Runa. The wolf had done as I asked and stayed close by. I stiffened as Runa looked in my direction, her amber gaze searching nothing as the wind tensed tendrils of her braid and whipped them against her cheeks. I froze. Oh no. The breeze had changed. We'd been downwind. Now,
We changed it.
the air element laughed.
The beast should have a fighting chance, don't you think?
An awful lowing sound, a grunting roar that echoed through the mass of brown. The pulsating brawn of so many beasts below suddenly jolted as one. Horned heads came up, fur bristled, black wet noses sniffed the sky. A giant bull appeared on the outskirts of his herd, towering over most of the females, pushing his offspring aside as he inhaled our scent and prepared to do battle, to protect his family from usurpers. The Nil hunters scrambled, yelling commands instead of using their silent hand signals, forced into the hunt sooner than they'd planned. The calm tone of the afternoon lulled by long walking and lukewarm autumn sunshine shattered. Everything happened so fast, too fast. The ground rumbled as hooves began to move. A steady pounding as hundreds of bisons all flocked as one, gathering speed and thunder in the valley below. The small rise was no protection. The loss of the high ground and being able to shoot down on the unsuspecting herd was gone. A tidal wave of bison swept closer and closer toward the hill, coming faster, faster, faster. Hunters scattered. They fanned sideways, wisely running from the thicket, knowing they'd never outrun a bison straight on. Sin and Zetus ran too, triggered by the ever-building rumble of hooves and husky roars. The air became alive with a stampede. My eyes locked onto Runa, frozen beside Tral and Solon. She wasn't safe there. None of them were. I dropped the air shield, letting her see me. Her gaze instantly found mine, wide and panicked.
Darrow?
I broke into a run, intending to grab her and whisk her out of harm's reach. But the bison kept charging. Soon they'd reach the hill and start to climb. "You need to run," I shouted, summoning a cushion of shadows to fly to Runa's side. Actor suddenly yelled a nil war cry and brandished his spear at the sun. His skin etched with fire from the sky, and in a suicidal, idiotic decision, he ran to meet the stampede.
"Go, Father. Get to safety. I'll scare them into running in the other direction."
What? What the fuck is he thinking?
"Actor, don't,"
Charles shouted.
"They'll trample you."
But it was too late. The stupid male leapt off the crest, his fur-wrapped feet skidding and tripping down the short hill. Clouds of dust rose around the bison as they added speed now they'd caught sight of their enemy. Nil hunters changed direction, sprinting toward the herd again, preparing to help one of their own. Arrows flew, aimed at heifers and braying juveniles, trying to scatter the charge. Naya screamed and committed to a fight she would not win. Leica ran beside her, their legs blurring into one as they vanished over the rise and gave chase after Actor. A bison roared as someone's weapon lodged into its flank. The sharp scent of blood tainted the air, and the world went black only to return in drenching, dreading colors. Actor ran head first toward the bull. He cocked his throwing arm. His spear soared with its blackbird feathers. It struck the wizened bull in the shoulder, barely stabbing through thick winter hide and fat summer muscle. The bull skidded to a snorting stop. The herd broke into a fork, flowing in two rivers up the hill, leaving their patriarch to kill their enemies. The bull's horns glinted, his front hoof pawed. He launched himself at Actor, who stumbled in his stupid foot coverings. Actor tried to fight, but it was over before it began. The bull gorged him with a roar. Actor screamed and jerked as his middle was pierced, a spray of crimson. Ropes of intestines uncoiling, ribs snapping, and a stomach-curdling screech as the bison punctured his lungs, impaling him, presenting him to the sun in gory triumph. Actor's blood dripped down the majestic bull's face, ribbons of guts dangling, white strings streaked a ruby red, and then a shattering, a breaking, a spirit-pulverizing slicing. Runa's heart gave out, linked to Actor, bound to his life force. She choked, clutched her chest, jerked with death throes, and then toppled silently down the rise. She landed in a dusty, broken heap beneath the roaring bull's hooves, glassy-eyed. Gone. Gone. For a second I couldn't believe it. My heart stopped beating. I turned to ice. "Runa!" But she didn't get up. She didn't breathe, didn't blink, and the bull brought his hoof down upon her skull. An earthquake exploded out of my chest. Something snapped inside me. A vicious, feral snap where darkness rushed in, blackness sank deep, and I tumbled into everything I'd been running from. Something woke deep within, shattering chains I'd wrapped tight so long ago. Agony I'd never felt before tore through me, building and building, crumbling and collapsing every concept of who I was. I embraced every pain. I turned my back on the living. I became vicious death and merciless decay. Shadows ruptured out of me, tainted with murder, moving with killing swiftness. I opened my eyes. I prepared to exterminate everything. My vision stuttered. I swayed with confusion. Sickness clutched the back of my throat and I don't understand. My shadows poised in a sinister hissing cloud, waiting for my command to destroy. But destroy what? I looked upon a world that existed in the past. Runa stood next to Sullen and Trawl. Actor was back on the rise, running toward the herd. Nil hunters hadn't come to his aid yet. No blood, no guts, no death. It wasn't real. I blinked, willing my mind to understand as everything I'd seen began to unravel exactly the same way. Step by step, following the path as if I was the one who puppeteered their upcoming endings. I swallowed hard as Actor skidded and tripped toward the herd.
Go, Father. Get to safety. I'll scare them into running in the other direction.
My ears rang with eerie repetition. It was just a vision? A preview of what was about to come to pass? If that was true, it meant I have to watch her die all over again. It would break me. I'd annihilate the entire galaxy.
Actor, don't,
Trawl shouted.
They'll trample you.
I groaned as my heart tore in two. I've seen this. All of this. My bones groaned as magic curled and snarled in my veins. She couldn't die. Not now, not then, not ever. And that idiotic male is running headfirst into death, taking Runa with him. Agony made me tremble. Sweat dripped down my temples. I shook my head to focus.
Do something.
The moth appeared, screeching silver dust into my ear.
Do something before it's too late.
My shock shattered as my gaze fell on Runa. Still breathing, still alive, still breathing, still watching me full of worry as if I was the one in danger, not her.
Keep her alive,
the moth yelled, shoving me deeper into ripping, tripping pain. A groan spilled from my lips. Time sped up. Seconds rushed toward death. Actor disappeared down the rise. Naya and Leica followed, along with other Nil, trying valiantly but uselessly to save their kin. Runa cried out, planting hands over her mouth, shaking her head and squeezing her eyes closed. I knew she tried to commune with a swarming herd of panicking bison, doing her best to link with them the way she linked with me. But she would fail. I'd seen it. She would die, and my rage billowed with power. I acted without thinking, to save her, protect her, love her. My chaotic darkness whipped into one fatal shadow spear. Wind gusted from nowhere, funneling with rage, howling with hurricanes that tore up the grasslands, chasing after Actor. I glowered at the mortal male about to steal my reason for existence. It didn't take any effort. I stepped into who I was, what I was. I dove into the cold. I sank into the deep. And with a flick of my wrist, the shadowy sword of my wrath scythed through the herd. In a single breath, I stole countless lives. I slaughtered cows and calves, juveniles and elders. I struck terror into the hearts of those running toward the black and snarling cloud, and they careened off, breaking ranks, fleeing west and east in terror, lowing with panic. But the bull didn't stop. He would never stop until its enemy was dead. He charged toward Actor. Actor cocked his spear like he had in my vision. The spear flew through the sunshine with its blackbird flitting feathers, and with a coax of speed, my shadow swallowed his spear and swarmed the bull, suffocating it with darkness. The ground shuddered as his mighty bulk slammed hard into dirt. His carcass slid through freshly churned mud, coming to a sickening stop at Actor's feet.
Chapter 49. Runa. I sat trembling by the fire that Solon had set alight with a spark of Quellis. No one spoke. I rubbed my arms, trying to coax away my seemingly permanent chill. I couldn't stop ice flowing in my veins or swallow away the sour taste of carnage. All around me sat males and females, cross-legged and hunched on the ground, their faces blank with shock, their eyes staring at nothing as they relived the storm that wasn't a storm, the black cloud that wasn't a cloud, and the terrifying ease in which Darrow had single-handedly slaughtered the largest bull and 16 of its herd. All by himself, without a single weapon raised. I flinched. The clouds he'd summoned only needed to touch a living creature to snuff out their spirit as easily as if they were tallow candles. The funnel of air he'd mastered cut through the air like a giant blade, horrifying in its mercilessness and shocking in its murderous speed. Those monstrous shadows had dispatched the bison that had charged. They would have killed more if the herd hadn't forked and bolted. If the herd hadn't given up the fight, they would all be dead. Hundreds upon hundreds of gentle herbivores whose only crime was to be shown to me by the fire and forced onto my tongue with their location. I hung my head. This was all my fault. When the ground shook as the bull dropped dead at Actor's feet, a gift by Darrow himself, no one moved as the clouds dispersed as quickly as they'd arrived, and the slither of silent death vanished on cyclonic winds. The silence after the deadly storm seemed all the more sharp. The grasslands churned and in disarray from the brutality of his magic. For the longest moment no one spoke. No one could understand what they'd witnessed. But then awareness had trickled through shock, and some hunters backed away in fear, while others dropped to their knees, whispering protection prayers to the fire to save them from Darrow's wrath. I'd wanted to tell them not to be afraid, that Darrow had acted because he had no choice. I'd guessed what would happen when Actor ran toward the herd. He would die. I would die. We would all die. I'd braced myself for it. I'd sucked in my last breath and tried to link with the bull, drowning beneath thoughts of all the things I'd wished I'd done. But Darrow had saved me. He'd kept me alive. And our eyes met across the now flattened rise just before my legs gave out, dropping to the dirt as agony ripped through my form. I retched as the swarm of bison spirits flowed through me, en masse and overpowering, their dreams tangled with this life and the next. Their shells in this world were now nothing more than useless bone. But they didn't understand where to go. They lowed and nudged, searching for things they recognized in a ghostly existence that was so terribly new. I touched each and every spirit. I felt their confusion of suddenly being unalive. I cried at their acceptance that their time in this incarnation was over. And I'd blacked out as 16 cows and calves stepped through me, followed by the majestic bull who'd traveled the endless grass seas and icy wintry tundra, who'd fought off interlopers, wore his scars and responsibilities proudly, and done his best to protect his herd. When I'd come to, I'd been cradled in Darrow's arms. No one said a word as Darrow carried me to a flattened area of grass where the other hunters had set up camp. Naya and Leica returned to the valley, appearing at dusk with bloody hands and 2 hastily woven baskets full of dripping meat. Troll had ordered his people into action, gathering scant sticks from the sparse glade in the distance, and skewering the marbled, juicy meat to spit and hiss over the fire Solon summoned. The scent of cooking flesh made my prior sickness return, and I couldn't sit there anymore. I needed fresh air. I needed time to accept that Darrow hadn't lifted a finger, yet he'd slaughtered so many. Tears ran silently down my cheeks. I wish I never divined this hunt. I wish the fire never chose me. I wish...
You wish for things that cannot be changed. You are what you are, Lifebringer. Accept it.
I flinched. Get out of my head.
We will leave you be if you do not go after him.
I scowled at the fat, dripping meat spluttering in the flames. Ever since Darrow had carried me into this temporary camp beneath the stars, he'd lingered just long enough to ensure I wouldn't be sick again, then left, slinking into the grass with Zetas at his side. I didn't care Quellis had read my mind, that I'd sat here for this long because I warred with the same deliberations. The flame knew I teetered on the brink of leaving, and it knew better than to ask if my reasons were to get away from the scent of charring meat or to find him.
"Leave him alone,"
the fire hissed.
"He kept you alive today, which makes us grateful. But you do not owe him your life in return."
I kept my eyes trained on the flames, replying in my thoughts. He already has my heart. That is the same thing.
"No, it is not."
The fire, where everyone was huddled around, suddenly hissed and blazed, making Solin's eyes snap to mine. Questions raising his eyebrows. So many nights we'd sat side by side in his lupic, studying history and sharing tricks on fire gazing and trances. He always knew when Quellis spoke to me privately. Before, he would ask me what the flames had wanted, but these days, he knew better than to pry. These days, it was getting too complicated. Ignoring the Spirit Master's pointed stare, I shouted internally, "I'm not yours to control, Quellis. I can make my own choices."
"If you make the one you're contemplating, we can no longer save you. Tonight will mark the end of your safety within our light."
I swiped at my tears and sniffed. Rebellion filled me. So be it. For too long I'd been warned of death and despair, of some huge event that would come full of heartache and tragedy. But today had been its own brand of tragedy. Lives had been lost. My own life was intrinsically linked with a male who I no longer viewed as totally nasty. Actor had run into danger to protect his kin. He'd acted with decency, sacrificing himself to protect his father and clan. For that alone, I let go a little of my hate toward him. And because of our conversation prior to the awful slaughter, I could understand him more than I thought possible. He was as trapped as me, and Actor was no longer just the male who'd hurt me. He was complicated and complex and had his own reasons, either from loyalty or misplaced desire. But it proved to me that nothing was black and white. Everything was shadows and light and consequence. I'd done my best to behave, to tread in the lines that had been drawn for me by fire, water, air, and earth. And in doing so, I'd ignored my own power, my own true path. I'd deliberately tried to be nil instead of remembering who I was at heart. And look what happened. Pushing to my feet, Naya made eye contact with me across the fire. She shook her head just once. It was the most anyone had moved in a while. The crush of hunters all eerily quiet as they relived what Darrow had done. "Runa, don't." Naya licked her hunt-dusty lips. "Don't go." I smiled, knowing she would understand out of everyone. I can't be here while everyone eats, Naya. And then I told a lie. A blatant, big, bold lie. The first of many as I chose a path that forked from the one I was meant to follow. "I'll forage some roots and berries and be back later." I gave her a smile that I hoped was friendly, but tugged at my lips with a harsh kind of warning. "Don't follow me." Sin sat up, yawning with sharp teeth. Shaking away her snooze fog, she padded toward me, assigning herself as my chaperone without my approval. Using the links to my benefit, I added, "I'll be safe. Sin will protect me." She'd be a nuisance when I found Darrow, but I'd deal with that when it happened. For now, I just needed to leave. Finally, Naya gave me a terse nod. "Be quick." Glancing at the head of the fire where Solin, Trull, and Actor sat in a trio of masculinity, I caught Solin's black gaze. The fire reader wore one of Hyatt's newly designed cloaks, a simple fur cut to his height and knotted around his throat with his shoulders and back warmly covered. I had a feeling that by the end of autumn, every member of the Nil would be wearing one. The bite in the air was more noticeable now that I stood away from the burn of the flames, and fresh prickles scattered down my spine.
Runa?
Solon asked gently, scanning the clan with the practiced eye of an elder used to protecting his people.
Are you feeling better, child?
I nodded, even though I longed for fresh water and not the stale liquid from an animal water skin. I longed for aloneness so I could mourn the bison who had died, so I could give my respects to the dead, away from the nil who wouldn't understand. Already the faint taste of celebration had crept in, weaving beneath the shock that Darrow's power had left behind. Cracking blank faces with flickering smiles, dancing on whispers that the hunt, a hunt that was supposed to provide nothing more than the walls to Actor's and my newly built Lupik, had somehow become the most prosperous hunt in Nil history. Not one spear had been lost. Not one bone had been broken. Yet they had enough meat, furs, ivory, and organs to last multiple winters. I'll see you soon, Solon. I backed toward the shadows. I'm just going to get something to eat. He held my stare for a long moment before nodding reluctantly.
Be safe. Call out if you need me.
My heart pinched. I loved him. I'd loved him like the father I'd forgotten or never had. And I hated that I had to make a choice that had already been made. I turned away from the fire and caught Ulish's blue gaze. The healer and my friend raised his chin. His lips formed a word I'd given him, a Zanesha word. Lavanali. Farewell. I whispered the word back.
Lavanali.
My heart squeezed again, and I made the mistake of looking toward Actor. I froze, catching him watching me. But then, in a rare moment of kindness, he sighed and looked away. He didn't move to stop me. The fire didn't hiss. And I put my hand on Sin's spotted pelt as we slinked into the darkness, ready to follow my one true fate. I found him in the cloud-shrouded night. No moon to guide me, no stars to follow. Just my heart and the whispers it fed me of his anguish, torment, and misery. It hurt to sense such things, to know I was the cause. Darrow had done the only thing he could to keep me alive, and he'd done it because he loved me. He was good, even though he believed otherwise. He stood in the shadowy blackness of night, his skin faintly silver and his hair wild from his fingers. His back was bunched while his hips remained hidden by wolf fur. He stood beside a twisted trunk of some ancient tree, the matriarch of this glade, seeds scattered here by birds and pollinated by bees to become a tiny sanctuary for creatures sick of the grasslands. Zetas lay in a cradle of roots, her chin on an earthy hump, her yellow eyes closed as if used to Darrow standing in the night, speaking. I froze. He's talking to someone? Snatching Sin by the scruff, I ducked behind the closest tree, not wanting to intrude when his emotions waked so strongly toward me. We weren't heart-linked, but I felt him. I felt him so much tears sprang to my eyes, paralyzing me as he murmured to someone I couldn't see.
She'll hate me for this.
His head hung.
And why shouldn't she?
He raked a hand through his messy black hair. A leaf fluttered down his dirt-smudged back.
I showed her exactly what I am. I killed so much innocence.
He groaned and dropped his hands as if listening to a reply. Sin lashed her two tails with impatience, and Zetas raised her horned head, scenting that we were here. I stiffened. He thought I hated him? By the stars, nothing could be further from the truth. But could I truly blame him? For months, I'd accepted his steadfast loyalty and unwavering commitment, content in the knowledge he was close by, always near, my ever-present protective shadow. But I'd never returned the gift. I turned my back on him. I'd left him on the outskirts of the clan, my life, and I've made him doubt everything. Zetas flicked a glance at Darrow, then slowly lowered her head. With a huff, she closed her eyes again, deciding that two mortals could deal with their own problems without a wolf interfering.
I should let her go. Solon will protect her. She'll be Troll and Tiptu's daughter soon. I'll always despise Actor for what he did, but he surprised me today. He would have died for those he loved. Perhaps he's redeemable.
A flicker of moonlight and a wake of dust fluttered around his head. A moth, a tiny white-winged bug that danced and parried with importance.
But the thought of never seeing her again...
Darrow groaned, bearing his face into his hands as the moth looped around his right ear.
I can't be the reason she gets hurt.
Sin snuggled close to me as I winced. Darrow raised his chin, glowering at the moth as if it had sent something harsh.
I don't think I'll survive it. Not knowing if she's happy, if she's safe.
His voice cracked. Tears sprang to my eyes and rolled down my cheeks. Oh, Darrow. I hadn't meant to stand and listen to things I wasn't privy to, but this was too raw, too personal, too heartbreaking. How could I interrupt such an intimate moment? I'd come to tell him I was done letting him push me away. I was through letting elements and beasts keep us apart. I'd made my choice. The only choice. And I cursed myself for not making it sooner.
Fuck.
He punched the tree where Zeta slept beneath. A flurry of last clinging autumn leaves scattered from the branches, caping him with yet more death and decay. A squirrel popped its head out of the nest above, glaring at Darrow for ruining its slumber. Darrow stared back. He shook his head as the moth continued to flap around his shoulders.
Why shouldn't I? It's what I am, is it not?
Raising his hand, he murmured something at the small russet rodent. I sensed the curiosity of the creature, the wariness coupled with the red flashing intrigue. With a twitch of his bushy tail, it scurried down the tree trunk and perched on Darrow's inviting finger. I blinked back fresh tears as I watched the touching moment.
I'm sorry.
He choked, just as the squirrel froze on his finger, gasped, then fell, sideways, limp and floppy. With a quick snatch, Darrow caught it, cradling it in his hands, as bone-quaking grief rumbled in his throat. Horror filled me. I ducked my haunches and wrapped my arms tightly around Sin. I sucked in a breath. I waited. I swallowed a cry as the squirrel spirit scurried through mine, full of possessiveness over her acorn stash, proud of her gathering for the winter, snug in her nest ready for snow. It hurt. It hurt so much. The waste of it. The finality of it. The goodbye. Gritting my teeth, I looked up just as Darrow jerked and pressed his forehead to the lax creature. He shuddered like I had, as if he felt her passing too. Raising his head, he sniffed back a single fallen tear as he spoke to the newly deceased.
I've taken this life, but you will have another. I vow it.
The moth fluttered around his hands, landing on the dead squirrel. Darrow bared his teeth and tossed the red-furred carcass to Zetas. The huge wolf snatched it from the sky and swallowed it whole.
Are you happy now?
He snarled at the moth.
Happy that I finally understand why I can't be with her?
Whatever reply the moth gave was silent, and I wiped away my falling tears. Most were for the squirrel who died for no purpose, but my heart wept for Darrow and the agony pulsing off him in black, clotting waves. His head whipped up as he swatted angrily at the moth.
I'll leave the bloodbind alone. I'll stay until Actor grows up and proves he'll protect her, and then...
He didn't finish. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sucked in a tattered breath. Zetas whined with a single wag of her tail. He turned to stroke her, to find comfort in her, but he froze mid-move, his smoky gaze cutting through the dark. His eyes locked on mine, shiny with rage, shadowy with grief. The moth vanished in a puff of silver, and I wish I knew what the insect had told him. Why he believed such awful things. Why he was prepared to walk away after proving to me time and time again that we belonged to one another. My heart stuttered, and I swallowed back the death he'd caused. I let go of this afternoon and the wrathful magic he'd wielded. Darrow. He cursed under his breath, then stalked straight toward me, a predator hunting his prey. His entire body bristled with anger and shame, his skin searing mine as he stepped ever so close. I flinched. I couldn't help it. My instincts screamed to back away, to flee from the presence of death itself. And he saw. A guttural noise sounded in his chest just as Sin squirmed out of my hold, trotting toward Zetas where she sat on her haunches beneath the twisted tree. The two beasts watched us but didn't interfere, almost as if they knew this was the parting they'd always wanted. The acknowledgement that we were different. We were opposites. And no matter what our hearts craved, we couldn't change that tragic, painful fact. I trembled as Darrow lifted his hand, his fingers lethal in the dark. I raised my chin and locked my knees as he reached toward my cheek. I braced myself for the touch of his power, the cessation of my breathing. But his fingers hovered a fraction away from my cheekbone, and his eyes darkened with self-loathing.
You're afraid of me.
Dropping his hand, his voice was bleak. I'm not afraid.
I see it in your eyes, Runa.
Hanging his head, he whispered.
I would never hurt you. I vowed it so many times. Yet after what you saw me do today, I understand why you don't believe me.
He turned away slowly, his steps heavy with loss.
And I don't blame you.
With a sigh, he growled.
Return to the Nil and your mate. That is where you belong.
I struggled to breathe. I'm not afraid of you, Darrow. I merely want...
What?
He spun back to face me.
What do you want me to say, Runa? That I'm sorry for killing those beasts? That I'm sorry for being what I am? That I'm sorry I didn't let you die with the rest of those mortals?
His voice thickened.
What I should apologize for is finding you in the first place and letting hope get in the way of truth.
What truth?
The truth of us.
He roared. Lines appeared around his eyes, carving his face with sorrow.
I am death. I'm not just rumors or whispers or prophecies, but fact. I remember, Runa. I remember a piece of who I am, what I am.
Ignoring my racing heart, I carefully stepped toward him. And what are you? What do you mean when you say you are death? He shook his head, as if unable to believe what he was about to confess.
I am the void that all things exist in. I am the black where homeless spirits wait, the gatekeeper of everything lost, dead, and missing.
I didn't know what to say. He'd remembered far more than me. While I'd done my best to be something I wasn't, tangling my mind with riddles of medicine and fire reading, Darrow had sunk deep within, activating his power whether he wanted it or not.
I know now why we forgot.
He whispered, patting back toward me slowly, sadly.
We forgot each other because this is our punishment.
He looked up, capturing me in his smoke-churning stare.
Every time we remember, it never ends well.
Every time? I swallowed hard. He laughed under his breath, ice forming on every word.
It's not the first time we've forgotten each other. I no longer want this heartache. I won't survive it. Not again.
He hid his face in his hands.
I can't be near you, Runa. Don't you get it?
Dropping his hands, he shrugged so sadly, so brokenly that fresh tears came to my eyes.
You haven't found your true power yet, but I'm beginning to.
He whispered.
I know I'll end up killing you.
His voice cracked.
And what I saw today...
He shook his head.
I saw you die, Runa. I heard your heart give out, and that bull crush your skull.
He choked and tripped away. What did he mean? How had he seen? I followed him, my own grief bleeding hot. Darrow.
Fuck.
He punched the closest tree, driving his fist into the bark, making the entire trunk shudder. I froze. A shower of leaves tumbled again, some still green, some burnt orange. A glossy emerald one landed on his arm. He snatched it up. Holding it in his palm, he presented it to me.
This is what I am, Runa. This is why I can never touch you.
It only took a moment, just a single moment, for the glossy green leaf to shrivel into bronze dust in his hand. I sucked in a breath as he tipped his fingers, spilling the ashes to the ground. He didn't look up, speaking to the forest floor.
I fought, Runa. I fought so hard. I tried to refuse it. After what I did to the bison, I wanted nothing to do with it. But it's in me now. It's awake. And there's no going back.
Raising his chin, his eyes gleamed with a silver ring.
Do you see? Do you finally see? We were never meant to be. We can't...
You saved me today, I interrupted. You saved all the hunters. I did my best to gather my own certainty, ready to war with his. I won't lie and say such callous death didn't hurt. You saw the truth of how it hurt me when I passed out on the plains. I woke to you carrying me. I marched into him, only for him to back away. I woke to you carrying me, after you killed those bison. After, Darrow, not before. I lowered my voice. You might remember what you are, and that your touch holds death, but it holds kindness too. You killed those bison without touching them. You proved you have power far greater than you want to admit. But you are so much more than just death. You are good and kind and loyal. Your touch carries love too. I know it does. You say you're the gatekeeper of lost and missing things. Well, that makes you a protector who might take lives but also keeps them safe.
Or I just keep them as trophies.
He bared his teeth.
All those bison today, I can still sense them. They no longer have hooves and horns. They're nothing more than ether, trapped in my endless void.
They are not nothing. They're something. They're the kernel of life, the very spark of existence. They're Semetsi, the very sentience that brings life to blood and bone. His eyebrows knitted together.
You speak as if you know this.
I do.
How?
How do I know? Where had such truths come from? When had my heart started glowing or such conviction settle into my bones? Was this what happened to Darrow? The beginning of an awakening? The start of remembering who I truly was? Catching his eyes, I murmured, "The fire calls me life-bringer. The river whispers that I flow with creation. The very earth praised me when my moon blood gave existence to flowers and trees without any summoning." My voice tangled with a whisper. "So, if you are death, Darrow, then I am life. I am as dangerous to you as you are to me. Don't you see?" I stepped closer to him, raising my hand slowly. He stiffened but didn't move. If we are what we are, then the truth is, we cannot exist without the other. My fingers shook as I reached for his hand. Life cannot exist without an end, and death cannot exist without life to take. Zetas growled a little, and Sin shifted beside the wolf, but I didn't stop. I couldn't.
Runa.
He trembled on the spot.
Don't.
I trust you, Darrow. I shivered. I trust that you will never hurt me.
But I don't trust myself.
He grunted, ripping his hand away. I followed him as he tripped back. I committed to him just like he committed to me. You've touched me many times before.
And each time I could have killed you.
He spat. But you didn't.
Because I was blind to what's truly inside me.
Whatever lives inside you obeys your commands, Darrow. I shifted closer, reaching, always reaching. It can kill through air and shadows, just by standing close to you. I'm at your mercy.
And doesn't that repulse you?
He strangled.
Doesn't that horrify you?
You could never repulse me.
But I killed innocents.
He balled his hands, glowering at my ash-bee palm as it inched ever closer to him.
I stole so many lives, right in front of you.
And if you hadn't, then the Nil would have died.
You would have died.
His entire body winced.
I saw your death, Runa. I don't know how, but I saw you die, and...
He wiped his mouth, shaking his head.
When your heart stopped beating...
He looked at the cloud-thick sky.
It broke something inside me. It woke up from what I'd been hiding from. I embraced the darkness because I couldn't breathe with your loss. I couldn't...
He shrugged helplessly, his eyes desperate and raw.
I couldn't breathe, Runa. And I wanted everyone else to stop breathing too. When the vision ended, and I saw you alive, I couldn't stop myself.
You did what you needed to protect me.
I did. I chose you over everyone. I will always choose you.
And I'm grateful. So grateful. What happened today was...
A slaughter.
He laughed coldly.
No one stands a chance against me. I would happily eradicate every heartbeat if it meant you remained safe. And that...
He raked his hands through his hair.
That makes me sick. Because what I did to the bison, the squirrel, what I want to do to Actor...
He dropped his hands with despair.
I'm a monster.
No, you're...
I need to leave. I shouldn't have this much power. Until I remember everything, I'm too dangerous.
Swaying forward, I snatched his hand before he could move. He hissed in a sharp breath. His eyes darted to where my fingers curled around his. For a heartbeat, I feared. I froze for his merciless murder, worried about his control over a magic he'd forgotten. But then he groaned. The world went quiet, and his eyes closed as he shuddered, permitting me to slink my fingers through his, to hold his hand, to prove to him that he would not kill me. See, I murmured, you can control it. You can make a choice of who lives and who dies. He laughed tormentedly.
Like I said, only a monster could hold such power.
A monster with a heart, I whispered, stepping closer, burning alive with our touch. His eyes struggled open, hazy with ebony hunger.
You belong to another, locked in a bind that was done to protect you from me.
A bind that means nothing compared to the one I already share with you. I took a final step. Our bare toes touched, sending another wash of longing through my blood. I want you, Darrow, over everyone. I'm sorry it took me so long to understand that. I'm sorry you've been alone. And I'm sorry you've become something that frightens you. My voice wavered. But you don't frighten me. You never have, and you never will. His head tipped back as he swallowed a primitive growl.
I can't push you away. I don't have the strength.
Then don't.
I have to.
He dropped his chin, his gaze so intense, so raw, it stripped me to my core. My skin shed its mortalness, glowing faintly, warily, gilding the air with gold. Darrow licked his lips, his breathing shallow. Pinpricks of gold light danced in his black eyes as he drank me in with desperation. Desperation to push me away before it was too late. Kiss me, I whispered. Another groan echoed in his chest.
I can't.
His fingers twitched in mine. Such an innocent touch, but it twisted my belly and made every cell spark with need. The sunburst mark on my upper thigh began to burn, a faint smolder turning into a stinging scald. Smoke filled his hooded eyes.
Do you feel it too?
I nodded. He looked at her entwined hands.
It's warning us to stop, just like everything else keeping us apart. We've been branded by a mark that burns the moment we're close.
With a wince, he pulled his fingers reluctantly, but resolutely from mine.
I've ignored it for long enough. I can't risk putting you in danger. I wouldn't survive it if I...
He didn't finish, his voice lingering sadly in the night sky. We belong together, I murmured. The short memories I've had all include you. You were there, with me, in the beginning. It was just us, Darrow, just you and me. And I'm not willing to ignore that anymore. Burn or no burn. My voice hardened as I forced myself to be brave. So kiss me and help me remember. We can find ourselves in each other. I know we can.
I've already found who I am, and I'm terrified of what it means.
It only means you are far more powerful than we thought. That you
could hurt you with a single thought.
He threw a look at Sin and Zetas, who stood with tails flicking and eyes narrowed, watching us carefully.
I'm doing everything I can to keep you safe, Runa. Please don't make me do something that...
You won't hurt me, I said softly. You promised you never would, and I believe you. You will not hurt me, regardless of what you are.
Have you not been listening?
His eyes blazed with anger.
I will kill you. My heart might never permit me to hurt you, but this curse, this power, I can't control it.
I don't believe that.
It's the truth.
He swooped into me, clamping both hands onto my shoulders. Shuddering as lightning arced between us with excruciating need.
I know what will happen if I...
Kiss me.
I can't.
He roared, his fingers dipping into me, or his forehead crashing to mine.
I would give fucking anything to make you mine. Anything. Do you understand? I would slaughter everyone if I knew I could keep you. I would snuff out every bird, bee, and beast if only we could be together.
His nose nuzzled mine as his breath came in hot bursts.
I would rip Actor into pieces if it would free you from that cursed bind. And I would feel no guilt, no remorse. I would walk over a world of bones. I would climb a mountain of corpses and live happily in the silence of death if only I got to keep you. That's how much I want you, Runa. That's how far I'd go. That's the sort of nightmare I've become. And that is why I can't...
I threw myself into him. I pressed my mouth to his. I kissed death on his lips and silenced him with my tongue. He froze for a single heartbeat. And then he broke. His body crashed against mine. His hands flew up, grabbing my cheeks and holding me captive. His lips bruised, and with pure rage and molten despair, he gave me what I craved. He kissed me, devoured me. He marched me back until my spine shuddered against a tree, and he pinned me in place with a snarl. Bark bit into my shoulders. Leaves scattered in my hair. A wolf yip and a lynx growl were silenced with the coldest whip of wind. A black wind. A monstrous wind. A wind that came from Death himself, who kissed me with such devotion. My lungs were empty. He'd stolen my air. My blood turned into sunshine, scorching me from the inside out, setting the night ablaze with blistering gold. His tongue pierced my lips. Quellis's hiss tried to slink into my mind. The earth shuddered beneath our feet, and rain began to fall. I ignored every element. I blocked them out and opened wide. He took full advantage. He kissed me roughly, madly. Our teeth clacked, our tongues warred, and I no longer survived on anything but him. His taste, his essence, his raw, vicious power pouring dangerously down my throat. His hips wedged against mine. I moaned as he kissed me harder, feral and frantic. His teeth caught my bottom lip. Blood bloomed.
Why?
He roared, shaking his fist at the thunderstorm and its lashing, licking lightning that just punished us for stealing a kiss.
Why can't I have her? Why?
The sky didn't answer, and I hugged myself in the rain, my blood still fizzing from the power of being struck by light and power. It never killed us. It wouldn't dare. But it hurt. So much. Its current blew through our blood, rang in our teeth, and made the marks on our thighs burn with fire. Darrow, I whispered around the pummeling raindrops. Don't. I didn't know what I warned him about, who he yelled at, or why his anger scared me, but my heart quickened in fear. He spun around, directing his fury at me. His stomach rippled with power, and his arousal hung heavy and hard between his legs.
Since the beginning of time I've chased you. Across the skies and into the seas I've wanted you.
His fingers slid through my hair, looping around my nape.
And now that I have you, in mortal form and here in my arms, in kissing reach, I'm not going to let anything stop us.
He kissed me. Hard. He lowered me to the ground to finish what we started. Another crack of lightning. A furious boom of thunder. A crackling firebolt shattered through us. We cried out, falling to our knees, gasping through twin agony. Darrow lost it. His fury exploded, and with a roar, he drove both fists into the ground. He punched the grass, he dented the planet, and something answered. A deep moan as if the cosmos itself opened its eyes. A tearing beneath our feet. A cracking within the soil. The storm ceased as suddenly as it had appeared. A hush falling over the sky. It appeared as a web at first. A silver-threaded web feathering from his fist to the horizon. A deeper moan. A louder crack. The web widened. The very earth shook and tumbled. Noise deafened us as the flat, unvaried plains of perfection broke apart. The world smashed and splintered, collapsed and crumbled. On and on it broke and reformed. Land ruptured and split. Islands formed in the seas, birthed by my tears. Mountains screeched with stone spiraling into the sky. Canyons carved and hills emerged. Valleys snaked like serpents and ranges rose like spines. Until it was over. Until the world went quiet, and in the distance, one of my rivers tumbled off a new cliff, forming a rainbow-frothing waterfall. I stood on shaky feet, spinning in a slow circle, drinking in the new landscape. You changed it. I looked in awe at the crevices and crags. You changed it all. Darrow stayed on his knees, despair in his eyes as he looked upon the changes his temper had wrought.
I didn't change it, Runa. I destroyed it.
I sucked in an explosive breath. My eyes opened.
Runa, thank the stars.
Darrow cradled me in his arms, wedging me against the tree as if he'd caught me mid-fall.
You passed out. I fear I'd killed...
You didn't. I coughed. You wouldn't. I'm even more sure of that now. Catching his stare, I murmured, I saw a memory. Of you. Of us.
What?
His gaze sharpened.
What did you see?
I shivered in the cage of his strength. I saw you transform the barrenness of this world into a place with caves and cliffs, summits and sand dunes. My knees braced as I straightened against the tree where he trapped me. Do you remember? He shook his head, his eyes swimming with history he couldn't recall.
How is that possible? How could I do such a thing?
My attention fell to his lips as a ray of absolute truth poured through me. Because you're not just death. You are so much more than what you fear. He froze.
The moth said the same thing.
The moth?
What else?
He asked, ignoring me.
What else did you see?
I trembled as his past desperation echoed in my ears. You said you chased me since the beginning of time, across the skies and into the seas. That now you...
Had you in mortal form.
He jerked.
In my arms and in kissing reach. I wasn't going to let anything stop us.
I froze. You remember? He nodded slowly.
I remember needing you. I remember being so angry I was willing to do anything to have you.
He shuddered.
I remember that rage pouring into the ground and...
He shook his head.
I did what you said I did.
Lightning tried to stop us back then, but now...
It's a wolf and a lynx.
He nuzzled my nose with his.
And my own fear of hurting you.
You'd never...
I'd never.
He dropped his chin and kissed me. He jolted, as if he hadn't meant to do such a thing. Our lips grazed. He sucked in a breath. Our eyes locked, and I waited for him to pull away again, to deny us what we'd wanted for such a long time. But he didn't pull away. Ever so slowly, he closed his eyes and licked at the seam of my lips. I sighed and parted for him.
You really, really shouldn't.
His tongue touched mine. All the heat of before exploded. All the need, all the frustration and denials and histories ignited in a lust-searing whoosh.
Fuck.
He fell on me, his body sandwiching mine against the tree.
Make me stop. Please, please make me stop.
A whipping shadow cast out from his back, knocking Sin and Zetas away, trapping us in our own little world where only the rain could touch us. Darrow's tongue tangled with mine, and I lost myself to him. I forgot about lightning bolts and mountains soaring from the earth. I forgot about the past and the future and everything that we were and could never be. I chose to exist in this moment with him. I love you, I whispered as he kissed his way along my jaw, nipping at my throat. He snarled and drove both fists into the tree behind my ears.
I've always loved you.
His hips rocked, pulsing into me.
I always will.
I spread my legs, granting him space to slip between. He shuddered and found my mouth again, kissing me hard, turning sweetness into savagery. The thunderstorm gathered power above. My mark burned and fear tickled at the back of my mind of being punished. But I didn't care. I don't care. I wanted. I wouldn't let him stop this. I wouldn't let beasts or elements stop this. I threw myself at his mercy and cried out as his hands fumbled at my calfskin wrap. The knots came loose, and he shoved aside the fur, bearing my form to autumn chill, pouring rain, and scalding male possession. He gave in to the magic between us, just like I had. Cupping my right breast, he fed a guttural groan onto my tongue. His fingers pinched my nipple, aggressive and needy, his touch making me throb. He swallowed my moan as I arched my back, giving him everything. I opened my mouth wider to breathe, to gasp, but he suffocated me with a delicious dark kiss. His hands skated from my breasts to my waist, his fingers digging into my hips as he rubbed his arousal against my belly, tickling my skin with his wolf pelt. My heart galloped as he pulled away, his lips stung and swollen, his eyes wide and dilated.
He
choked on a breath.
I can't stop.
His gaze blazed with so many things.
I don't want to hurt you.
You won't. I reached up and sank my fingers into his wild hair, pulling him back down to me. He collapsed. Our lips connected. Our tongues touched. I dropped my fingers from his hair, trailing them over his bare, rain-slicked chest, landing on his wolf pelt. He groaned as I tugged. He sucked in a breath as it loosened. He flinched as it fell to our feet, leaving his scorching bare skin to press against mine.
Fuck, Runa.
He rocked into me, shuddering the tree trunk, sending more leaves to tumble over us, sticking to our wetted skin.
To finally feel you this way.
His lips smashed to mine. Our kiss turned dark and deep. His flesh was a pyre, his shadows thick and cloaking. Nothing else existed but us. Just us. No stars, no moon, no chaperones. He grunted as my hand slipped between us, seeking him, wanting to touch like I had in the cave. His teeth clamped on my bottom lip as I found him, stroked him, broke him. Another bloom of blood flavored our kiss, but this time, no vision, just lust. We assaulted one another. We punished one another. We let truth pour free of how much we needed this, how long we'd fought this, how deeply we loved, all while being told it was forbidden. Darrow's hand dropped from my hip and cupped between my legs. I jolted with piercing pleasure. His shadows spun around us as our heads twisted and turned, our tongues hunting and licking in perfect destruction. A trickle of wetness leaped from my mortal form. I moaned as my core clenched, begging him, wanting him, ready for him to. My back arched as one long finger entered me. My feet slipped on the damp dirt as Darrow pinned me hard against the tree. Ah! I moaned as his fingers sank incredibly deep within me.
Runa.
His tongue dove between my shocked parted lips, forcing me to kiss him, to suck on his tongue and break apart beneath sensation. It was too much. So much pleasure. I cried out as his finger moved, withdrawing before dipping back in, drawing more of the dampness between my legs, making my cheeks blush and blood heat and heart tear itself into desperate pieces. I'd never felt something so encompassing, so intense, never been so trapped or so willing to be taken.
Make me stop.
He grunted.
I won't survive if I ever did anything to fuck.
I wrapped my hand around his velvety hardness, making him choke on whatever he wanted to say. He kissed me bruisingly hard, pulsing his hips into my palm. He pushed another finger inside me, stretching me, driving me into madness. I saw stars. I became one. My skin glowed a pearly shimmer, white and light and pure. I stroked him faster, driving my hand up and down his throbbing, scalding flesh.
Fuck, Runa.
His wrist undulated between my thighs, moving his fingers within me, making my legs go weak. I cried out as my body became hungry, greedy. I wanted something more, something only he could give me. Darrow. His lips possessed mine, ravaging and monstrous, stealing all my thoughts until I was nothing but liquid sunshine. His fingers plunged harder, faster. It was too much. It's not enough. Instinct tore through me, impatient and demanding. I wrapped my fingers tighter around his flesh, punishing him for making me unravel, needing him to cure me, fix me, to somehow heal me of the burning need in my blood. Tara, please. I moaned and spread my legs wider. He stopped kissing me. His fingers stilled inside me. His eyes were molten discs of silver. No black, no shadows, just moonlight. His jaw tightened, and for a horrible heartbeat, I feared he'd walk away. He'd leave me panting against this tree, alone in the pummeling rain. But then his face twisted with darkness, and his voice smoldered with death.
I'm sorry.
His mouth crashed against mine again, his tongue tearing past my lips. I let go of everything. I was no longer mortal nor magic, just lust. Both hands soared up his tight muscular chest, and I latched every finger around the back of his neck. I clung to him. I kissed him with everything I had. He grabbed my leg, and in a perfectly male move, hitched up my thigh until it caught on his hip. Then he angled his body into mine. He kissed me so hard. He poured the clinking, tumbling pieces of his broken spirit into my being. His forehead crashed on mine as he thrust up. I cried out at the pressure of his hardness, at the broad crown of his arousal barely breaching my body. His jaw clenched as he pushed possessively into me. A breathless cry escaped as discomfort flared. Tree bark bit into me as I rose up on my tiptoes, trying to find relief from the overwhelming pressure of him claiming me. But he didn't stop. He took me, like he tried to do since we were created, sinking deep, deep within me. Something pinched and flared, drenching my system in pain. I cried out. He stilled for a moment, trembling. Sucking in a breath, I rode through the lands of agony, then relaxed into him as the pain morphed into pleasure. My wetness welcomed him, even as my body rippled around him, rebelling against his penetration. With a look that gave me nowhere to hide, He bent his head and kissed me. He kissed me as he sank the rest of the way, sheathing himself entirely within me. There were no words. No mortal ones, anyway. I kissed him back, my fingers returning to his rain-slick hair. He trembled harder as his hands cupped my cheeks, his touch radiating heat as he sucked my tongue into his mouth. I rocked my hips just once, needing to move, trying to learn what to do. Every muscle in his body clenched. With gritted teeth, he withdrew slightly, making me gasp.
It's taking everything I have not to rut into you.
Take me, I whispered.
I already have.
He kissed me fiercely.
I'm exactly where I belong, and
his lips twisted into a snarl.
I'm never giving you back.
He thrust. I cried out as he filled me.
I love you.
His shadows thickened and parried, blinding the outside world. He thrust again.
I always have.
His eyes were no longer like anything I'd ever seen. They were twin moons, watching me with absolute luminous power.
I always will.
He thrust again, driving me against the tree.
And nothing, and no one can stop me.
My stomach clenched as pleasure and pain whipped through my blood. My sensitive gift of feeling the spirits of others exploded outward, sinking me into stillness and home. My heart burst wide, enveloping his, binding us into one glowing ball of light. He jerked as he felt my power link with his. He groaned as I spoke silently in a language all our own. I love you. He withdrew only to drive upward, harder, meaner, impaling me onto him so I couldn't hide. I couldn't run. We'd stepped over the line. We'd stepped over the line we'd been told was forbidden. We'd turned our backs on warnings, prophecies, and chosen whatever tragedy awaited us. Selfishly, wrongly, rightly.
You're everything to me,
he whispered in my thoughts, his hardness sinking deep, 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 stretching me exquisitely wide.
Forever.
Our eyes met, suns to moons. There was nowhere to hide, no lies that would be believed or laws that hadn't been broken. No matter what binds and beasts had been put on our path, we'd ignored them all. His hips thrust up, faster and deeper. His rhythm morphed from dark possession to desperate taking. He stretched me in all new ways, claimed me in every way, ensured there was no part of me that he didn't master. My head fell back against the tree as his hands clamped down on my hips, holding me in place as he took me fast. Our spirits grew talons, clawing at each other, slicing off strips, drawing blood, locking us together in every world, and not just this mortal one. We were lost. We were found. We were completely and utterly consumed with this. I cried out as my heart overflowed and my body drowned beneath feeling. Searing pleasure pain split me in two as he drove explicitly hard. His lips descended over mine. One hand went under my rear, keeping my leg hoisted over his hip, and the other went to my throat, drawing intoxicating circles on my collarbone, slipping in the rain, making me burn alive as he drove into me again and again and again. My mouth parted beneath his kiss as every awareness sank into my core, into the wetness where he thrust, into the life that unfurled through my blood. I glowed brighter, my flesh flickering gold and pearl as he faded into shadows. They peeled off him, curling and snarling, shades and blackness looping around his throat, his arms, his head. A crown of them, a hint at what he truly was, the emperor of death and ruler of chaos. My sunburst mark burned painfully as my skin glowed brighter, bouncing off the cavern his shadows had formed as a bone-quaking ripple shot down my spine. Duro, I
know.
His tongue shot into my mouth, silencing me as he thrust possessively deep.
I need the same thing.
I gasped as he stripped me bare. This was him with nothing hidden. The darkest truth of his affection. Raindrops mixed with sweat as he rutted into me. My hips arched to meet his. His heart thundered against mine. We drove again and again. I cried out as pressure around my spine gathered tighter, hotter. My skin glowed brighter, wider, and I grabbed onto his shoulders, digging my nails into his back. He swallowed a curse and took me harder. I tensed as I sank into tight, tart tingles. I struggled to breathe as it kept building, bruising my bones, scorching my blood, coiling deeper and darker with every thrust. He didn't stop, taking me, drowning me, sending me higher, tighter, until the coiling stopped. It teetered. It pinched and teased and hurt. And then it exploded. I went utterly stiff as my entire body detonated with 100 forks of lightning. I cried out as they crackled through my core, arced between my legs, and drenched me with wave upon wave of blinding light. Spasms and bands of brilliant white shot from me, disappearing into Darrow's shadows, twisting with coils of brilliance. His luminous eyes met mine as I gasped on the final clenching wave. He cupped my throat, his fingers tender but threatening as the silver in his stare bled black with night. He bit his bottom lip, staring into me as he felt me come apart around him. Another delicious clench between my legs as his fingers flexed around my neck. His gaze hooded, and his hips pounded unforgivingly into me, imprisoning me against the tree, adding to the euphoria of my release with his own impending one.
Watching you break for me?
He kissed me wickedly as a primitive growl echoed through his teeth.
Feeling you pulse around my cock.
With every rock, he seemed to grow in size, stretching me wider, ensuring he took every part of me.
Fuck.
His shadows thickened until nightmares lived within his darkness, twisting and twining, roping over his shoulders and dancing through his hair. His eyes went utterly black, his lips pulled back from his teeth, and with a final savage deep thrust, he buried his face into my neck and shuddered. His teeth sank into my skin as his release splintered him apart, shadows pouring from the endless power within him. The earth rumbled with a rolling quake, thunder boomed, fire cracked in the sky, and wind howled through the glade. 4 elements voiced their disapproval, 4 elements who'd lost the moment Darrow had found me.
Chapter 50. Darrow. I stood in the center of the cosmic web, a web that I still didn't fully understand but was beginning to accept was home. Somehow, someway, in a different life in a different form. I knew my mortal self was asleep, cradled on my wolf pelt with Runa tucked into my front, and her calfskin dress thrown over us for warmth. I'd fallen asleep, sated, worried, satisfied, concerned, and slipped into this dream state where past, present, and future collided. The ever-annoying moth who I'd named Pella after the Zanasha word for pest hovered close by, leaving its dusty wake of silver with every flutter of his wings. Crossing my dream-given arms, I growled. You told me that Runa would die, and I would be the cause, that her spirit would go where I could not follow. I bared my teeth. You lied. Pella caught the updraft of a shooting star that soared bright and glittery through the web.
It will come to pass. You set that in motion tonight. She will die. That part is certain. You are both one half of a whole. That whole is now unbalanced.
His tiny feet tickled my bare flesh.
She will die. That part is certain. You made it truth the moment your mortal form claimed hers.
Pella descended onto the silver-glowing tapestry, his wings deflating as if knowledge of what would come to pass weighed him down.
If you truly want to know, look into the dew. Your sight is evolving. You manipulated time during the hunt and glimpsed the future that was always yours to see.
His wings fluttered once.
So, look for yourself, Moonmaster, and see what is destined.
My eyes fell on the dewdrop it had chosen. A chill ran down my spine.
I will warn you, though,
Pella whispered in his mouth's soft hum.
You cannot change this fate. Not the way you changed Runa's death yesterday by saving her blood-bound mate.
How can I stop her from dying, then? Pella sighed, his wings flattening.
You can't. Just like you can't stop yourself from doing what you will do in return.
What will I do? More snow scattered down my back.
You will know heartache worse than any other.
Pella fluttered back into the sky.
Now look.
I stepped toward the droplet, my bare feet gliding over the intricate lace without causing a single ripple. I was the stealthiest of spiders, a spider that sat in the heart of the universe. I crouched beside the dewdrop. I bent to look into the prismatic glitter of its surface. A flash of blood, a single scream. Everything dissolved as pain ripped through my dream state. I tumbled from sleep to awake, jerking from shadow into bone. My eyes shot wide. I gasped and went to leap up, but Runa pressed my chest, her hand firm and braced.
Don't move.
I blinked, trying to get my bearings. Dawn had broken. The rainstorm from last night, summoned by our coupling, had left the sky a newly washed pink and peach masterpiece. No clouds, no winds, just the bare branches of trees as they strained toward the heavens above us. I looked down at where Runa held me. The tickle of something wet rolled down my chest, making me flinch. What are you?
Stay there.
Runa ducked over me, pressing her mouth to my flesh. A sharp sting as her tongue licked me. My belly clenched and my body reacted, thickening with her closeness, hardening with the heat of her mouth on my skin. Runa, she pulled away, sitting upward and licking her lips. I froze. Staining her mouth was the faintest hue of crimson black. Blood. My blood. Blood that wasn't true red anymore. It had become laced with midnight the more I'd fallen into my power. It glistened with a sinister shimmer, a black hue that made it look poisonous. Sitting up, I glanced down at where she'd licked. In her hand rested my wolf fang that must have fallen out of my pelt when we ripped at each other's coverings last night. My eyes narrowed as I looked up. You cut me. She nodded as she swallowed, scowling with distaste as she licked her lips again.
You drank for me, the night of the blood bind, and I thought...
She shrugged with a hopeful smile.
I woke in your arms, and I couldn't breathe with the thought of never being with you again. I panicked at the thought of being with Actor, of him touching me.
She swallowed hard, hanging her head.
I can't meet him, Darrow. I can't be with him in that way. And I...
She looked at me beneath her lashes, guilt fogging her stare.
I hoped that if I drank from you, like you drank from me, that our blood would supersede the bind I share with him.
She pressed her fingertips over my heart.
I want us to be linked, so we can leave and...
Her eyes widened. Her golden earthen skin flushed as white as her hair. Runa. I shifted onto my knees, grabbing her shoulders. What is it? What's wrong? She gasped and choked, clutching at her throat. Her amber gaze flared even wider as she jerked and toppled sideways. Runa! I caught her. She moaned and fought to get free. I let her go, watching helplessly as she crawled away, hovered on all fours, then vomited violently onto the ground. Zetas raised her horned head and Sin yawned from where she was snuggled up with the huge wolf. Both predators watched Runa retching with pity in their matching yellow glowing eyes. Last night they'd had no choice but to let us be together, but now they didn't seem to care. Crawling toward her, I stroked her back and gathered her tangled white hair, keeping it away from the mess she'd made. Not that much came up. I doubted she'd eaten since we left the Nil camp yesterday. and after such a long walk, terrible hunt, and what had happened between us last night, she had nothing left. The only mess that marked the dirt was the same sickening red-black sheen of my blood. Blood that she'd swallowed. Blood that her body had rejected just like Solon had said it would. Groaning in pain, she tumbled forward. I caught her again, gathering her close, drawing her into my arms. With a soft shudder, tears broke her eyelashes and rained down her cheeks.
I truly hoped.
Turning into me, she crawled onto my lap and buried her face in my neck, crying quietly.
I can't stay betrothed to him, Darrow. Not after this. Not after us.
I pressed a kiss to her clammy forehead. I know. I didn't know what else to say. The fear of what I would have seen in the dewdrop if Runa hadn't woken me hovered in my thoughts. Pella, my annoying moth, had said it was now inevitable, that nothing could stop the future. But Runa had been bound to Actor for a reason. Was it selfish of me to hope that reason would be stronger than the consequences of what we'd done last night? Until I knew all that I was and learned how to wield these monstrous gifts, she needed to stay with the Nell, even if it kills me a little more each day. It's okay, Runa. I kissed her gently, rocking her on my lap. I'll figure this out. We still have a few weeks. Everything will work out, you'll see. She raised her head. Her tear-glossy eyes met mine. She didn't speak, but the tension between us sprang into feverish awareness. My body hardened. My hands turned possessive. My chin dipped down just as hers tipped up. We shuddered with identical moans as our lips met, and we sank into a kiss. The flavor of my blood on her tongue added a raw debasement to our affection, feeding a flash of heat between my legs. No wolf or lynx was trying to bite us. No elements hissed in our ears. I groaned as her tongue slipped hesitantly into my mouth. I shifted her, spreading her legs so they fanned out on either side of my hips. The heat of her settled over my rapidly hardening flesh, and I kissed her deeper, sucking on her tongue, licking up the remnants of my blood, desperate to eradicate it from her system so I didn't poison her. Diving a fist into her hair, I tugged her head back, nipping my way down her throat. I sank my teeth into the swell of her breast, cursing the firebrand above her heart. Her fingernails sank into my shoulders.
Darrow.
I angled her over me. I shuddered as her hot wetness...
Oh, by the fire, I'm so sorry.
Runa froze in my arms, plastering her nakedness against mine as if she could hide what we'd been about to do, what we were on the precipice of doing. Swallowing a frustrated growl, I looked over my shoulder. Naya, of course. Exhaling heavily, I cradled Runa tight, gritting my teeth as her wetness welcomed me to thrust. Hello, Naya. The Nil woman's dark skin flushed, and her eyes stayed resolutely on the ground.
Morning, Darrow.
She flicked a look at Runa with a hint of a smile.
Morning, Runa.
Runa's tension melted, and her lips stretched into a prideful grin, not caring she was caught.
Morning, Naya.
Naya shifted on the spot, letting out a relieved breath as Sin trotted over to her and licked her hand. She scratched the lynx, using her as a distraction as Runa remained stubbornly on my lap, even as I tried to ease her off to cover her with her calfskin. Her eyes met mine. Her hot wetness rocked cruelly against my painful hardness. I growled low, digging my fingers into her hips. Pressing my lips to her ear, I whispered, "Stop that. Unless you want your friend to watch me rut into you like a helpless savage." A shiver ran down her spine. With eyes glowing with need, she pecked my cheek and looked back at Naya.
You're looking for me, I presume?
Naya kept ruffling the lynx.
You said you'd be quick.
Runa slung her arms over my shudders, twining her fingers in my hair.
I got a little distracted. I can see that.
Naya stood and clamped her hands together.
Solon instructed me to find you. We're leaving soon. You need to, get dressed and join us.
We'll be there soon, I said with clenched teeth, willing my body to behave.
Leica and some of the hunters have run ahead to grab more travois and manpower to haul the kills back. Huel will stay with a few hunters to guard the bison from predators. And Actor, well, he'll have to travel with you. Obvious reasons being the blood bind and the fact that I can't be away from him.
Runa clipped. Naya sighed.
Be angry with him, Runa. Be angry with the fire and Solon. I'm not the one who... I'm sorry.
Runa rolled her shoulders with a pained exhale.
You're right. I didn't mean to say that. I know it's not your fault.
Smiling nervously, she asked,
Forgive me? Nothing to forgive.
Naya shifted with Sin at her side.
I'll just return and tell them you're on your way. I'll, give you some privacy to dress.
I caught her black stare over my shoulder. Thanks. A genuine grin caught her lips.
I hope you two had fun. It sure looks like it.
Her eyes darted to my barrenness.
You might want to ask Hyath to make you a cloak next, Darrow.
Her cheeks pinked.
You have rather obvious scratches on your back.
With a wink at Runa, she broke into a run, taking Sin with her. I followed the Nil hunters traveling back to camp, keeping my distance like usual. After escorting Runa back to the ashes and bones of their fire and meal last night, I took Zetas to find our own food. She flushed out a swift-footed hare, and we shared breakfast in the shadows of the long grass as Runa resumed her place at the front of the hunting party next to Solon. The two of them walked behind Trowel and Actor. I kept careful watch for an hour, my eyes never straying from Runa. Not only had we done what we weren't supposed to do, but she'd ingested my blood. Or at least she'd tried. My hands balled. What was she thinking? Not only had I released inside her, but she'd also drank my life force that was swiftly changing to a substance that took life rather than nurtured it. If she died... I gasped and rubbed at the spasm in my chest. Actor suddenly slowed his pace, slipping from his position beside his father to walk beside Runa, sandwiching her between himself and Solon. I tried not to care. I did my best not to glower or give in to my anger. But it was hard, especially after last night and the rightness of it. I kept walking as Zetas appeared from the grasslands, her horns tangled with a few broken flowers. I pulled away the debris stuck to her, then rested my hand on her large shoulders as I kept my eyes on the Nil. Everyone looked rested enough, apart from Runa. They carried their weapons at the ready, and their eyes scanned the plains, alert and on guard. Runa's footsteps seemed heavier than the others. Occasionally she'd press a hand to her belly, as if the pain I'd given her when I'd first entered her twinged now and again. I winced. I hadn't meant to hurt her. I never wanted to hurt her. Runa rubbed her stomach again, making guilt cloud. I had hurt her.
She's hungry, you fool.
Pella appeared, flitting in daylight where no moth belonged.
You drained her of energy. Sucked the life right out of her.
I swatted at the winged insect, missing like usual. I did not suck the life right out of her.
Does she look like she's sprightly today?
I scowled, walking a little faster to get a better look at Runa's drawn face amongst the other travelers. I smiled as love warmed my heart. She did look tired, but she wore the same secretive satedness as me, the contentedness from finally being with each other, even if we feared what the future held. She stumbled, and Solon reached out to catch her elbow just as Actor did the same. She froze, looking between the two Nil mills, holding her up with courtesy. My stomach knotted, a string of shadows unfurled.
Careful, Moonmaster. Your possessiveness is showing.
Pella swooped around my ear before vanishing. Zetas growled a little as my bleeding darkness licked around her paws. Gritting my teeth, I sucked the shades back and noticed a small wilting patch of daylilies, valiantly trying to stay alive in such tall grass. I couldn't stop Actor from walking beside the woman I wanted more than anything, but I could feed her. I could give her back the energy I'd stolen and show her that, even though I wasn't with her, my heart and thoughts always belonged to her. Dropping to my haunches, I ripped up the flowers, dusted off the thick tubers, and spied a late crop of wild strawberries. Grabbing those too, I carried my offerings directly into the heart of the Nil, blatantly pushing Actor out of the way and giving Runa a smile. "Hi." She blushed as if the word was laced with want, which it was. Actor muttered a curse under his breath and strode forward to rejoin his father. Solon threw me a look, his eyebrow arching.
"Interesting weather we had last night." He glanced at the sky. "Rain that appeared from nowhere. Very unexpected."
Runa flinched, but I held the fire reader's stare. "I'm sure your flames have already shared our secrets."
"They didn't have to,"
Solon sighed.
"You did that by returning Runa to us with scratches on your back."
I shouldn't smile, but I did.
"Don't look too pleased with yourself, Darrow,"
Solon muttered, his face falling.
"You know as well as I do that only pain can come from this."
His eyes welled with water as true grief spilled down his cheeks. Runa gasped and grabbed his hand.
Hey, it's okay, Solon. Everything will be fine. You'll see.
Bringing their linked fingers to his mouth, Solon kissed her knuckles and sniffed back his tears. With a sharp smile, he shook his head.
"No, it won't. But I won't stop trying to rectify what has been broken."
Glaring at me, he added,
"Now, give my acolyte what you came to deliver and be gone. I need to speak to Runa alone."
I didn't have to obey. He wasn't my spirit master, and I wasn't Nil, but his pain was real. I honored that I wasn't the only one who loved Runa enough to be terrified of what was coming. "Here." I passed her the roots, flowers, and berries. "You're hungry and need your strength." A breeze danced in her hair as she hugged the food.
Thank you.
Her amber eyes met mine, so different to last night when they'd blazed a brilliant gold as I sank inside her. There'd been no other color, just pure radiant power. The moth was right. She did look drained, and I was the reason. Risking Solon's wrath and Actor's temper, I bent my knees and pressed a swift kiss to her cheek. "I'll be close by. Come find me in the grasslands after dinner tonight." My gaze landed on her mouth before I caught Solon's pained stare. Without another word, I struck off with Zetus at my heels, heading away from the hunters and back to the outskirts where I belonged. Swift footsteps chased after me. I spun with a smile, believing it was Runa. But my smile twisted into a frown as Actor slowed and dragged his fingernails over the shaved side of his skull. Trawl and Solon glared at us before moving forward, taking Runa with them. I crossed my arms as Zetus grumbled, her fangs showing. "What do you want, Actor?" My legs bunched for a fight, my hands already fisted. His nostrils flared as his jaw worked. Anger glinted in his dark gaze, and the ash snake over his shoulders glimmered faintly in the cloudy light. Finally, as if he'd worked through whatever emotion clogged his throat, he coughed. "Thank you." I stilled. Zetus stopped grumbling. "What did you say?" He forced himself to meet my eyes.
"I said thank you. I owe you my gratitude."
He looked like he'd choke, but he added,
"I would have died yesterday if it wasn't for you. My father would have died. My people would have died."
He swallowed and muttered,
"Runa would have died."
"She would have died because of your stupidity," I snapped. "You ran directly into danger without a thought to the consequences of the bind." He flinched.
"I know. Believe me, I know."
He paced in front of me, tugging on the long braid of dark hair hanging over his shoulder. "I'm grateful to you for saving my clan and blessing our bellies with food that will last many winters. The fact that the hunt was so successful for our Lupic build means my matehood with Runa will forever be bountiful, and I'm beginning to see what Solon does." Anger whipped warningly in my stomach. When I didn't speak, his eyes narrowed with determination. "She's special. I see that now. She's not a threat to my people like I believed.
She's a worthy partner to share the leadership with when my father and Solon pass the titles to us. Yesterday I told her that I was afraid of her, that I felt trapped in this bind just as much as she does, and wished I was free to find my own mate. But he squeezed the back of his neck. After I ran toward the bison, knowing I would die, happily trading my life for my father and my clan, I found myself upset that I would kill Runa with me. I swallowed an icy flush of rage, doing my best to listen and not retaliate. Actor looked toward the departing hunters, his gaze landing on Runa's rare white hair swinging down her back. She asked me yesterday why I chose war instead of peace between us, and I no longer have a valid answer. I don't want war anymore. I want peace. And Runa, she is worth making peace with. My stomach nodded. Another gust of blackness seeped from my wrists. Actor noticed, backtracking a little. Zetas lowered her horned head. Her hackles bristled. He raised his hands. I came to say thank you and to give you a warning. His voice hardened. I won't give her up. The fire won't break the bind, and our hearts can't survive without the other. In a few weeks she won't be yours to touch anymore, but until then... He gritted his teeth and inhaled sharply. I will look the other way. I will do what the fire reader asked me to do and give you time to say goodbye. Another billow of blackness flowed from my shoulders. I quaked on the spot with fury. For saving my life and my clan's life, I won't stand in your way to say goodbye to my mate in whatever ways you need. His ebony eyes narrowed with intent. But the night after the Ayum festival, you will give her to me willingly. You will stand quietly at our matrimonial ceremony, and you and your shadows will not interfere when I take her into my furs. I won't make you leave our clan, Darrow. I see now that you could prove valuable to my people, but I will enforce your place if you do not accept these terms. I didn't trust myself to talk. I hadn't breathed in his entire self-centered speech. It took every ounce of control I had not to let my whipping, snarling shadows loose. How easy it would be to slice into his chest and rip out his beating heart. I wanted that. So fucking badly. I tasted his blood and hummed with violence. Zetas dropped into a crouch, feeding off my wrath. Actor swallowed hard, backing away. You know you hurt her if you hurt me. And wasn't that the awful, despicable truth? A shadow got loose from my control, whipping toward his throat. I couldn't look at him anymore. I'd kill him. With a quick summoning of Ravosa's magic, I cocooned myself in the air element, churned my furious shadows into a blackened vortex, and vanished from Actor's sight.
Chapter 51. Runa.
The ripples of what you did last night have been felt far and wide, Runa.
I looked up, blinking away the monotony of walking. My eyes met Solon's weary ones. I didn't want to have this conversation with him, but then guilt weighed heavily, and I hung my head. What happened with Darrow and me was...
selfish,
he muttered coldly. He looked strained, and older than he had when we'd left the camp on the bison hunt. His shoulders hunched, and his long braids were lank in the humid late afternoon. His bison cloak was rolled up and tucked on one of the travois being pulled behind us, leaving his dark chest gleaming with toil. On the horizon, smoke from the ever-present fire in the Nil camp speared into the sky, welcoming us back. It had been a long walk, made easier thanks to the food Darrow had brought to replenish my lack of energy, but still a long journey, with memories of death and pleasure forever linked. Darrow's presence had been brief when he dropped off the food, but his kiss had made every part of me hum, and as he left with Actor at his heels, a nudge of fear reminded me that I'd forgotten to bring Olish's tonic on the hunt. Last night, Darrow's body had entered mine. Our essences had blended. We'd done what other creatures did to create cubs, pups, and babes. Could we have started life last night? I stilled as another thought overshadowed that one. If I grew big with Darrow's youngling, would that be enough to stop the bloodbind? After all, it would be breath and bone within me, not just blood. My mind raced with possibilities. Solon sighed and grabbed my hand, stopping me.
We need to talk. I should have said this hours ago, and I'm running out of time.
My feet stopped moving. My mind screeched to a halt. All thoughts of younglings and mortals with power of life and death scattered. What do you need to talk about? Thrall and Actor turned to look at us, their eyebrows raised in the same way, proving how similar father and son were.
Solon?
Thrall asked.
We're almost there, brother. If you're tired, you only have a short distance to walk. Home awaits.
Home. My heart pinched. We're almost home. A sudden flash of happiness warmed me at the thought of seeing Hyeth, Natim, Way, and Palin again, followed swiftly by panic. Without realizing, this had become my home, even though my heart had found its belonging in Darrow, and I plotted what would happen if I fell pregnant to him. The rest of me had found safety, comfort, and purpose here. I wished I hadn't fallen for this place or these people. I wished I didn't have split loyalties within me that constantly warred over right and wrong. Solon let my hand go, murmuring something only Thrall could hear. I let the male speak, my eyes drifting back to the fire's smoke, ignoring Actor's stare as he watched me closely. What had he said to Darrow when he followed him earlier today? I flinched as he moved toward me, just as Thrall said.
See you back at home, Runa.
Thrall placed a hand on his son's shoulder, halting him.
Come along, Actor. The short distance between you two won't affect your heart's rhythms. Let the fire reader share a few moments alone with his acolyte.
Actor looked like he'd argue, but a glower from Solon had him falling obediently in step with Thrall. They left without another word. Solon took my hand again, waiting until the last hunter had drifted around us on their way toward the camp. Naya caught my gaze as she walked by. She shrugged and blew me a kiss, smiling warily as her hand landed on Sin's haunches as the lynx prowled beside her. Solon didn't speak until the hunters were out of hearing distance.
I will be brief, but I will be blunt.
I straightened. My chin came up. I tried to remove my hand from his, glancing at where his ash wasp stung my tattooed bee, but he kept me trapped with a tight grip.
I love you, Runa. I love you as if you were my own. But you are being selfish and reckless, and I can't just stand by and let you throw your life away. Throw all our lives away.
I frowned. I'm not throwing my life away.
By entertaining ideas of bearing Darrow's offspring in the hopes that it will break the bloodbind, you are.
How did you... I ripped my hand from his. The fire. Of course. Quellis would meddle.
Of course we would.
The flames hissed in my ears.
Did you think we'd just bow down now that you've shared your flesh with him? You've done something we cannot undo, Lifebringer. But we will continue to protect those in our hearth, even if you stray out of it.
I don't understand why we can't be together, Solon. I lowered my voice to a whisper. I know all the warnings. I've listened to your lessons. But why would Darrow and I know each other if we weren't intertwined in some way? Why would I feel the way I do if it wasn't right? Why do I have memories of the beginning? Of the world being empty apart from me and him? I tapped my head with a grimace. There is so much I don't know hidden inside my mind. So much I'm desperate to remember. If only you gave me time. Solon marched into me and cupped my nape. His gentle touch slid through my hair as his thumbs pressed hard against my temples.
I wanted to spare you this, Runa, but I see now that only the truth will stop your heart from leading you down a path that will only end in despair. If you do not care for yourself and the pain you will endure at his hands, care for the others who will destroy in return.
My fingers locked over his wrists. I tried to pull away. Solon, what are you...
Do it.
He spoke to the flames.
Show her what you showed me.
The world fell away. A trance yanked me deep. My knees buckled as Quellis sucked me into smoke and brimstone, feeding me a vision of chaos, carnage, and crippling, sickening horror. I stood on the highest mountain, covered in gold-gilded blood, scars on top of scars, bones badly knitted and fingers twisted and bruised. My hair was shorn, my body frail and broken. Each wound and healed history revealed the agony I had somehow endured. But the blood and broken bones were nothing compared to the salted sorrow stinging so viciously in my heart. Hate, loathing, rage. So much rage. I couldn't control it. I didn't want to control it. I hadn't controlled it. And now, nothing was left. Nothing but ash, soot, and cinders. Every tree, shrub, and flower had been scorched. Every beast, bird, and bee had been melted. Every mortal, young, old, healthy, and frail, had been blistered, burned, and broken. All gone. All dead. I stood alone on my pile of embers and ruins. I raised my ruined hands. My skin blazed with 1,000 suns. I opened my mouth and a river of despair poured out. My head fell back, my power ignited, and the world burned.
It's okay. I've got you.
Solon caught me as I collapsed. He rocked me on his lap as the vision snapped into pure white light, throwing me back into cloudy grasslands with birds chirping, crickets singing, and the faint laughter of the Nil hunters on the muggy breeze. I can't breathe. I feel sick. I'm going to be sick. Let me go. I fought him. Let me go. I barely made it out of his arms before I retched. For the second time today, I vomited, violently. And just like my body had rejected Darrow's tart, blackened blood, my mind rejected such a vision. I couldn't stop seeing, couldn't stop trembling, retching, moaning. That wasn't me. I could never.
It is, and you do.
Solon gathered my hair back, twisting it into a rope in his fist.
And this is where I am blunt out of necessity, my daughter.
He leaned closer, whispering into my ear as the grasslands swam, and I moaned again with despair.
You will kill every single spirit alive. You will destroy everything. Everything,
Quellis said quietly in my mind.
Are you listening, Lifebringer? You will go against your very nature and kill everything.
I tried to curl into a rocking ball, but Solon held me tight, his voice cracking.
I don't know what will make you do such a thing, Runa. That part is hidden from all of us. But nothing I do will prevent it from coming true if you choose Darrow. It is not a warning, but a promise. You will end life as we know it. You will be a traitor to your power, and a betrayer to everything you are.
Sobs crawled up my throat. I shook my head faster. I wrapped my arms around my waist. It's not true. I could never.
It doesn't matter if you believe the fire, Runa. It is the truth. I've told you before, but now you've seen it. You will kill me, my clan, my home, and my future. You will kill Sin, Natim, Zetas, and all the wolves Darrow holds so dear. All of that will come to pass, unless you made Actor. Unless you accept that your place is here, with us, with the future chief. Darrow is surrounded by shadows, and the flames cannot see his destiny. But we see yours, and it is ever so bleak.
Icy sweat coated me as I raised my head. I wiped my mouth with the back of my shaking hand. I cannot imagine a time when I would ever do such a thing.
Me either,
Solon murmured.
You are goodness itself, Runa. Life in mortal form.
He brushed away the sweat on my brow with such tenderness, another sob racked me.
But you will. And the only way I can protect you, the only way I can protect my people, is by giving you a future that you might not want, but one that will protect every spirit upon this earth.
He cupped my chin and held me steady, his black, wise eyes diving into mine.
It might already be too late. All of this might be in vain. But please, Runa, I kneel before you now, not as a spirit master or as your adoptive kin, but as a male who is desperately trying to protect life itself. Say your goodbyes to Darrow. Learn to forgive Actor and find happiness within your linked hearts. Fully accept that you are nil. You are safe as nil. We are safe as long as you remain nil.
He took my hands and kissed my knuckles, breathing into my skin.
If I could free you from this, I would. If I could learn of a way to give you the love you want and the future you deserve, I would wholeheartedly give it. But it is not within my power.
My heart raced and collided with my ribs. Pain drenched me as hot and as punishing as venom. How was I supposed to say goodbye to Darrow after last night? How could I choose Actor over him? Climbing warily to his feet, Solon brushed off his bison fur and reached down to grab my elbows. I was dead weight as he hauled me to my feet. Fighting my trembles, I stepped out of Solon's hold with a shake of my head. I didn't know where Darrow was, but I needed to see him. I needed to do the exact thing I'd been told I could never do again, all because none of this made sense. I wiped away my tears. Solon, Runa! A feminine screech whipped my head around, my eyes searching the smoke drifting lazily into the sky from the camp. Runa! I froze as Hyeth leapt and bolted through the grass, waving her arms frantically, leaping as high as she could to be seen. Rue! She tried to scream my name again, but choked on a sob, disappearing into the grass as she bent over. I rucked up my calfskin dress that Hyeth had made me, pulling it high over my knees. I bounded through the grass and collided with my friend as she ran toward me. Our arms flung around each other, stopping our speed, our breath coming equally as fast. What is it? I panted. What happened? Tears marked her cheeks, same as mine, her green eyes as wild as her light hair. Naya said you were back. Thank the fire you're back. Spinning toward the camp, she tugged my hand. Come, we have to go. It might already be too late. She pulled me into a run. What might be too late? Tell me, Hyeth. A cry spilled from her lips as she ran harder, dragging me with her. It's not him. He was bitten by a toonie snake. He's dying. Not him. Ripping my hand from Hyeth's, I forced all my strength into my legs. I ran as fast as I could, tearing toward the camp where my little fawn was dying. Hyeth fell behind in my rush. Not him. No, he can't. He lived because of me. He was alive because his mother had shared her memories of him. Not him. Everything Solon had said, the vision the fire had granted, the horrors they promised I would become, all churned and curdled. It was wrong. So wrong. I was life, not death. I would never kill. I ran harder, and something answered my out-of-control panic. Something uncoiled from the depths within me, the depths that I was afraid of because it was so cavernous, so infinite, so vast and hot and ancient. It whispered through my bones. It bled from my skin and leashed the very air around me. I felt it, felt my spirit spill from the bounds of my mortal flesh. The air element flinched at my unskilled summons, but then it bowed to me, obeyed me. Revosa answered my call and blanketed me in its weightless invisibility, and I flew. Across the grass, through the very fire of the central courtyard, straight into the healer's lupik, where I swallowed a scream and dropped to my knees beside a stiff-legged dying Natim.
Chapter 52. Darrow. I saw her control Revosa with pure instinct. I witnessed Highest's shock as Runa disappeared in a wake of air-conjured speed and studied Solon as he stood alone with cheeks glistening with sadness, muttering to flames I couldn't hear. I paused where I stood, wrapped up in air and shadow as Highest chased after Runa. Her sobs trailed after her, catching my ears with Natim's name. My heart kicked, and I looked at where Runa had vanished. What happened? Another flash of pain suddenly drenched me. Runa. Revosa whipped around me. Obeying without question, now I'd learned the mastery of its element. I followed the eddies left behind by Runa's speed, avoiding the fire in the center of the camp, slowing to a stop outside the healer's lupik. A few Nil-Mels who were threading meat onto skewers for the feast tonight jolted at my sudden appearance. They launched into fire knees, but I ignored them, batting aside the entrance flaps and slipping into the shadowy lupik. I froze. The healer named Wei, with her large almond eyes and glossy black hair, sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her jaw clenched, and gaze locked on Runa. Runa bowed over Natim, who lay on his side unmoving. Her hands rested on his shoulder, her forehead pressed to his stiff neck. The fawn wasn't such a fawn anymore. He'd grown far faster than I expected. His spotty coat had faded into the solid dark cream of his brethren. The pelt around his neck thickened with a darker russet, and his tiny antlers were already as big as Sin's. His long legs sprawled and tense, his hooves dust-covered and unmoving as Runa kneeled between them. Runa's despair slipped through the heart link as her shoulders quaked, and she wrapped her arms tighter around the young stag. My own arms ached to comfort her, to cradle her close, all while the stench of death grew thicker. Sprigs of drying plants and medicinal flowers couldn't rid the stale scent of sickness. Runa trembled.
You can't have him. I won't let you. Death is not welcome here.
I flinched. Was she talking about me? Had I been drawn here because of her or because of Natim? Was that another facet of my power? To travel to the bedsides of dying creatures? Because he was dying. His heart was only a few beats from stopping. I could hear it. Sense the laborious chug and the wrongness of his blood as it pumped poison around his fading form. An oozing wound caught the afternoon light from the smoke hole, pus as bright as sunflowers, fevers making his entire hawk swollen and red. Another wash of agony bled from Runa as she cried into Natim's neck. This time I couldn't stop myself. It didn't matter that I carried death in my veins. I was not here for Natim. I was not here to steal his spirit like I had so many innocent beasts. I was here for the female who owned my heart, a female I would do anything for and give everything I could to stop her from feeling so wretched. Runa. I moved to her, reaching out to stroke her quaking back.
No, you can't have him. You can't.
She cried into Natim. Wei caught my eyes, shaking her head and whispering softly.
She's in denial. She's not aware of us. Stay back and let her grieve as he dies.
I bared my teeth. She's in pieces.
It's almost over.
Wei hugged her knees tighter, her eyes bright.
I did my best. Truly I did. I tried to suck out the venom like I have with the hunters who have been bitten in the past. I applied bronze thread flowers and managed to get powdered ankle and crushed ribwort into him. But it's no use.
I balled my hands as Runa hugged Natim tighter. She acted as if she didn't hear us or even knew I stood so close, desperate to offer comfort. How did it happen? Wei sniffed, her young face belying her skills as a healer.
Natim is free to do what he likes. He's taken to grazing the greener shoots amongst the dying grasses. I heard Hyeth scream for me, and I ran. I ran as fast as if he were Nil. We carried him here, and...
She sniffed again as a tear ran down her cheek.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't.
Burying her face into her knees, She blocked me out as she gave in to her own grief. A healer who was so used to blood and death undone by the passing of a deer. I stilled as Natim's heart stuttered, filling my ears with unnatural knowledge that he was one breath from the end. My eyes fell to the fawn, my own heart pounding in sympathy. I didn't want him to die. I didn't like the waste of saving him, bringing him to the Nil, and letting Runa fall madly in love with him. Why had we bothered if his fate was always to die so young? A breath caught in his lungs, playing a familiar death rattle. I braced myself for his spirit to pass through mine, balling my hands and getting ready for the shock of his ether, his semetsi, promising to protect him while he was no longer allowed in this mortal realm. Runa let out a strangled cry, sensing what I did. With her white hair strewn over Natim's shoulders, her sobs came harder, shaking her entire body. This time I couldn't stop myself, and Wei didn't tell me not to. I bent to touch her, to pull her away from her dead fawn, and a golden glow suddenly rivered from her skin. My hand hovered but didn't touch, my fingers gilded with her sunshine light. With a cry of pure anguish, Runa flung herself on Natim and enveloped him from horn to hoof in glowing, gleaming gold. I tripped backward, shielding my eyes as the lupic became ablaze with the sun that had fallen from sky to earth. Wei raised her head. She scrambled backward with a gasp, knocking into a shelf holding jars and bowls of healing.
By the fire!
The smoke hole funneled Runa's blinding light up and out, no doubt splitting the cloudy horizon for all to see outside. I sucked in a breath as the strangest sensation unfurled through me, a sickly chill from Natim, a gasping, suffocating horror, followed by the purest grace as Runa cracked open her heart and poured everything she was into him. I felt her link with the deer. I jerked at the snapping of her spirit with his, dragging mine along with hers, locking me in her magic as the unwanted spectator. I collapsed to my knees as the world around me vanished. I drowned beneath her power, a power so very, very different to mine, a faultless purity, an impeccable sinlessness that tasted as sweet as honey and spun through my blood as delicate as spider silk. That unblemished perfection cloaked Natim and sank into his every cell. It wrapped around him, cherished him, soothed him, and the suffocating sickness began to fade, bit by bit, heartbeat by tattered heartbeat. I saw for the first time just how powerful she was, and just how far she'd go to protect those she loved. She'd stop death in its tracks and give life where it had been stolen. With determination and recklessness, she forced every glow of her life force into Natim, trading her blood for his, cleansing his body, ridding his system of venom, purifying it with light, love, and selfless longevity. Natim took a breath, and then another, and the lupic beamed with another pulse of gold as Runa raised her head, smiled as the young stag opened his eyes, and then I groaned as her power exploded. It tore through me, wrong and strong, breaking me apart, snarling at me for daring to feel such magic. I wasn't permitted. I was opposite, the antithesis to her creation. The link between Runa and me, the link that had formed the moment I sank inside her, broke with a heart-rending crack. I tumbled to the side, landing on my elbow as Natim stood and shook out his gleaming coat. My eyes swam, blinded by gold that continued to pour off him, blinking back confusion as he changed. He grew. His legs lengthened, his mane thickened. His antlers shot toward the lupic roof, spiraling out with velvet-covered bone, curling and twirling, towering over us from their sudden height. The tips tangled in the drying flowers and plants, becoming one with the hanging medicines as Runa's magic fed into everything that Natim touched. Dried flowers came alive again, withered twigs sprouted, and vines tumbled and looped around his impressive rack of antlers. Along his brow and at the base of his giant crown dotted bluebells, daisies, and orchids. More flowers sprouted along his spine, while the softest moss covered the rest of his cream-glossy hide. Without a word, Runa climbed unsteadily to her feet. The stag nosed her, keeping her upright as she swayed before the giant beast that stood in Natim's place. Her head tilted and eyes searched, diving into the deep, dark pools of the deer's endless stare. They shared a look for an age before the beast snorted and tossed his mighty head. He pawed at the strewn bison skins on the floor. His cloven hooves splayed as large as lily pads. Butterflies appeared from the bluebells on his back as if they'd hatched from their chrysalises, brought forth by Runa's incredible power. Natim raised his head to the smoke hole, his rack of flower-laden antlers catching on the edges with his monstrous size. He shook his head, making the jeweled butterflies scatter. The butterflies landed on Runa's shoulders, coating her in their dust just as bees appeared, covering her in glittering pollen. He roared, a roar of a mature rutting stag that shook the lupic walls, made Way huddle into a ball against her potions, and Runa burst into tears. She threw her arms around his thick neck. Slowly I pushed upright. I rubbed my eyes. I ran both hands over my face. And what I'd seen was still there, still real, still true. Treading slowly toward the giant stag and the white-haired girl who still glowed, I held out my hand toward the beast. He sniffed me with the same cheeky head tilt of Natim and licked me with a large sand-coarse tongue. His touch fed me the truth. This was Natim, healed, alive, and forever changed. A creature that wasn't birthed by usual methods, but granted existence by the wielder of life herself. Dropping my hand, I shook my head in wonder, trying to ignore the small thread of fear looping around my heart. Runa spun to face me, her hair catching the last of her golden light as her skin returned to mortal earthen. I couldn't catch my breath. My knees begged to buckle and kneel. I tripped into her, grabbed her, and pulled her into me. I kissed her, hard. She moaned as our tongues danced. She clung to me as I cupped her chin and kissed her deeper. I worried for her, worried what this meant, worried about the future and so many unfolding things. What else would we remember? What else would we become? Ending the kiss, I grabbed her in a fierce embrace and buried my face into her butterfly-dusted hair. If I ever lost her, if we were torn apart again and made to forget, fuck. The pain was unimaginable, a physical agony, a howling despair that crushed my lungs and made my heart blacken with terror. She hugged me back. She nuzzled close. But there was a restraint in her embrace that wasn't there before, a wariness that made my pain all the harsher. Pulling away, I choked on my heartache as our eyes met. Sadness pooled in hers. She slowly shook her head and stepped out of my arms. I was left shaking and empty as I whispered, "Runa, what have you done?"
Chapter 53. Runa. A full week. 7 awful days since Darrow had revealed the extent of his power to the Nil, slaughtered 16 bison and their patriarch, stole my heart and body against a tree, and Solon showed me the horrors that awaited me if I chose love over obligation. The vision of bones and burning haunted me every time I closed my eyes. I lost my appetite. I couldn't sleep. I was deeply afraid of who I was and the quaking power that had sprung awake when I'd somehow transformed Natim from a normal growing stag into a beast that rivaled the largest bison. I'd only meant to save him from the snake bite. I'd sunk into the hot, vast, infinite power within me with one purpose: to heal, to cure, to protect. I hadn't intended to morph him into something unnatural. I didn't mean to awaken the gift inside me, but this power was now very much aware of what it was, what I was, and it taunted me relentlessly to play, to learn just how powerful I truly was, to test my limitations and turn my back on the medicine woman and spirit master's lessons, to become truly me. A girl who wasn't just a girl who could become Armageddon. Darrow's question constantly echoed.
What have you done?
And just like when he asked it, a moment before Solon, Hyath, Actor, Tiptu, and Troll poured into the Lupic, I still had no reply. The Nil who had become my family all gawked at Natim. Way had stood and watched me as if I was some kind of demon, and when they all left, leading Natim out of the cramped Lupik, I turned to Darrow and shrugged. That was all I could give him after everything we'd shared. A shrug. Because I couldn't answer his heart-wrenching question. I didn't know what I'd done. It had been pure instinct and sheer desperation. I couldn't confess that somehow, some way, I would become him. I would turn my back on such wonderful gifts of creation and slaughter the very stag I'd just saved. I'd let the evening sweep me away as every clan member came to touch my hands, seeking some sign of the power within me. Palin had studied me closely. Elderly Nil hobbled close, asking in hopeful whispers for me to heal their stiff knees and cloudy sight. Darrow had followed me for a while, staying by my side even when Actor glowered at him. But by the end of the night, after trying for a third time to get me to leave with him into the grasslands and finding only a curt shake of my head, he'd sighed, summoned Zetas, and left me to the very people I would slaughter if I chose him. My eyes had remained dry as I watched him go, but my heart had sobbed oceans. One day had turned into 2, then 3, then 4. Darrow's question kept racing through my head, and my power kept scratching at my veins. After all this time of being lost, I wanted to step into who I was so badly. I wanted to run to Darrow and share this wondrous awakening. But the vision of a burning, blazing world kept drenching me in ice. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw 1,000 pyres, and my ears rang with the haunting screams of every life I'd stolen. Each morning I woke with nausea, doing my best to do my duties as acolyte to a clan that now looked at me with reverence I did not deserve. And each evening, when the bone platters of roasted meat and vegetables were passed around, I'd claim tiredness and retire early, closing my eyes on swirling sickness, giving in to the monstrous vision of carnage that I would reap, growing weaker by the day. But as my mortal form rejected the flame's vision and sleep eluded me with images of death, my power wouldn't stop pestering me. The endlessness within me promised I could create anything I wanted, summon life out of every facet, conjure beasts no one had ever seen. I rubbed at my bruised heart. I needed to speak to Darrow, to learn what it was like for him when he stepped into his gifts. But I didn't trust myself to be around him. I still hadn't found a way free of the bloodbind. And now there was a terrible whispering in my heart that wasn't there before. A black whisper that said, maybe it's the only way. The only way to protect everyone from me. The only blessing was Actor kept his distance. He didn't try to escort me to my lessons and didn't lurk close by while Hyeth and Naya did their best to get me to eat. I had Natim to thank for that. The huge stag never left my side for long. His hoofprints trailed me as I did chores around the camp and performed minor trances for clan members. Each of his steps dwarfed the imprints of Zetas's large paws. His antlers threatened to puncture the sun, and the flowers that had sprouted in his tangled crown and scattered down his back kept blooming. Always fresh, always fragrant, always attracting bees and butterflies. He shouldn't exist. He'd died. I'd felt his last breath and screamed into the stars as he hovered on the precipice of ending. Yet somehow, my power had stretched his bones and made him grow 5 times that of a normal stag, binding his spirit to his new form. He was doted on by the entire camp. Baskets of grass were delivered to him where he lay. Younglings plucked the pretty flowers from his antlers, only to coo with wonder as they sprouted anew a moment later. By the 4th day of strained separation from Darrow, the hunters who had been traveling back and forth to the bison hunting grounds with overloaded travois, stacked high with furs, meat, and organs, finally announced they'd gathered all they could. The lupic that was destined to become mine and Actor's was finished. It was blessed with a fire chant as Solon threw ash onto the newly stretched fir walls. Darrow stood in the shadows with his arms crossed as Naya hugged me and Actor gave me a genuine smile. Both of them tugged me into the lupic that stung and sliced my spirit with the remaining aura of the bison bull who had died. Newly cured furs lay scattered on the weaved grass mats. The central hearth was almost as big as Solon's, in respect to me and my sworn duties as a fire reader's acolyte. It was homey, well made. And I swallowed down the heart sickness as I stumbled out, caught Darrow's pained stare, and dashed to the river for space. I wanted Darrow to follow me. I begged him in my heart to find me. But he never did. He gave me the space I'd put between us. On the 5th night, when all the hunters were back and the clan hummed with celebration, Troll organized the biggest feast I'd ever seen in Darrow's name. He stayed only long enough for Actor to make a speech about how Darrow had saved the clan. He forced a smile as Nil nodded thanks in his direction, and then he caught my eyes, filled my chest with agonizing longing, and slipped silently into the moon-glowing grasslands with his wolf. And by the time the 7th day arrived, with a blaze of pinks and bronzes, I'd reached my limit. Without a word, I slipped into the shy sunshine and whistled softly to Sin and Natim. The stag and lynx made an odd couple, curled up tight together in the midst of mortals, but they leapt to their hooves and paws and fell silently in step with me. Together, we slinked into the dry, brittle grass, leaving the Nil behind. I didn't go searching for Darrow. I went searching for myself. I went to decide once and for all which path I should follow, what future I would chase, and whose heart I would end up breaking. I didn't stop walking until I could no longer hear the murmurs of early risers or smell the smoke from the central fire. Natim towered over me as he lumbered with his flower-wreathed bulk, while Sin leapt and pounced on dappling sun rays and snapped at a rabbit she flushed from the grass. I wanted to find somewhere alone, somewhere I could sit in silence and sink inside myself. It was time I learned who I was and just what kind of magic flowed in my unwilling veins.
"You won't like what you find,"
the fire hissed. I ignored it and stepped into a small, barren area of the grasslands. Soon the grasslands would be nothing but stalks, slowly decaying into the earth for winter, ready to be smothered with snow. Come spring, new stems would shoot, and grain harvesting would begin next summer. But for now, I had enough protection from those I wanted to hide from.
"You can't hide from what you are, Runa.
The fire slinked through my ears.
He will hurt you."
A tremble scattered down my back as I balled my hands and sank to a cross-legged position. I wouldn't reply. I refused to reply. Today was about me, not the fire. Not my fate. Me. Natim snorted and dropped his majestic head to sniff me, his cold, wet nose pushing against my cheek in worry. The tickle of his spirit joined with mine, full of concern for why I'd suddenly dropped to the ground. Opening my heart to him, I allowed my sensitivity to flourish and linked with the stag just like I'd linked with Darrow. "I'm fine, Natim." I smiled, reaching up to scratch the thick, shaggy ruff around his neck. I fed him silent words, but I also gave him images of happiness and peace. Emotions were the true communication with creatures who were above archaic things like languages, and he huffed with relief, feeding me his own version of approval with warm sunshine on his back and the crispness of green grass on his tongue. My heart swelled with gratitude to be able to share such a profound gift, and I dropped my hand, ready to accept more of my power.
"You awaken any further, and your future is grim indeed,"
Quellis muttered. Raising my chin, I pushed at the walls around my spirit. If I kept burying my head, I would be mated and locked into a future I couldn't survive. That was grim enough. I needed to remember. Because in those memories, hopefully an answer could be found on how to be with Darrow, how to protect the world from disaster, and how to be happy. Gritting my teeth, I closed my eyes and did my best to quieten my mind. I searched for the heavy presence standing on the precipice of the infinite vastness within me. I prepared to sink down, 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 to fall into the light, the glow, the knowing. Ow! I winced as something bit me. An insect so small I couldn't see it, but it left a bead of blood on my forearm. Sin sniffed the welling droplet. "Don't," I whispered, swiping at the small wound. But the moment I touched it,
Runa.
Darrow rushed to where I'd collapsed. Sharp rocks sliced into my palms and knees. Rocks that he'd conjured when he'd rent the world and sent mountains skyward.
Please, just hold on. A little further, and I'm sure we'll find something to eat. Just walk a little further. For me.
He gathered me close as my stomach clawed itself into empty pieces. Hunger was excruciatingly painful, and whatever life I still carried in my veins dimmed and flickered. Darrow pressed a kiss to my forehead, cradling me on his lap. Fury shook his voice as blood welled on my knees from the sharp rocks. He shuddered as he inhaled the spicy, sweet scent of my spilling life force.
You're hurt. You're hurt, and I have no idea how to heal you.
Dropping his nose to my hair, he growled with utter heartbreak.
Don't leave me now. Not now we have this chance. A chance we fought so hard for.
I shivered as blood rolled down my leg. It rained to the ground, glittering metallic on dirt. Darrow planted his hand over my wound, but it was no use. My blood flowed faster, finally freed from mortal veins, and drip, drip, dripping with glee. It started with a flurry of life, too small to see, but I sensed it. Felt the thrum of consciousness, the feathering of awareness, the invisible organisms feeding off my blood. Sightless and invisible spores and cells, fungi and bacterium, germination from our elementary world. Darrow hissed between his teeth as he sensed what I did. Ripping his hand from my knee, he curled his fingers, aware of what happened last time, how his touch turned abundance into pestilence. My blood flowed faster, drenching the soil. The tiniest of creatures grew. Insects appeared. A sprawling, crawling mass that slithered, fluttered, and scattered. Jeweled and iridescent, camouflaged and decorated, they spread outward on skittering legs and flew off on membranous wings. Darrow gasped as ants, caterpillars, beetles, and dragonflies existed where they hadn't existed before.
It's wondrous,
he breathed,
to see how much power you contain. But please stop. Stop before it's too late.
I cried out as another rush of life force flowed free. Caterpillars curled into cocoons, then burst forth into beautiful butterflies. Bees buzzed with black and yellow stripes. Ladybirds, weevils, crickets, and fireflies. I smiled in rapture as life populated this barren, lonely planet. I shuddered in absolute joy as my blood flowed swifter, splash, splash, splashing to the dirt below. And the world rumbled. Insects evolved with stronger limbs and bigger teeth. Buffalo, crocodile, gazelle, and bear. Horse, hippo, lion, and jaguar. They yipped, howled, barked, and brayed. Turtles, lizards, snakes, and skinks. Wolves, elephants, goats, and rabbits. On and on they came. The moon rose and my skin no longer glowed, fading to a dying star the longer I bled. I cried for my ending, but even my tears were magic. Another river gushed, giving sanctuary to the water creatures that burst forth. Dolphins, fish, crabs, and whales. So many things. Too many things. As the cosmos glimmered above, I felt a pang of homesickness. I wanted to fly skyward and feel a tenth of the power I used to have. That wish manifested into more life, and birds flocked free. Sparrows, gulls, eagles, and raptors. Hummingbirds, finches, swallows, and parrots. A whirlwind of rainbow feathers chirping for joy. Darrow trembled as my blood dried up. I turned cold, bone rattling, teeth chatteringly cold.
Runa, don't you dare.
I looked into his stunning moonlit eyes. I'm sorry our time was so brief, my Vanza Are. His eyes snapped closed.
Don't call me your other half when you're about to leave me.
Il lapinzanu, I whispered. I love you. I love you in our tongue, the tongue of suns and stars. Angry tears glittered in his gaze.
You're not dying. This mortal form will trap you for far longer than this.
I gave him a sad smile. He was wrong. I'd sacrificed myself for life. I'd given 1,000,000 other hearts a chance of existing. They would have what I could not, a chance at love, a chance at living.
I didn't chase you all of my existence, only to have you for a few moons.
His voice turned dark as he raised his hand and bit at the fragile skin covering his wrists. With a savage grunt, he tore with his teeth, breaking his flesh and bringing his wrist to my mouth.
Here, drink. It will sustain you until I hunt one of those animals you birthed. I won't let you die, Runa. Not yet. Not ever if I have my way.
No, don't. I struggled as he pressed his blood to my lips. Darrow. The acrid, dangerous taste of him flowed onto my tongue. Hot, vicious lightning arced from the sky, striking both of us with no warning. We jolted and fell apart. His blood dripped onto the golden puddle I'd left behind. And something happened. Something that should have never occurred. A silver dark web fed through my faded blood, cracking soil and stone. His own life force gleamed black and lethal, soaking into the earth, fissuring it wide, letting loose an acrid, steamy breath. And from that steamy fissure, monsters suddenly roamed. Halcyon, Regoloth, Parthaquin, and Brachiosun, each more monstrous than the last. More appeared. More creatures I shrank away from. Beasts that upset the balance of carnivore and herbivore. Chimeric abominations that darted, crawled, and flew. I forced myself to sit up as the last of Darrow's antithesis affected what I'd birthed. His shadows tainted the creatures still close by, morphing their simple excellence into corrupt mutants. Wolves grew spiral horns, lynxes sprouted 2 tails, grasshoppers begot wings of turquoise feathers, and turtles grew talons along their shells. On and on, the twisted metamorphosis spread across the world, leaving some creatures untouched while reforming and mutilating others. A storm gathered above, thick, clumping clouds and black, threatening rain. Darrow crawled toward me as the hair on our arms tingled. The electrical current of impending lightning ached in my teeth.
Hold on to me. Don't let go.
A firebolt struck. I screamed.
Runa! Runa!
The vision shattered. My eyes ripped open as Natim raised his huge butterfly-sprinkled head and sniffed at the sky. I couldn't catch a proper breath. My gaze dropped to the tiny smear of blood that marred my forearm. Was it real? Was the vision a memory or a dream?
Runa, for fire's sake, answer me.
I froze, my ears ringing. Natim's nostrils wrinkled a little, and with the vantage of his towering height, he saw who searched for me. The link between us showed a hazy image of a nil male with a shaved head, long braid, and an ash snake coiled over his shoulders. Actor. I balled my hands as my chin dropped. No. Please, no. I didn't have the energy to deal with him, especially not after what I'd seen, after what I'd felt. My fated other half. Il lapenzana nu, I breathed, touching my lips with trembling fingers. How had I forgotten that phrase? How had I forgotten something as monumental as conjuring all of the world's creatures?
Runa!
Sin cocked her head as Actor's voice sounded closer.
Runa, I know you're out here. I saw you leave.
The snap and rustle of brittle grass guided him nearer. The lynx licked my cheek and sprang to her feet, preparing to welcome another member of her pack to our strange morning excursion. What if I don't have a choice?
Runa, we need to talk. I know you coupled with Darrow the night of the hunt, and by the fire... Oh!
He'd cursed as if he stood on something sharp. My heart pounded. He knows? What would he do in retaliation? Clearing his throat, he said loudly,
Come to the river with me. I need to see you.
Images of what he'd done to me by that river returned. The pain of his blade. The strangling pressure of his fingers. No. My breath came faster. I needed Darrow. Without thinking, I tapped into the hot vastness within me and poured all my desperation into it. My heart clenched with desire to find him, to ask him about the monsters he'd manifested, and if the Halcyon was a blend of our powers, a blend of something that shouldn't exist. Just like we shouldn't exist, because I had a horrid feeling that whatever we were weren't born, but...
Runa, I see not him. He's too big to hide.
Actor's footfalls sounded so close, too close. Bringing my knees up, I hugged myself, wishing I could vanish. Darrow, where are you? A gentle wind gathered around me, licking through the stalks. Darrow? I called to him in my heart. I threw myself into the heart link and leaped off the cliff in my spirit, falling willingly into the endless power that coiled as bright as the sun. The wind blew harder, whipping my hair and rippling over sin-spotted coat. I burned with need to see him. Please.
You wish. You summon.
Ravosa's airy whisper sounded so pure after the fire's condemning smoke.
You've used us twice, Lifebringer. You may use us again.
I froze. Twice? I frowned, watching the eddies dance. I glanced at the stalks surrounding me. I remember flying to Natim's side when Hyath said he was dying, grateful to be graced with such swift speed, but I couldn't recall another. When was the first?
The night of your first trance.
Ravosa laughed breezily.
Your heart craved another, like it does now. You wanted him, even though you didn't remember him. You wanted him enough to fly you from Quellus's hold and hide you from its guards.
That was you?
We answered your summons, and Vitak obeyed your wishes to be seen. Without its storm and raindrops, the Moon Master would never have seen past those ash symbols on your flesh. Runa, stop being rude and answer me.
Actor's temper reached its limit, cutting through my shock that even when I didn't remember Darrow, I'd been drawn to him. Drawn so much, I'd flown on air I didn't know how to wield to go to him.
Runa, for fire's sake, I'm speaking to you.
Actor's shout interrupted my racing thoughts. Can you take me to him? I whispered quickly.
We will take you wherever you wish.
Ravosa blew softly on my face.
You are us. We are you. Always were. Always will be.
My mind collided with implications of things far too big to unravel. Footsteps thudded closer. Natim let out a soft huff. The wind funneled around my throat.
Decide, Lifebringer. Do you choose the mortal or the Moon Master? Are you prepared to claim happiness at the cost of everyone?
You won't stop me like the others?
It's already too late. You welcomed him into your heart and flesh. The consequences are already on their way. They come for you, even now.
I shivered. What comes?
Events that will leave you broken. But that was always your destiny. You know that, in your heart.
The grass broke apart to my left as Actor stepped into the small glade. Our eyes met. My heart pounded.
There you are.
His face clouded with annoyance.
I've been calling.
Do it. Take me to him. There was no decision to be made. No choice between the visions of carnage I might cause and the memory of a life I'd conjured. I need to see him.
Rue.
Darrow. Take me to him, now. The air didn't reply. It merely wrapped me in a thickened web, cradled me in its invisibility, and granted me wings to fly out of Actor's grasp. My vision blurred. My hair snapped and crackled. My skin broke out in chills, sharp prickles. Upside down, inside out, tumbling, and falling. And then it was all over. The wind vanished. Silence reigned, and I blinked back the dry-eyed scratchiness of traveling by air. For a moment, I recognized nothing, but then I blinked again and slowly recognized where Ravosa had brought me. I smiled as 4 wolves clambered to their feet, their fangs bared at my sudden arrival. Their auras glittered at silver and bronze, their growls low and earthy. Movement to my right as the huge alpha leapt off his favorite sun-drenched rock, the thud of his massive paws shaking the earth beneath me. Yellow glowing eyes met mine. Horns as sharp as spears coiled toward the sky. He growled, shaking out his silver-black fur. His protection of his pack slipped quickly into pleasant shock. His warning snarl vanished, becoming a welcoming whine. It took no effort whatsoever to cast my awareness toward him, shivering with delight as the russet autumn shades of his aura braided with mine, feeding me images of his healthy cubs, sated mates, and successful hunts. I stepped into him, wrapping my arms around his giant neck. "Hello, wonderful wolf." He huffed once, bringing his head down to embrace me. The solid weight of his jaws on my back made tears full of gratitude spring. Images filled my mind, given to me by Salak, deciding here and now to give me a truth I might never have known.
Girl was getting weaker. The scent of death clung to the dirt where she walked, flowing off her with invitation. She didn't know. She knew absolutely nothing, but I knew. Before she stepped into such frail bones and fragile form, she tasked me with her trust. She asked my pack to watch and protect from the shadows, to follow her, to remember for her. But she didn't want us interfering. She wanted the chance of a mortal life, a life she seemed to be failing. And even though I tasted her faltering existence and heard her fading heartbeat, her commands had been simple. Do not interfere. As long as her life remained untouched by her past and power, I was to stand back and let death take her by normal methods. I was to let her die, because that was a part of life and she wanted to sample it. But there had been one rule, one unbreakable rule. If death came for her in the same mortal form she wore, if he sensed her power and awoke with memories he should not have, if he tried to claim her for his own, then we were to stop him, to intervene, do whatever it took to keep them separate. Death wasn't to be killed. He could become our pack and share our shadows, but he could not share her, because she was not his. She could never be his. She was ours. She was all of us. She was the reason we all existed.
I jerked back as the vision ended. The alpha's gaze locked on mine as he backed away from me, bowing his giant horned head. "You knew," I whispered. "All this time." He whined once, his tail wagging. "You adopted Darrow because he's a creature of the night like you. He's the reason you have horns and tower over other wolves." His eyes narrowed with agreement. I rubbed my chest above my heart. "It's true, then, that it was us who set such rules. We willingly chose to forget." His tail wagged again. "But now that we've been together," Salak dropped his mighty head with a long whimper. Images of death, chaos, and carnage fed from his mind to mine. I shuddered as smoke from a burning world filled my nose. "And if I don't want that to pass," I choked, more tears forming. His muzzle came up. He licked my cheek with a soft huff. He didn't share his wolf sight or grace me with mental images. Instead, he let his silence speak volumes. My shoulders slouched as I fully understood what I'd done, what Darrow had done. The elements and beasts had tried to carry out our rules and failed. There was nothing to fight against now, no reason to intervene. The future could not be changed. Behind him, the other wolves whined. A smaller male lifted his head and howled, the haunting melody sending prickles all over my skin.
Salak?
A deep, wonderfully familiar voice asked.
What is it? Why is everyone...
Darrow appeared from the cave, his hands balled and stomach strained. His smoky hair looked as wild as the day I'd met him, his cheeks shaved, and his earthen skin stained green in places, as if he'd tussled with growing wolf pups. A silver ring appeared around his gaze as our eyes locked. I jerked at the intensity of being near him again, of choosing him, of finally understanding why we were never meant to be, all while knowing I would always be his. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't want him over a past I still couldn't fully remember. I shouldn't be so selfish to desire him over a future I was tasked to save. But I couldn't stop the love pouring out of me, flowing with golden light and pearly stars binding us together. We might have been forbidden, by our decree and no one else's. But this was me breaking that law. I flinched as our hearts fell back in sync. He sucked in a breath as he felt the bond snap into place. We didn't need blood binds or fire ceremonies. After all, we weren't mortal. I accepted that. I bowed to that. Even with patchy memories and so much still hidden, I accepted that I was a spirit of life and sun, and he was a shadow of death and darkness. And the past week of missing him revealed just how badly we'd messed up these mortal existences. Just how much we'd end up paying for the brief snatches of belonging. Darrow, I spoke through my heart, silent and true. I wanted to tell him what Salak had shared, what I'd seen, but words wouldn't come. Tears fell down my cheeks, and with a sharp inhale and effortless grace learned from the wolves he'd been adopted by, Darrow leapt down from the cave's entrance and prowled toward me. He didn't speak, didn't look away. He merely stalked fast and fierce, making my heart thunder and stomach clench as he brushed past Salak, ignored the pack, all watching him with their yellow, haunting eyes, and buried his hands into my hair. I trembled at his touch. I gasped at his possession. My worries quietened beneath the wash of his everlasting affection. Biting his bottom lip, Darrow drew his dark gaze from my toes to my mouth, then tugged me into him. His head lowered, and his fists tightened in my hair.
About time you came to find me.
And then he kissed me.
Chapter 54. Darrow. I kissed her hard. Probably too hard and definitely too violent. I let rage taint my passion and didn't rein in my temper from the past week of missing her. I was angry. I was in pain. And it took everything inside me not to throw her onto the ground, flip her onto all fours, and take her like Salak took his females. She deserved to be taken. She needed to be reminded who she belonged to. Because the past week of pushing me away, of not talking to me, it had made me rage, made me doubt, made me inch ever closer to the edge of mortal and monster. A shadow slipped free. I wrapped my arms around her and pierced my tongue past her barely parted lips. She shivered as I tasted her. She moaned as I forced her to kiss me back. And the longer I kissed her, the more I unraveled. My tongue tangled with hers. Her back arched as I jerked her close. I wanted her to feel what I did, to draw her blood so I could lap at her golden power and bind her to me forever. All the anger in my heart switched to black urgency. I pulled away. She stiffened, her gold-ringed eyes darting over mine. She licked her lips, wincing at the swollen heat I'd bruised her with. Her forehead furrowed as I dropped my arms and looped my right hand tightly around her wrist. I glanced at the shades I'd summoned. I'd known they were there with my eyes closed, but I wasn't aware of just how many I'd conjured. Daylight had become night. We stood in a twisting, blotting black hole where Pella, my frustrating moth, hovered in the darkness, gleaming like a white flitting star.
Why did you stop?
Runa asked quietly, touching her mouth with her free hand. The image of the ash bee on her palm flashed to me, layering my churning emotions with another one. I hated that she was marked by the knell. I despised that no matter what I did or what I begged for, she'd chosen them over me. And I still hadn't figured out how to free her. She was meant to be mine, yet she was his. And the crushing, dominating need to change that made my fingers squeeze the delicate bones in her wrist. She gasped and looked at where I held her. Why did I stop? Did she truly want an answer to that question? Because I could give her one, but it would scare her. It scared me. The depth of howling desperation, the churning chaos and helpless yearning. We needed to talk, to finally figure out what to do. Yet all I could think about was climbing on top of her and fucking...
Darrow?
She tried to twist out of my hold.
Are you okay?
You said you trusted me when I slipped inside you the night of the hunt, but you've avoided me ever since, which makes me think you don't trust me. And I need to know. Do you? Do you trust me? Jerking her into me, I grunted as she landed against my chest. The autumn chill seemed sharper here, and her heat fed my cool chest an intoxicating kind of welcome. Answer me. She blinked.
Of course I do.
I searched her eyes, saw the hesitation, sensed things she was holding back. I don't think you do. Didn't she feel me like I could feel her? I drowned on her tears as she'd cried herself to sleep these past few nights. I jolted awake as nightmares I couldn't see clouded her head with horror. I felt how tired she was, how drained. I tasted her secrets and unwillingness to share, and it hurt even worse because she couldn't seem to feel me. Her faint scowl turned into a harsh frown. She fought to escape again.
How can you say that? I'm here, aren't I? I came to you and...
You could have come to me 7 days ago.
I had to deal with what happened with Natim.
Another flush of pain fed from her, matching the cloudy secrets in her gaze. She's hiding something. Again. No. You had to keep a promise and find me in the grasslands. I pressed my nose to hers, breathing hard. I needed you, Runa, and you turned your back on me.
I didn't.
She winced.
Something happened. Solon showed me.
Showed you something you won't share with me. My temper unfurled against my control. Shadows snapped and slithered. Salak barked warningly. The other wolves scattered away from me, snapping at my violent darkness. All it took was a single command, and I shuddered as every shred of blackness vanished back into my skin. Sunlight glittered over the wolf pack as they glowered at me warily. I caught Salak's intelligent gaze and bowed my chin in apology. The alpha merely raised his lips, revealed his fangs, and sighed as if he was over my dramatics. I'd taken as much as I could from the nil. I'd stayed on the outskirts where I always did, not saying a word as the fire eater glowered at me as if I'd done something wrong. Staying silent as Trawl watched me carefully. Not moving as Naya and Hyath guarded Runa as if I would murder her with a single touch. And Actor. My teeth ground together. He was the only one who didn't watch me with poison arrows, but only because his smugness had become his weapon. He thought that Runa avoided me because she'd chosen him over me, that I was yesterday and he was tomorrow, and Runa had finally figured out what she wanted. I refused to sit in the dark like I'd done every night, waiting for Runa to come to me, nursing my bleeding heart when she didn't. I'd done my best to withstand it, to swallow down my pain and rage. I was so close to losing control. Far, far too close. So I'd done the only thing I could. I'd summoned Revosa and flown Zetus and myself across the grasslands to the only place I could find sanctuary. Salak had welcomed us back as if we'd never left, and as I curled up with Kiyu and her adolescent pups, I'd fought for patience, for control, for understanding. I was grateful for the distance, relieved to be away from the Nil, glad that I was too far away to march into Solon's Lupic, snatch Runa, and take her for myself. The only thing stopping me from returning and stealing her was that cursed bloodbind. Wait. I narrowed my eyes and looked at her carefully. She was still breathing, still standing. How are you feeling being so far from Actor? She stilled and sank within, testing the parts of her that were threaded with Actor's heartbeat.
I feel fine.
She smiled tentatively.
Better than fine.
Stepping into me, her fingers touched the back of my hand where I held her wrist.
I'm better now I'm with you.
Her eyes clouded with pain again, but whatever sadness she felt couldn't stop the hum between us. The burn of our marks, the snapping, searing, blistering awareness that crackled through my blood and made me groan.
Illapinzana knew,
she whispered. A grunt fell from my lips as if she'd punched me. What did you say?
Illapinzana knew, Darrow.
Memory after memory of her saying those 3 words in a different lifetime bombarded me. I gasped as my heart suffocated with drowning, dangerous love. You remembered something.
I remembered something big.
Her eyes hooded.
That's why I came, to tell you and see if...
Is that the only reason you came? I growled softly. No other? I lowered my head until our noses touched. You tell me you love me in a language only we know, using a phrase that was forgotten, a phrase that doesn't just mean I love you, but means we are one. We are each other's. We are the sun and moon and every fucking star to each other, and expect me to just talk. She shivered.
I also remembered the word, Vanzaari. It means...
Faded. Every bone in my body shattered. My faded other half. My perfect opposite. Lust tangled with temper. I couldn't fight it anymore. Everything she'd revealed could wait. Whatever she'd seen would still be there later. She was remembering, like me, and that made me want to kneel before her with relief and sweep her away from whatever consequences would appear. Because they would appear. They always did. But right now, I needed so fucking badly. Do you trust me? I asked again, slowly, deliberately, glowering into her eyes. She stiffened and glanced at Salak. The 2 of them shared a look I couldn't decipher. Finally, the alpha bowed his head as if she were his queen, then patted towards Zetus and nudged her toward the trees. I had no doubt he'd mount her. She'd left his pack, but while she shared his den, she would share her body too. Runa, you either need to leave or answer me. My voice resembled thunder and rust. I'm at my limit. A thread of shadows escaped my control. Death slunk through my veins, but I choked it back. Runa. She jolted at my bark, but slowly nodded. And with a fierceness that matched mine, she said firmly, almost coldly,
I trust you, Darrow.
Her voice broke a little.
I choose you. Rightly or wrongly, you are my Vanzaari, and I choose you.
Thank the cursed stars for that. I spun and broke into a march, pulling her with me. She tripped and trotted to keep up.
What? Where are we going?
Keep your wolves out of the cave, Salak, I snarled, as I leaped up the small incline and yanked Runa up a moment later. An answering growl chased me, and the scattering of paws disappeared into the tree line. Runa tripped again as I dragged her unceremoniously into the sun-shadowed den.
Chapter 55. Runa. Darrow was possessed. I'd never seen him so wild, so reckless. A tinge of silver lit his skin from within, and the faintest cloud of shadows followed us, barely there as if they weren't permitted to escape, but he didn't have the strength to pull them back. He didn't stop as he dragged me to the back of the cave, where we'd slept side by side, shared a meal, gotten to know one another, and I'd touched him for the first time. That had been the beginning of our fall, the unraveling of everything. He stopped by the wall, where a wolf pelt lay on the stony ground. That wasn't here the last time. Was it new? Had Darrow killed a trespasser and claimed another pelt, or was it part of the mail that Salik had dispatched? The wolf who Darrow wore, and the fang he carried. The fang I'd used to cut him while he slept. The fang that I'd clutched close and begged to give my heart's desire by binding us together and overriding the sickening promise with Actor. Actor. He was back at the camp. Yet I was here. How far could we be apart before our hearts started failing? Arousal clenched my belly as Darrow strode on the wolf pelt and tugged me to join him. I shuddered as our feet sank into the soft, warm fur. The faintest pulse of its spirit tingled in my toes. Our eyes met in the muted gloom. Light barely reached us back here, and the autumn sun didn't offer much warmth as Darrow had finally let me go. His jaw worked as he stepped closer. His hands went to the sinew knots holding my calfskin in place. He didn't speak as he pulled at the knots, loosening them with one yank. The tightness of Hyeth's creation gaped open, and his nostrils flared as he reached inside, sending shock waves of heat through my system. His fingers slid over my skin, pushing the dress off my shoulders. It fell to the ground. I raised my chin as I stood before him, naked. He inhaled sharply. I knew I should stop this and tell him what I'd seen. Ask him about the carnage Solon said I'd reap. Demand to know what happened after the lightning had struck us when we'd bled. But I couldn't. My nipples pebbled as Darrow drank me in. He swallowed a groan as his silver-burning gaze dropped to my chest, then between my legs.
You're far too perfect.
With a possessive hand, he cupped my breast.
I know I shouldn't do what I'm about to do.
He squeezed.
But I can't stop myself.
I gasped and arched in his hold. Sucking in a strangled breath, he ran a thumb over my nipple. I swayed on the spot.
Ask me to stop, Runa.
He bowed from his tall height. I cried out as his mouth captured my nipple. The heat of his tongue, the wetness of his lick. It corrupted me, broke me, shattered me apart, and the heart link blazed bright as I tumbled into it. I flung myself onto the tumbling, heady sensation of him. His feelings tripped into mine. He wanted me, violently. He wanted to hurt me, miserably. He wanted to mount me like Salik had the morning we woke, and claim me all for his own. My eyes snapped closed at the imagery, at the feral desperation bleeding from him to me. It lit me up. It made me liquefy. I shivered as my skin began to glow. He groaned quietly as he raised his head and let me go. Cool air licked around my wet nipple. His hands dropped to his wolf pelt, yanking at the folds, keeping it in place. His smoke-silver gaze met mine.
You finally sense me.
I struggled to talk as he unwrapped his pelt and tossed it to the side. His skin pulsed sterling, etching his powerful stomach with ridges and valleys. His thighs were spread, and his length hung achingly hard between his legs. I choked on my own desire, glowing brighter the more I melted. My heart raced as a raw longing ebbed off him, tangling with my own, blending into one seamless need. Fisting himself, he groaned as he drank in my bareness.
I've sensed you all along.
He spoke into my heart.
Every night you couldn't sleep. Every day you wanted to come to me, but didn't.
Letting himself go, he stepped angrily into me.
Every time you decided to keep a secret, I sensed you. Every time you dealt with something painful yet refused to share it with me, I knew. And that's the worst sort of agony because you didn't trust me to keep you safe. You refused to let me fight whatever it is that you're afraid of.
I sucked in a breath as his hand landed in my hair, tugging my head back, keeping me prone and at his mercy.
I promise you don't have to be afraid of me, Runa.
His lips landed on my throat, followed by the scrape of his teeth.
But I'm not going to be gentle. I can't.
I couldn't breathe as every part of me turned to fire. My skin beamed a golden gleam. With a sharp nip, Darrow guided me down to the fur.
We'll talk.
My legs bent and my heart raced as he forced me to my knees.
I'm going to take you how I've wanted to take you since we found each other.
I shivered at his growl. I obeyed his pressure and fell backward, trusting him, proving that I did trust him. I gave myself entirely to him as his heart bled black and billowed with such hostile yearning. Tears pricked of love and loss as he towered over me, spread my legs so he kneeled between them, then planted his hand on either side of my thighs. His gaze landed on my exposed flesh. Shadows swirled from his back, gathering around us, forming the bubble of midnight that was becoming so familiar. The silver ring around his smoky gaze glowed brighter, and with a strangled inhale, he bowed over me.
In all my lost memories, and the ones I've remembered, I can say without a shred of doubt that I've never felt this way about anyone else.
I froze as his lips pressed to my stomach. Sensitivity darted through my blood, swirling right in my core.
I've never wanted anything as much as I want you.
He kissed my tender skin, his lips riding the wave of my shallow, quickening inhales.
Never needed anything as much as I need you, and that...
He nipped me before slipping off his knees and folding onto his belly, directly between my spread legs.
Means I could become lost to obsession.
I couldn't catch a breath as his nose skated over my belly, dragging down, down, down. His tongue traced a long, wet, hot line, dipping dangerously close to the part of me that swelled and throbbed.
It would be so easy to forget about everyone else.
He murmured.
To not care about anyone else. To only care about what I want. And what I want, Runa...
He pressed his mouth against my center.
...is you.
My hands fisted in the wolf pelt as my chest came off the ground. I gasped and shook, trying to stay in this world when every moment with him threatened to steal me into another.
I want you.
He breathed into my core.
Like this. At my mercy. Finally aware of how much I feel. How much I hurt and ache and crave.
Waves of anger fed off him as his mouth captured every private piece of me. Rage at those keeping us apart. Despair at my bind to Actor. Fury at not being able to keep me. His tongue darted out, dipping inside me. Lust swamped. Need unfurled. His hand landed between my breasts, branding me, controlling me. With strength that came from the night and shadows, he pinned me onto my back and licked me, brazenly, possessively, a long, deep taste. I cried out. I tensed and melted, shuddered and froze. A primal, gravelly noise vibrated in his chest as he licked me again.
You're not going back to them, Runa.
His tongue dipped inside me, drawing another whimper from my throat.
Being apart from you sends me too far into the dark. I need your light, your heat, your life.
He nipped me, sending pinwheels of sparks through every bone.
I need you with me, so I stay mortal. So I don't become the monster prowling inside me.
His hand slipped between my legs. I panted as he stroked me, his tongue and finger moving in a deviant dance. My skin glowed brighter, its golden hue bouncing off the shadows cocooning us. My mouth parted wide as he pressed a single finger inside me. I lost myself. I sank into the darkness with him. I accepted the absolute truth that he was right, I'd never felt this way about anyone else. I knew I never would. It wasn't from finding each other in this lifetime, but the universe-deep knowledge that we, us, this was fundamental. I didn't just love him. I was because of him. I needed him to exist, just like the light needed night to function.
I'm going to show you just how much we belong together.
His finger pressed deeper, his tongue lapping up every desire he wrung from me.
We aren't opposites, but mirroring refractions. I'm done fearing visions and beasts. I'm done allowing elements and lightning to control our fate.
I moaned as he inserted a second finger, stretching me. My eyes refused to open, my body heavy, wet, and begging. My golden glow switched to the pearly luminescence that only appeared when I tapped fully into my power. Sunlight poured through me, drenching me in warmth, contentment, and need. So much need. Darrow licked around where his fingers entered me, his tongue tasting me, dragging me deeper into a corrupt world of
selfishness.
Quellis hissed.
A world so sickeningly selfish.
I flinched at the trespass. I squeezed my eyes closed and focused on the heart link. I poured trust and lust into the male between my legs, and
the wolves might have given up. Revulsa and VTAC too. But we won't stop so easily. It's too late to save you. But we have to try for the others. For all those you condemned to death with your selfish choices.
A fireball blew through my head, delivering a horrifying vision. I walked on the bottom of the dried-up seas. Every droplet had evaporated from my fires. Every life was incinerated. Colossal skeletons dotted the desiccated oceans. Whale jawbones and swordfish flukes. Creatures I'd conjured had been smashed apart and burned. There was no sound, no air, no light or breath or life. Just me, wandering in a world that I'd slain. "Get out!" I shouted in my head. "Leave me be!" Darrow stilled, his fingers still deep inside me, his eyes hooded, watching me like a hunter ready to eat his prey. He licked his glistening lips, groaning at the flavor of my arousal, but then his gaze darkened.
Your attention strayed. While my tongue was inside you, your attention split.
He shook his head and withdrew his touch. With a heartbreaking sigh, he shifted until he sat on his knees, looking down at me.
Tell me what was strong enough to take you away from me.
My heart clenched at the sublime beauty of Darrow kneeling with his hands upturned, two of his fingers wet and his jaw tight with barely controlled rage. His hardness looked fierce and angry, spearing upward. He'd fought for me since the day in the grasslands. He'd tossed me over his shoulder as if it was his divine right to claim me, as if he'd always claimed me and always would. I struggled to hold on to that. I wanted to fight for him, to not let another vision scare me or Quellis's haunting despair to stop me. Sitting upright, I shifted until I mimicked his posture, our knees touching. I hung my head and told him a little but not everything. You're right that the flames are speaking to me. They're angry that we haven't taken heed. I still didn't have the words to confess that one day, someday, I might be the cause of mass extinction. But you are the only one I want, Darrow, regardless of what they say. My heart stuttered with a sudden discomfort. A single misstep, but it made my breath catch and worry flare. The bind. Actor. Darrow let out a heavy groan, raking both hands over his face.
You're thinking about him.
His lips curled into a snarl.
You're thinking of him while your essence coats my tongue.
I rubbed my arms as grief cloaked me. I cursed how sensitive he was to my emotions. He'd learned to tap into our link in ways I hadn't yet mastered. I'd hated that I'd hurt him. Again. That even here in this wolf's den, where we first sank into knowing, I'd found a way to ruin everything. My heart tripped again. Barely there, hardly noticeable, but then it fisted with agony as Darrow dropped his hands and shook his head. His every thought and insecurity, his every anger and hope painted on his handsome face. Shadows danced over his barrenness, highlighting ropes of power in his forearms, chiseled planes of his stomach, and old scars on his ribcage. My mouth dried up as my stare went between his legs, to the part of him that stabbed upright, heavy and hard, glistening at the crown with need. He stilled as I studied him. I couldn't tear my eyes away from his incredible body, his magnetic power, his absolute mastery of who he was becoming. "I'm only thinking of you," I whispered. His chin dropped and he sighed.
"That's a lie."
His tone darkened with fury even as his face cracked with pain.
"And the fact that you thought you could do such a thing shows me just how—"
I didn't let him finish. I wouldn't let Quellis's visions, my tripping heart, or my fears of what I would do ruin this. I fell forward, I bowed over his lap, and I did to him what he'd done to me. He grunted with shock as my fingers latched around his velvet length and my mouth encircled the tip. The scent of his musk and the tang of his lust exploded in my nose, followed by the salty, erotic taste of him. His thighs turned to stone as I licked. He snarled as I sucked. His hands sunk into my hair, gathering the curtain of white, twisting it into a tight rope, holding me, keeping me locked over him. His breathing turned harsh as I sank my hand down his rigid length, following with my mouth. He groaned as his hardness nudged the back of my throat and jerked as if lightning had found us as I hollowed out my cheeks.
"Runa, fuck."
His head fell back as I drew up, doing my best to gift him pleasure, wanting to worship him, thank him, prove to him that my thoughts were full of him and not. I sat looking at the moon, at the distant mocking moon. Its silver light and night shadows wrenched bone-deep sobs from me. I fell to my side on the lava rocks my power had conjured, hugging myself as I broke. Agonizing sorrow racked me. I cried until I couldn't breathe. I cried until grief welled up and choked. He stilled as my fingers paused on his length. His scent of night sky and earthy woods seeped stronger as if power gathered in his belly, ready to ignite. Had he sensed my mind had fractured again? Did he see the visions I did? With a soft moan, I squeezed him and sucked harder. His hips twitched, feeding more of his length into my mouth.
"I feel what you're thinking, Runa."
His fingers tightened in my hair, pressing himself deeper into my mouth as if to punish me. He stroked my cheek as I sucked him, ran a finger around my lips as they stretched around his girth.
"Why won't you tell me what scares you?"
Tears sprang from nowhere, trickling past my eyelashes. The droplets ran into the corner of my mouth, flavoring his dark taste with another layer of salt.
"You'll shed far more tears if you don't stop,"
Quellis shouted. My heart stumbled, struggling to find its regular beat.
"You feel it, don't you?"
Quellis whispered.
"The bloodbind is calling to you, Lifebringer."
I didn't care. My heart could pound and flounder all it wanted, but I wasn't going back. Not yet. Not ever.
"Silly, silly bee. Stupid, stupid moth,"
Quellis lamented. The fire fell quiet as Darrow drove upward into my mouth, wrenching my attention back to him.
"I could make you tell me. I could pin you down and tear into your mind."
My fingers shook around his hard length. Could he do that? Was he capable of—
"I'm capable of anything,"
he whispered coldly.
"I'm death. But it seems that is merely the beginning."
His hips rocked again. Setting his own brutal pace, he grunted as my teeth scraped his sensitive skin.
"Every memory brings another one, and each one hints that I have far more power than any monster should ever have. You've said as much. Our forgetfulness hints as much. And one day, Runa, I promise you, I will walk in your mind as if you were my own, and you will walk in mine because I have nothing to hide.
We will share everything. Because I'm so sick of you hiding from me, of dealing with hardships on your own, of refusing to trust me.
With a snarl, he tore my head up with his handful of hair, holding me upright on my knees. Our eyes locked, silver to gold. His shadows slithered and tangled around us. My glowing light beamed and glittered. And in his feral, passionate hold, my heart dared to falter. Not a skip this time, or a gentle warning flutter, but a breath-gasping, blood-wrenching halt. For the briefest of moments I feared I would die, that this was my end. And part of me was grateful that at least it would happen in the arms of the man I loved. But then it struck up its rhythm again, slightly quieter, less determined, debating on whether or not to keep me breathing. Darrow's gaze scorched mine, melting with love.
What do you see? What has that fire element done to you?
This was the perfect moment, the only moment to tell him the truth. I opened my mouth to speak. The dust of so many burned bones wafted around my ankles as I walked. I'd walked alone for so long, hoping, begging, pleading. But there was nothing. Just me and my sins, and the ash of what I'd done. Only I existed, and that was the greatest punishment. I stopped walking. My eyes fell upon a wolf fang. An aching sob tore through me. I made a choice, the only choice. I fell to my knees. I snatched the fang. I drew it firmly over my throat. Blood sprang. Golden nectar, immortal ichor, ethereal toxicity. I grew cold, dull, lifeless. I closed my eyes. The vision disintegrated as Darrow's mouth captured mine. I shivered as his hand cupped my cheek, cradled my jaw, and held me firm as he kissed me back into this world. He kissed me as if he'd sensed how despairing I was, how broken and lost and dead.
Fuck, Runa.
His tongue traced my bottom lip.
Come back to me. Stay with me. Just stay with me and everything will be okay.
I moaned as he kissed me again. It started sweet, mingled with my taste and his, but then it changed. It darkened, deepened, became bitter and sharp with danger. It kept me locked with him. It overshadowed the visions. It muted my failing heart. I threw myself into the kiss. I flung my arms around his shoulders and pressed my bareness to his. In his taste, I could stay. In his overwhelming love, I could ignore the warnings and pretend that the breaking in my heart would never become real. But the cracks in my already failing heart widened a little more. Another flutter, another ominous cautioning. I needed to return. I knew that, but I couldn't do it. I didn't have the strength. Maybe this was the way it had to be, to die so no one else had to. More, I commanded through our heart link. More, please, give me more. Darrow obeyed with reckless ferocity. If he'd felt my distraction, at least he didn't know what caused it. He didn't know that the longer I remained, the closer I tiptoed to death. He didn't know that I chose him over life itself, that I'd rather stay here than return to an existence where we were forbidden. At least here, I was safe. I was whole. More, I begged, kissing him back, nipping at his tongue, driving him to the edge. He groaned as his hands slid down my back, filling his palms with my rear and yanking me against him as every hint of sweetness disappeared. He grabbed my hips and thrust against my belly. He kissed me savagely. His tongue slid and licked and taunted. He stole me from this elemental, law-ruled world and dragged me into another, one where we were free to be darkness and light, moon and star. Our hearts slipped into sync. Our teeth clacked as we kissed faster, deeper. And then he pulled away, lifted me up, and spun me around as if I weighed nothing. His fist planted roughly on my lower back. I tumbled forward onto all fours. A full-body shiver tormented me as he reared up behind me. My head fell between my braced hands as I moaned. Darrow's thighs burned mine as he rubbed his hardness against my heat. His calloused touch, worn like a wolf's paw and just as lethal, stroked from my nape to the base of my spine. My heart skipped one beat, then two.
I've never seen you more beautiful than you are right now.
His voice resembled pure night, deep and endless, monstrous in its infinity.
You can't run and you can't hide.
His thumb dipped between my legs, sinking inside me as his cock continued to pulse against my rear. My fingers curled and sank into the wolf pelt below, searching for friction, for safety from the storm he was about to unleash.
3 times your attention has waned, Runa. 3 times you refused to share what you saw or heard or felt.
His thumb moved inside me roughly.
But that ends now.
Withdrawing his touch, he smeared my wetness over my hip. I struggled to breathe as his weight blanketed me, folding me over from behind until his hot breath tickled my nape and his hardness threatened to penetrate. His heart pounded against my back like the Nils drums.
I'm going to make you feel everything. I want you to feel the same way I do because I've fallen wretchedly in love with you.
Those words were shooting stars careening through my tripping, dying heart.
I need you to know just how much I care. Just how much I'll always care. I would destroy everything. I would end everyone. I would do whatever it took to keep you happy because you aren't just a mate I've chosen or a female I've claimed. You are the life in my veins and the light in my black, black spirit.
His teeth landed on the hollow of my neck, biting down.
You are my destiny, Runa. And you're finally going to understand what that means.
With another savage bite to my nape, his hips pulled back, his cock found my core, and he did what all beasts do when given access to their opposite. He thrust.
Chapter 56. Darrow. I'd never felt anything as good as the first domination, the first plunge, the first taking. Runa cried out as I sank hard, fast, and painfully deep. I didn't go slow. I didn't go gentle. I'd warned her I wouldn't. I took her, stole her, thrust into her delicious wet warmth and didn't stop until my body completely possessed hers. Her mind stayed resolutely with mine, our hearts entwined with every beat. Every cell of her fused with every cell of me, drenching me in desire that was so profound, so vividly violent, I struggled to breathe. The fear that she was hiding something receded. The bond between us that existed between mortal realms burned us alive as I withdrew only to thrust punishingly back into her. Her back flexed with my claiming. Her fingers buried into the pelt beneath our knees. Her head hung heavy as every shred of awareness locked where we were joined. I withdrew and drove deeper. I wanted to use the poison in my blood to kill whatever haunted her. I wanted to give her happiness when all I tasted was despair. She was more than just my mate or lover. She was my very purpose of existing. She was worth the pain, the heartache. She was worth everything. Placing an open-mouthed kiss on her shoulder, I thrust again and again. She moaned and spread her legs wider, permitting me to take everything I wanted. But then she flinched and gasped, her entire body freezing as if something horrid flashed through her mind. The heart link only fed me so much. A vague sense of unease, a fleeting moment of pain. It made me rage because I couldn't stop it. My body was inside hers. Our hearts were bound. Our blood flowed to the same chaotic pulse, yet her mind kept skipping out of my control. Come back to me, I whispered through our link. I'll keep you safe. She whimpered as I thrust particularly deep.
I want to.
Tears tainted her words even though they were silent.
I always want to be with you.
More shadows unfurled from me, clouding the cave, turning the afternoon into night. Tell me how it feels. I grunted, as I planted one fist on the floor for balance and folded deeper into her. Think only of us, nothing else. My hips pistoned and our breaths came in short, sharp spurts. Tell me how this feels. With my right hand, I reached under her and found her swinging breast. She shuddered as I squeezed. She moaned as I pinched her nipple. Tell me. I bit her neck, driving my cock as deep as I could.
It feels as if you're tugging on a string, pulling me tight.
Her elbows gave out, her forehead pressing on the floor. It groaned as the new position made her even more vulnerable. I sank even deeper. With a tattered moan, she tried to lift back onto her hands, but I flattened myself over her, keeping her prone with her rear up, my cock deep inside her, and her cheek flat against the wolf fur. Fuck, she was stunning. My heart overflowed with blistering devotion, bleeding into darkness the more I ravaged her. I found her breast again, squeezing hard. Tell me how it feels in here. I rubbed my knuckles over where her heart pounded, where that awful brand from the fire marked her. I want to know how it feels in your mind, your spirit. I want to know your deepest, darkest secrets. Her breath caught, and an odd stutter of her heartbeat made me pause. But then she submitted entirely to me with a stream of unfiltered consciousness.
It feels as if I'm lost and found, afraid and ecstatic. Every time you fill me, I climb higher and higher into a feeling that promises to smash me apart, and I don't care what sort of pieces remain.
Her golden skin sheened with sweat.
I feel invincible and corruptible. I'd happily forsake everything to stay here, with you.
My heart swelled. Go on, I grunted, never stopping my rock.
I feel...
She gasped again, a ripple working down her spine. Her legs trembled against mine and the strength in her body faltered.
I feel... broken.
I went ice cold. Broken? I let her breast go. I reared up and looked at where we were joined. My flesh vanished into hers, wet with her arousal and throbbing with mine. My heart pained to think she felt such things. Such horrible...
I'm broken because I know where I belong,
she murmured, rising up on her knees, standing as upright as she could while my body speared inside her.
I'm broken because I'm whole when I'm with you, and just the thought of saying goodbye.
She jerked and sucked in her breath, her golden skin flushing as white as her hair. Without thinking, I wrapped my arms around her from behind, cradling her close, shuddering at the new intense angle. You don't have to say goodbye. Ever. I'm not going anywhere. Tears rolled down her cheeks.
Quellis keeps drowning me in visions.
She cried out as her spine arched. Her eyes shot blank as if she saw a different time, a different place. Runa. I hugged her close. My body twitched in hers. Runa. For the longest age, she remained frozen in my hold, but then she flopped forward as if the fire element had released her. A strange shudder worked through her body as she blinked and found herself back in my arms, where she belonged. A terrible foreboding filled me, seeping through our heart link. What did she see? Turning her head, her glowing golden eyes met mine. They dropped to my mouth, and the agony in her face undid me. Tell me what I can do. I pressed my forehead to hers, plastering my front to her back, my cock so deep inside her.
Just love me.
She arched her chin.
Make me forget.
I dropped my head, and when our lips met, it was as if two worlds collided. Light and dark, life and death. The earth rumbled with a threatening groan. The stone walls of the cave cracked and splintered. The rock beneath our knees shuddered, but we didn't stop kissing. I opened everything I was to her. I let her ransack my spirit. I held her tight as my hips drove relentlessly into her. Sounds of need and feral desire spilled from both of us as I fucked her. A cry spilled from her lips as I bruised her deliberately, wounded her like she wounded me. She tumbled forward, taking me with her. Cushioning her fall with my embrace, I laid her down and our legs kicked out, pressing her belly to the ground and my belly to her spine. The world continued to rock and tumble. A roaring shake and cracking boulders sent Salak howling outside. My shadows whipped into a frenzy on the cave ceiling. But I didn't stop. She didn't want me to stop. I drove into her, harder, deeper, wilder, meaner. My skin gleamed a brighter silver, matching hers as pearly gold cascaded from her hair. My pulse thundered. My skin prickled. Our need cracked through the earth, adding to the quake, the shake, building into a spirit-splitting crescendo. I became weightless, all while so endlessly heavy. I felt freed from everything, yet clouded with so many fears. Our bodies had brought us to this place of piercing intensity, but our spirits took over. They braided and bonded. They danced and nodded until she was a part of me. She always would be. I would always recognize her, find her, keep her, love her. Our fucking switched from physical gratification into spiritual declarations. I felt her. Truly, truly felt her. And I groaned at the gift that was, at the transcendental joy of finally belonging. The earth shuddered harder. Chips of stone fell from the ceiling. Runa Winston stopped breathing, only to melt and beg for more. Her breaths came quick and shallow.
I love you,
she gasped.
Il Lapenzana knew. I always will.
I thrust into her quicker. I couldn't handle the poignant need to explode. My hands slipped beneath her. I found her slippery heat. I rubbed my fingers at the same place where she'd jerked and twitched when my tongue had licked, drowning beneath the wash of her need.
Darrow, oh.
Her hips pressed into my hand while my cock drove into her from behind. She made love to my fingers while I made love to her body, and the world quaked louder. The warning from Lokarth, the earth element, going unheeded as we chased mania together. Her body rippled around mine as another flash of agony fed through the heart link. I wanted to stop, to check she was okay, but I'd gone past all humanness. I was only one thing. I was lost. I turned savage as Runa's breath hitched again. Her hair stuck to my sweat-damp chest as I crushed her to the rocking earth. And when Runa stiffened beneath me and her mouth parted with a silent scream, I let go. I hurled myself into the sharpest, blackest death. My cock thickened, milked by the ripples of her own pleasure. A guttural groan tumbled from my mouth as I pressed a kiss to her hair and rode her hard. Her heart drummed against mine, slipping through her ribs to rattle amongst the wreckage of our release. But I wasn't done. I didn't think I'd ever be done. I roared as death flowed through my veins. It took everything I had not to pour it into her, not to kill her where she lay. The battle amongst my true nature added ferocity to my overwhelming bliss, and I released in spine-cracking spurts. On and on I filled her, coated her, claimed her. I lost my sight as I jerked for the final time, gasping in horror as the tiniest shred of demise escaped my control. It seeped from me, sank into her, and soaked into her strangely beating heart.
Chapter 57. Runa. Lokarth condemned us with its violent earthquake. Wolves howled, rocks tumbled, Quellis hissed inside my mind. But I didn't listen, didn't stop, didn't care my heart raced toward its final beat. I didn't care that Darrow had failed at keeping his power from seeping into me. I felt it, cold and icy, stalking and silent, wrapping its black tendrils around my spirit. But it didn't matter. Nothing else mattered but this freedom, this raw, incredible freedom that I'd found in Darrow's arms. Even the shred of death he spilled inside me couldn't ruin this moment. He couldn't kill me because I'm already dead. Tears rolled down my cheeks as the aftershocks of my release teased and twitched. Lockhart continued to shake the world, roaring its displeasure. "Hush," I whispered to the earth element. "It's over now. It's done." A large crack in the cave's roof replied as Lockhart's misery added to mine. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to leave Darrow or break the heart that he'd given me. I loved him more than I thought possible. I'd felt him when he opened his entire self to me, and I'd flung open my spirit in return. I didn't care that we were forbidden. I didn't care that he was my opposite. I was his for the end of time, and he would always carry a piece of me, even when I no longer existed. Darrow's satisfied groan fell around me as he pressed me firmly onto my belly. He kept me pinned, even though our releases were over. His body twitched in mine, and I relished in the final moments we had. I was so grateful, so honored that he loved me. If only he could protect me from this. If only. Ice slipped through my veins as Darrow thrust gently, placing the softest kiss on my hair. I wanted to tell him everything. It was too late. Every part of me was drained. I'd fought as much as I could. I'd willed my heart to beat for as long as possible. But now our pleasure was over, and it no longer wanted to obey. I couldn't catch a proper breath, slowly suffocating. My pulse turned hazy, lazy, exhausted. I did my best to be brave, but I was afraid, absolutely terrified as my failing heart thudded oddly, sickly. I turned breathless for other reasons as Darrow thrust a final time, then flopped sated and wonderfully heavy on my back. His toes rubbed against mine as his lips found my cheek, and he breathed utmost devotion into my ear.
There's no turning back from this, Runa. This transcends everything. You and me. We'll figure it out together. You're mine. Do you hear me? Not his, not theirs, not the fire's. Mine. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
I gasped at the endless love in his vow. I wished I could make the same. I would always be his, even when I wasn't. Tears pricked my eyes. He didn't know. The heart link hadn't shown him what the fire had forced me to see. Why I'd burned the world, why I'd slain everything, it was because of him. My heart skipped a beat, then 2, then 3, as Quellis fed me the vision again, granting me no peace in Darrow's arms, no salvation from what I would become. Tears glistened in his smoky, stunning eyes. Blackened blood flowed from crisscrossing cuts and the cruel, awful wounds on his chest. His hair was shorn like mine, his skin no longer silver but dull. No shadows curled from him. No starlight glowed in his stare. His power was gone, sucked dry, stolen by me. I felt it in my blood. The stalking, stealthy demise. I glowed with darkness, not light, and I relished in disastrous twin powers. Within my veins, life and death merged. I became a chimeric nightmare, just like the beasts he'd fashioned. He shook his head. Molten affection glowed in his ever-fading stare. His lips formed the words, "I love you." He gave me the vow of fate and forever.
Il Lampenzana nu, Runa.
I sobbed so hard my ribs shattered. I screamed so loud I didn't hear the monstrous power exploding out of me. Toward him, through him, killing him. I howled as he dropped. His eyes stayed open. His head flopped sideways. Dead. A sob caught in my throat as my heart struggled to beat.
Runa.
Darrow stroked my cheek with worried fingertips.
Hey, it's okay.
Withdrawing his body from mine with a wince, he gathered me in his embrace and held me tight. Our skin cooled from our pleasure, and sweat made me shiver. Everything was colder now, faded now. My heart gave its final few kicks, and I looked into his stunning, selfless face. I had so much to say to him. So much I wanted to tell him, so much happiness and gratefulness and love. So much love. My heart stuttered, skipped, faltered. I love you, Darrow. My voice was barely a whisper. I always will. Be happy. My back arched in his embrace. My suffering heart gave up. It stopped beating. The blood bind between Actor and I snapped to its grisly finish. Somewhere back in the Nil camp, Actor gasped his final breath, mirroring my own fading. I found Darrow's smoky gaze again, but now it was so far away. Everything was clouded now, hidden now. I clung to the final glow of his love. I opened my lips to tell him one last time. I slipped silently